Bum, 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 bum. Are we on here? 1, 2, 1. We're on there. Just turn that off there. There we are. We're on, I think. Yep, we're on. I know I'm going to do that one in a minute. Josh, well done. Thank you. Hit that one on green. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here we are, day 2 of our 3-day sale. So lot number 301 today through to lot number 600. So we'll make our way through. Jack and Paul will come on periodically just to give me a little bit of a break, just to have a cup of tea and maybe a bit of a lunch and so forth. And I'm sure we'll get through. So 300 lots, like I say, today. I know it's a little bit repetitive, but we have new viewers and customers all the time, so I'll just go through the basics really. 3 ways to bid. Online, which is super popular. Absentee bids, which again, I'm always surprised and amazed at how many absentee bids we get. There's lots of absentee bids, as you'll see throughout the day. And telephone bids. So we've had a little bit of a change of setup this year. The guys that are operating the phones are this side of the camera. Traditionally, they used to be behind the camera. And I just thought, let's bring the whole thing in so you guys at home can see what's happening and you'll be able to see. Because lots of people actually, ironically, they'll sit at home and watch the screen and still on the phones, which is fine if they're not happy with with using the online bidding system, which is fine. That's probably the way I would do it, if I'm honest. So they can see whoever's operating or doing the bidding for them, which works out really well. Now, occasionally that results in provisional bids, provisional sales. What that basically means is, as I said yesterday, if we have an item in with a £3,000 reserve, the highest bid on the day is 2,800. That will be sold on a provisional basis. Those of you who've been around the auction world will know exactly what that means. Those of you that haven't, it means basically that the office then will ring through to the owner of said item at 3,000 and explain the fact we've got an offer of 2,008. What happens in 99.9% of the cases, they settle at 2,900. That's what happens. So throughout the day, you'll hear me shout out vehicles that have been sold. I've got a list of what we call conversions, obviously provisional sales that have been converted into full sales yesterday afternoon, which I'll start in a minute. We do convert around about 90–95% of all those provisional sales. So you'll see them coming through throughout today and again tomorrow. On the bidding side of things, you cannot bid in error. You really can't. Obviously, you can't bid in error if you're on the phone, and you can't bid in error if you leave an absentee bid, but you now cannot bid in error online. There's various hoops that you've got to jump through, just for that reason, really, just in case the dog jumps on, or the cat jumps on, or, I don't know, granddaughter throws something at the computer, whatever. I can assure you we've heard of everything. So you can't do that now. So please, if the funds aren't there, or if you haven't got clearance from the wife, or if you haven't had a chance to speak to the bloke down at the pub, see what he thinks, just hang fire. You know, just please don't bid. It just messes it up for everybody, other interested parties, and more importantly, people that actually own the items that we've got going through today. Collection-wise, obviously there's a lot of sales yesterday, and if you've been down to our operation, you would have noticed the fact that we use every square metre. So please book your collections with the office, not only to make sure the right vehicle leaves with the right person, but obviously we cannot, Monday morning, the lads cannot get out the little Austin 7 at the back of this unit and move 30 cars to do it. It just can't be done. So obviously we concentrate on the ones at the front for the first 2 or 3 days, and then the lads make an effort to get a road into every unit and every compound, and then as the week goes on, we can be a lot more flexible. But it's pretty self-explanatory if you've been down and seen where we are. That's about it, really. The bus side of things, we've laid a bus on this time, which has gone down extremely well. So there's a bus that operates between the car parks at Thorntondale and the car parks at Pickering, and obviously comes down here, Thorntondale, here, Pickering. That's been leapfrogging backwards and forwards over the viewing period, and like I say, that's gone down really well, and I'm pleased to say and report that it's taken a lot of pressure off of Dave and Ken outside as far as parking on the estate. We're very, very conscious that there are other businesses on the estate that obviously are trying to operate, and obviously we're the busiest one of the bunch, so consequently we do study it as much as we can. I won't go into the other measures that we've done, but we've done everything that we can so far. Last but not least, really, Jill's given me a list of charities that we support. As you know, the funds that are generated, the entrance fees that are harvested now, they go into a pot, and then we dish them out to both local and national charities. So working on last auction's viewing funds that have been raised. This time we have donated money to Pickering Rocks, which is the charity in Pickering, which is extremely popular. The Minnie Wright Children's Charity, which again we were hoping to raise some money with a Christmas ball, but unfortunately we just didn't have time to get all the ducks lined up for that, but we will do that next year, so keep an eye on that. So Jill sent some funds off to those. Scarborough and Rideout Mountain Rescue, the lads I think do a storming job down there, so we've sent a donation down to those guys. And last but not least, if you've been watching the news lately, you would have no doubt have seen that the moors to the rear up here behind us have been on fire, and the firefighters there have been working their socks off up there, together with loads of crews that have come from out the area, together with endless farmers that have been working free of charge up there with time and diesel and everything that goes. So we can't, there's not necessarily, I don't think, any charities within the farming community, but we ought to look into that. But certainly there is the Firefighters Charity, which we've donated to as well. So there you go. So they're the charities that actually benefited from last auction's viewing period. There'll be some more for this one. Few conversions that the officers handled over the last hour or two. That's lot number 242, the Datsun, that has now been sold. Lot number 247, the Dunlop sign, that's been sold. Lot number 74, the Ducati motorbike, that's been sold. Lot number 243, the Royal Enfield Bullet, another motorcycle, that's been sold. 250, lot number 250, another Honda motorcycle, that's been sold. Lot number 252, another Honda motorcycle, that has found a new home. Lot number 273, a Triumph motorcycle in the building behind me, that's found a new home. Lot number 291, a Ferrari seat, don't remember seeing that, but nonetheless that's found a new home. And finally lot number 102, a Lambretta again, which is in the bike shed behind me, that's also found a new home.
And before you start, someone on YouTube has asked, is there a standout car?
Is there a standout car for today?
Yeah.
Oh, blimey. The standout car for me, full stop, was the little Amphi car, which found a new home yesterday.
Not the man, it's too.
Do you know what? I don't know what's... I'll be honest, I can't remember what's going through today. No, but if it pops up, I'll shout, this is probably the one. Yeah, I can't think of one offhand, Will. Incidentally, can I just say a thank you ever so much, a big thank you to the guys and girls at home that watch. Tom and Jake there, they operate the roaming cameras and the videos regarding the live streaming on YouTube. And Tom just said there was 200,000 views yesterday, throughout the day. Sorry, 200,000, sorry, was last auction's full number. Oh, sorry, last auction's full number generated 200,000. Yesterday we generated 73,000 views. There you go. So yeah, still some very big numbers out there, isn't there? So thank you ever so much for your support, and thanks for your interaction and so forth on there. So yeah, thanks ever so much. So we might as well start then. Josh, shall we crack on? Thank you very much. And we'll start with number 301, which is the Power Commercial Enamel sign. There you go. Oh, that's a line. That's a big one. There you go. Andy's got it there. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £120, 120 I've got. 120, 140, 160. 160 we have at £160 bid. At £160 then 160. 180 coming through in Cheshire. Good morning, Cheshire. 180 we have. At £180 I've got. I'll take a tenner if it helps. At 180. At 180 when? At £180, 190. Sign and we're 190. Back in Cheshire at £200. At £200 we have. At 200. At £200 then are we all done at 2. At £200 and 10. 210 is on sale. At £220. At 220. At £220 is off to Cheshire. At £220 then are we all done at 230. Back up in Ripon at 230. Back down again, 240. At £240. At £240 then. At 240 then are we all done. Going to be sold 250. 260. £260. At £260. Just flick it round as well, lads, if you can, because the rear is just as important as the front on some of these. That's it, just so they can get a feel for it at home. There we are. At £260, thank you. At 260. At £260 we've got. At £260 then 270. At 270. At £270 then 270, 80, 90, 290 we have. At 290 and £300. At £300 is on sale. At £300 then. At £300 are we all done. Hammer's coming down at £300. Sold at 300. Lot number 302, the Lotus Elan. There we go. Little weekend work, as my father would say if he was here. Where are we? You tell me. What we got in the way of? Let's have a quick scan through. There we are then. Dry stored since 1978. There's a project for you. In running order when stored. There you go. A problem with the indicators and lights. That's what, there you go. I think that's the last of your problems today. But there you go. Gives you a bit of background. There, she's been rested there for many years. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £6,000 anywhere at 6,000 asking, Will? At 6,000 asking. I've got nothing on my sheet. There's nothing on my screens. £6,000, though, we all know it must be worth that, surely. £6,000 asking. I'll ask 6. I can't start any lower. I think we can all agree she's worth at least that. If not, I'll move on. If there's nothing on my screens. Have a word with the team upstairs in the office. They'll do their best to try and put a deal together for you. Lot number 303. Now that she's a lovely car. This is a lovely car. The A55, a real sweetie. We've done some filming with the car just in the hall here with the crew, and she's lovely. Yeah, she's a beauty. Where are we going to be? £4,000 there, Will, thank you, at 4. 412, 423, 43, at 4,003, at 4,300 then, at 4,300. What a lovely car. At 4,003, at £4,300, at 43 then, a lovely period car, lovely thing. 4,003, at £4,300 then, at 4,300, at 4,300. Are we all done at 4,300? At 4,003, cheap car. 4,004, 4,400. At £4,400. At 4,004, £4,400. That is provisional. I thought it would do more, if I'm honest. At 4,004. At 4,004. She's a lovely mellowed car. At 4,400. At £4,400 then. That's provisional. Kent at £4,400. That's provisional. 304, the folding caravan. There you go, just what you were looking for. Where are we going to be on that? Who's going to start me at £100? Anyone start me at £100? Start me at 100 anywhere. Let's be on then. Got to be worth £100. You've only got to have one holiday to get your money back. Anyone going to start me at £100? If not, we'll have to move on. We've got quite a number to do today. I've got nothing on my screens. We'll move on then. Lot number 305 is the Jaguar. Now, these are good value for money, aren't they? Here we are, the Jaguar XK. Lovely looking car, very sensible on the money. Michael then has just interjected and said, nice car. Michael looks after Unit 3 for us and gets time to spend around some of these cars, more time than I do. So there you go. We've got all sorts of bids here, Will. There's 6 bids on the screen that you'll see at home, and that takes us to 6,250. So we might as well go 6,250 if we can. At 6,250, I'll take £100 bids. Thank you, Will. At £6,250. At 6,250. At £6,250. At 6,350. 6,350. 6,450. Please. 6,450 on my sheet at 6,450. Bids with me. £6,450 at 6,450. At 6,450. 6,550 at £6,550. At £6,550. Are we all done? At 6,550. 6,550. Are we there? £6,550 then. Off she goes then. It's going to be on. Give you a chance, but failing that, it's going at 6,550. Underbid at top right there, Josh. And moving on to the little sweetie, the little Fiat 500. There we are, lovely little girl there. Where are we then? We've got £5,000 bid there in Essex, Will. Let's crack on with that. At £5,000 we've got. At £5,000. At £5,000. At £5,000 we have. At 5,250 says Ian. At 5,250. At £5,250 it's Ian's bid at 5,250. At 5,250 is on sale. 5,005. Essex jump back in. 5,005. 5,500. At £5,500. 5,600. At £5,600. At 5,006. 5,600. I'll take 100 from Essex. 5,600 at the moment from me, and it's on sale. At 5,600. 5,700. 5,700 I've got. 5,700. 5,800. 5,800. 5,008 on the phones at 5,800. 5,008. Essex, you're out. Ian, you're in. £5,800. Are we all done? Essex back in. 5,900. 5,900. 5,009. £6,000 is Ian at 6,000. £6,000 we've got. At £6,000. At £6,000 bid. At £6,000. Bids with me on the phones here today. At £6,000, then are we all done at 6,000? Hammers coming down then, fair warning, at £6,000. Ian, your bid at 6,000. Internet underbidder there, Josh. 307 is the XJS Cabriolet hardtop. The hardtop there, £100 we've got at £100 and sold at £100. At £100 then we're going to sell it. At £100 then. At £100 then on sale. Off she goes then at £100. It's going to be sold at £100. Fair warning. Sold. Lot number 308, the Vauxhall Cresta. Look at that. She's a beauty. A thing of beauty and a joy forever. They up, Michael again, it's just said. Nice car. The 64 Cresta. There we go. Where are we? Where are we? Got 75 there, Will. I'll take 75. 7,500, 6, 7, 7, 8, 7, 9, at 7,009, at 7,009, £8,000, 8,000 we have, £8,000, at 8,000 then, 8,000 then, 8,000, at 8,000 then, cheap car, at 8,000 then, £8,000, £8,000, at 8,000, 8,000 then, at 8,000 then, are we all done at 8,000? That's not an dear car at 8,000, £8,000 then, £8,000, giving you time, are you sure? At £8,000, £8,000, then are we all done and dusted at £8,000? 309 is the hydraulic pallet truck. Yeah, that must have come in by default somewhere, Andy. Don't know quite how that sneaked through, but there you go. Who wants a pallet truck? Yeah. Where are we then? Who wants to start me at a tenner? Anyone there at a tenner? If not, we'll move on. It must have come in by default with some other stuff, did it? Yeah, thought it was much. There you go then. Anyone then? Failing that, we'll move. £10 then, £10 at a £10 bid. At £10 then, at £10. We'll put you down at a tenner. We just want to get it cleared up. Obviously, the owner wants a bit more, but we'll have a word at £10 bid. Provisional, obviously. 310 is the Mercedes. This looks a lot of car for the money. The C200 Sport. There you go, C200 Sport. I've got bids on my sheet, Will. We've got 5 bids on the screen there. That takes us to 2,2 on there. 2,200, 2,003 I've got. 2,300 at £2,300. 2,300 at £2,300. Oh, 2,4 mix, just missed, just gone. 2,5. 2,005 I have at £2,500 at 2,500. £2,500 we've got at 2,500. Looks another car at 2,005. Hammers coming down, be warned, at £2,500. 2,500. Lot number 311 is the Land Rover Range Rover. Here we are, Land Rover Range Rover then. Cheap and cheerful then. Where are we? You tell me. Who's going to start me? £1,500 then. Thank you, 15. 1,500, £1,600 at 16. At 1,600, at 1,600, 1,007. £1,700 then. At 1,007. At £1,700. At £1,700. At £1,700. At 1,007, look at Nick's little face because he's got one of these and he's just realised how cheap they are now. At £1,700. At £1,700. At 1,000, you're going to send that to the missus and say, we need to get out of this Range Rover. At 1,000. At 1,000. Rachel, we need to sell this. At 1,700 we have. At 1,700 then. At £1,700. Lot number 312. This is a little sweetie. This really is a little Datsun Cherry. This will make a car. It really is. It could make a real time warp little car. Now I've got lots of interest here. Let's make sure I don't miss anyone. I missed someone yesterday and I do apologise. Concentrating on something else. I very rarely do that. But anyway, we've rectified that. We have got 6 bids on that screen there at 32, Will. Yep. There's loads of other bids here on my screen. We've got 32 there. I've got 33, 34, £3,500 here at £3,500. I've got 3,006 in Nottingham at 3,600. At £3,600 then. At 3,600. At £3,600 and 37. £3,700. 38. £3,800 bid at 38. At 3,008, she'll make a right little sweetie this. At 3,008, at £3,800 and 39. 3,009. At 3,009, she's on sale at £3,900. At 39, then hammers coming down. Are we all done? £4,000. At £4,000. At £4,000. 4,041. 4,001. At £4,100. At 4,001. At £4,100 then. Lovely project for you then. At 41 then, be warned, 42. 42. 4,002. 4,002. Hereford, 4,002. At 4,200 then. Fair warning, gonna pull the lever, off she goes at £4,200. Sold. And moving on to 313, which is a lovely SO pump, which Michael's got on display there to my left, to your right, as you're viewing today. There you are. Jake's going to get the camera on that in a minute, aren't you, Jake? There you go. Where are we? We have got bids on my screen and bids here. We've got £1,500. We've got at 1,500 for the lovely pump. A lovely bit of furniture for your garage or your showroom. At £1,500 we've got. At £1,500. At 1,500. At 1,600. At 1,600. I'm not surprised. At £1,600 we have. At 1,600. At £1,600 then. At £1,600 for the pump at 1,006. We're going to sell it. I think, are we not? Is it provisional? No, she's provisional at 1,600. She's provisional at the moment at £1,600. At £1,600 then, provisionally sold at £1,600 then. Hammer's coming down at 1,600. But I will. 314 is the Eiffel Williams trailer. Just let my screen. Oh, that looks a handy trailer. That's a nice size as well. There you are. Paperwork includes a purchase invoice. Lovely. That's it. There we go then. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Very handy trailer there. Where are we? You tell me. £1,800 bid at 18. Cheap trailer. £1,800, £1,900 we've got. 1,900. At 1,900 there. Manchester at 19. At 1,900. Cheap trailer. At 1,900 and £2,000 in Hull. At £2,000. At £2,000 then. At £2,000 we have. £2,000. 21. At 2,100. £2,100. Manchester's back in at 2,100. At £2,100. £2,100. 2,200. 2,200. At £2,200. 2,002. 2,300. 2,300. At 2,003. I'm just clicking through the photographs. We've got a spare wheel there as well. Just clicking through them all. At 2,300. 2,300. 2,300. It's got all your plates on there. Looks like it's a tilt one from what I can see with those spinners at the front. There's Jack taking some photographs of it. 2,003. 2,300. Handy trailer that. I'm just flicking through the photographs here. 2,300. At £2,300 then. Are we all there? We'll put you down provisional Manchester at £2,300 then. 2,400. 2,400. 2,400. £2,400 at 2,004 and 5. 2,005 at 2,005. 2,500. Manchester at 2,500. We'll put you down at £2,500 then, provisionally sold at £2,500. 2005. And moving on to lot number 315 is the BP. There we are, the BP motor oil sign. We've got a bid there on the screen straight away at £80. £80 then. There you go, £80 bid, cheap enough there. Later sign there at £80. Are we all done? At £80 I'm going to sell. At £80 then, you can't get them cheaper than that. At £80 then, at £80, £90 at £90. At 90, at £90, at £90. At £90 then, at £90 then. Are we all done at £90? Hammer's coming down at 90. It's going to be sold. £90, thank you, Josh. And then the XJS, or the XJR even. I'll just let you have a look at that while I just have a little bit of tea. Lovely cup of tea there from Linda. And yes, I must stress, the XJR. She's an R, 5.3. Please don't confuse it with the normal one. There we are. Lovely car. Again, where we're going to be on that? 7,000 then. £7,000 and away. Thank you at 7,000. 7,001, 2, 7, 2. 7,002, 3. 7,003 and 4. 7,004. At 7,004, 5. 7,500. At 7,500. At 7,500 then. At 7,500. It is the R. Must stress. It's the XJR. At £7,500, at 7,500, at £7,500 then, at 7,500, at 7,500 then, at 75. Needs a bit more. Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office, they'll put you a deal together on that. 317 is the Golf. G-U-L-F, not G-O, the Golf coloured fridge. There we are, there we are, Golf fridge. So she's a fridge at the top and she's a toolbox underneath. There you go, lovely jubbly. Where we're going to be on that? Just refresh my screen, give me 1 second. We've got 400 there, Will, at £400 bid. At £400 we've got, at £400 then at £400 bid. At £425. Nice bit of kit, that lovely, isn't it, for your showroom or your workshop? At £450, at £450. At 475, 475 and £500, at 500, at 500, 525, at 525, 550, at 550 and 75, £600 we've got, at £600, at £600 then at 600. At £600 we're going to put it on sale. At 625. At 625 she's going to be sold at 625. At 625. At 625 then are we all done? At 625. Hammer's coming down at £625 then. Off to Hornsey at 625. Nice bit of kit at 625. Sold. In answer to your question earlier, Will, when you said there's anything that sort of sticks out this sale and I couldn't think of it, now it's popped up, it's this. Yeah, the little AXGT. Very unusual car. Very unusual car. And a nice car, says Michael. Nice car. There we are. Very unusual car and a nice one at that. £4,000 out the traps and away. At £4,000 then at 412, 42, 4,002, at £4,200. It's worth a lot more than this. 4,002, at 4,200, at £4,200 then at 42, 4,002, at 43, 4,300, at £4,300, at 4,300, at 4,300. It's worth more than this. I would have this over an XR2. At 4,300, at 4,300, an XR2 would make double this. At 4,300, at 4,300, it's worth more. And I agree with Chris, the owner, it is worth more. Have a word with the girls upstairs, but we need more than that for that. We're not doing the car justice there, it needs to be more than that. At £80 bid, £80 we've got for the lot number 319 and away, the Bosch sign at £80. At £80 then, at £80 we've got £80, 80, £90, £90 and £100 we have. At £100 then, at 110, 20, 120, 130, at £130, at 130, 40, 140, 140, 150, at 150 then, at 150 and £60 we've got, at 160, at £160, at 160 then, Hammer's coming down, off she goes, going to be sold then at £160. Sold. And lot number 320 is a lovely car, it's the Daimler SP250, 2.5 this one, obviously, one of two we've got in. This is a nice car, this one, Michael. Yep, soft top one, yes, or the one with the soft top with the roof down yesterday. This one's got the hard top there in black. There looks a lovely car. And a nice bit of information there supplied by Nick, who owns the car. Derek's comments, my father's, Daimler Dart. They are, well, you can read Derek's comments. They are owned by the vendor since 1999. That's a nice touch, isn't it? We all like continuity there. So owned by the vendor since 1999, that's lovely. And there's all sorts of information there that it tells you soft top, hard top, Derek's comments, the whole caboodle there. Yep. Lovely, just flicking through my screen. And 14.5, yes, I'm not surprised at 14.5. At 14.5, 750 and 15,000. At 15,000 we've got 15 and a quarter. At 15 and a quarter, at 15,255, 15.5. At 15,005, 15,005 and 750. At 15,750. at 15,750. A lot of car that. At 15,750. At 15,750. At 15,750. The Daimler SP at 15,750. At 15,750. £15,750. Cheap car at 15,750. At 15,750, are we there? At £15,750 then. At £15,750 then, are you sure? At 15,750, and my batteries have gone. At 15,750. And I'll just get some fresh batteries. Josh, you should have some batteries kicking about there somewhere, I think. If not, I'll put a different headset on. It's only in the hall. The ladies and gentlemen at home can still, unfortunately, hear me. Right, we'll just put some fresh batteries in. And away we go. Bear with. Bumpity-bum. Talk amongst yourselves. And there we are. We are back. Lot number 321 is the handmade Lamborghini Diablo clock. Oh, Andy's got it there. These are produced by Mark. Local lad, lives in York, does a fantastic job. Please don't confuse them with imported, cheap, cheerful stuff. These are lovely. You'll struggle to find a nicer finish on a clock. There you go. Where we're going to be on that, you tell me. £100 bid. Thank you. £100 we've got. 110, 20, 30, 130. 130. £130 then. 130, 130, 140. £140. 140. 140, 150 in Cheshire. 150 we have. £150. 150, 150, £150, then we've got 150, £150, we'll put you down provisional on that one, Cheshire, at £150. That's provisional. It costs him a bit more than that to make him actually, Cheshire. And lot number 322 is the 1977 Suzuki. There she is in all her glory. Looks nice, doesn't she? There. And we've got 4 bids on my screen there, Will, and I've got some bids on my paper here. So we might as well go to 5,750, which is where we are on that screen, please. And 5,750 we've got. £6,000 bid. Thank you. At £6,000. At £6,000 then. At £6,000 I have. 6,250. At 6,250. 6,500. 6,500. 6,750. 6,750 seated. 6,750. 6,750, £7,000 on my sheet. At £7,000, 7,250. At £7,250. At £7,250, I'm out. Screen's out. £7,250. Then are we all done? Ian, then your bid then at £7,250. Hammer's coming down for the first. Hammer's coming down for the second. Third and last time at £7,250. Ian 7,250, underbidder there. And lot number 323 is the Volvo. Oh, she's a beauty. A thing of beauty, this one. I know, isn't she, Michael? She's lovely. And again, a nice bit of information there supplied by Clive. Thank you. It's lovely when we get that sort of detail because it answers all the questions, or just about, let's be honest, it answers just about all the questions that you would think would be answered leading up to a sale. Lovely there, Clive, thank you, and a beautiful car. There we go. We've got £16,000 then at £16,000 bid. On the internet then at 16. At £16,000. That's a lot of car. At £16,000. At £16,000 in Glasgow. Obviously, that's very provisional Glasgow at 16,250. Back in Kent at 16,250. At 16,250. At £16,250. 16,250. She is provisional at 16,250. At £16,250. 16,250. Missing no one at 16,250. At 16,250. That's not out of the way. At 16,250. Are you sure we're done? You out Glasgow? You're not going to have a go? At 16,250, we'll have to put it down provisional then. At 16,250 then. At 16,250 then, it's provisional down to Kent. At £16,250. And lot number 324, sorry, the John Deere Quality Farm Equipment sign. Again, there you go. A later enamel sign. Where we're going to be on that? 30, 40, 50 pound bid and away. At 50 pound, thank you. At 50 pound then at 50. At 50 pound bid. At 50 pound then, cheap enough for that. At 50 then. At 50 pound, 60 pound bid at 60. At 60 pound. At 60 pound then, are we all done at 60 pound? At 60, 70 pound bid at 70. At 70. At 70 pound then at 70 pound. 80 pound on sale now at 80 pound. Off she goes. At 80 pound then it's going to go. At 80 pound then, are we all done and dusted then? Off she sees at 80 pound. Hammer's coming down at 80 pounds. 325 some steel wheels with winter tyres. And 4x4 stud wheels, where are they? Did it tell you what they are? Oh, it's Citroen Berlingo or Peugeot partner. So it's Citroen or Peugeot. Probably also fits some Fords as well, but I'm not going to commit myself on that. So there you go then, some Citroen, Peugeot, winter wheels and tyres. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Where are we going to be? Who's going to up me then? Who's going to start me at £100? They must be worth that. The tyres are going to be worth that, surely, even if you put them on different rims. Must be. Where we are, £100 in and away. Thank you. At £100 we have at £100. At £100. At £100, that's cheap enough in it. At £100. At £100 bid. At £100 we've got. At 100 then. At £100 bid. At £100, they're cheap enough, aren't they? At £100. At £100. £100. Look, tyres look to be in good order to me. Look like they're Falcon tyres, are they? I think they all are. Looks like it's a matching set. From what I can see on the photographs, there you go then. Cheap enough for that, aren't they? At £100, then are we all done? At £100, then are we all done and dusted at £100? Moving on to lot number 326, which is Land Rover, Series Land Rover. Ah, there you go. Bit of weekend work, as my father would say. There you go. Look at that, though. Dead sensible on the money. Dead sensible on the money. Look at it. £500 on the way. Thank you. 5. That's for nothing, isn't it? 5, £600 then. At 600, £700 then for nothing. At £700 bid. At 7, £800 then on the Horncastle at 8. 800 we've got. £800 bid. 900 says Alan down on the floor at 900. At 900 we've got £1,000 bid at £1,000. At £1,000 we have. At £1,000. At £1,000. At £1,000 are we all done? £1,100. £1,100. That was Alan's bid there. At 1,100. £1,200 we've got on the screen. At 1,200. 1,200. 13 with Alan. 1,300. £1,300. At £1,300.
Yes.
1,004. 1,004. 1,004. 1,005, says Alan. 1,500. You can't get it much cheaper than that, can you? At £1,500. At 1,500 for the first. 1,500 for the second. Third and last time. 1,550. Do you want 16 now? 1,550 I've got. 16 he does. £1,600 then. At 16. Back with Alan at 1,600. At £1,600 then, back with Alan at £1,600 then, we're going to sell it at £1,600, it's down to Alan at 1,600. Alan at 1,600, internet underbidder. And moving on to the lovely Mercedes. This is a nice car as well. It smells new. 18,000 miles. You open the door, it smells right. She's over there. I was here when Gary brought it down. It really is a peach. She's lovely. If you're looking for an all-purpose vehicle, tow car, family car, just a nice, safe vehicle that's done very little work and has been treated exceptionally well, it's here. It's the Mercedes. Yeah, she's lovely. We've got some bids here, Will. We've got some bids on this screen at 7,200. At £7,200. I think it's worth every penny. She really is lovely, ladies and gentlemen. She's nice. At £7,200 we've got. At 7,200. At 7,200. 7,300 says Mark. Mark just beat Essex in at 7,300. At 7,003. At 7,400 says Dave. 7,400. 7,400 says Dave at 7,400. 7,500. Essex is in at 7,500. 7,005. 7,600 Dave. 7,006 Dave. Kingston upon 10. 7,700. 7,800 Essex. 7,800 Dave. 7,900. 7,900 Essex. £8,000. 8,001. 8,100. 8,200. 8,200 we've got. 8,002. 8,300 Dave. 8,300. 8,003. 8,400. 8,004. 8.4. 8,005's just gone, Dave. 8.5's just gone. 8.6 has just gone. 8,600. 8.7, Dave. 8,700 pound. 9,000 pound says Mark. Nice move, Mark. 9,000 pound. 9.1. Essex has come in at 9.1. 9,001. 9.2, David. 9,002. David's bid at 9.2. 9.3, Essex. 9.3 we've got. 9.3, 9.4, Dave. 9.5, Mark. Mark did shout up 9.5 there, Will. 9,005. 9.6 we've got. Just watch how Will does that when he corrects it there, Josh. 9,006. 9.7, David. 9.7. 9.7. 9.8. 9.8 we've got. David, 9.9. Dave was in then at 9.9. Board went up first. £10,000. 10.1 we have. 10,001. Thanks for letting me know. 10.1. 10.1. 10,001. 10.2. Beat you that time, Dave. 10.3. 10.3. 10.4. David this time. 10.4.
10.5.
10.5. Essex. Been in from the start. Trying hard is Essex. Thank you. 10.5. 10.6. Surrey. 10.7, Essex. Still a lot of car for the money and it's daft really. 10.7 we've got. 10.8, David. 10.8. 10.8 with David there. 10.9, Essex. Straight back at you, Dave. 10.9. 10.9. 10.9 we've got. 10.9, £10,900. I think you've got it, Essex. You've tried very hard from the beginning. At 10,900, £11,000. Surrey's come in. 8, Essex is straight back. 11.1, 11.1, 11.1, 11,001, 11.1, 11.2 says Dave on the phones. 11.2, 11.2, Essex. 11.3, 11.3. 11.3. £11,300 then. Thank you all for your bids. £11,300, Essex there. 11,003. Hammer's coming down. When it goes down, get ready, Will. It's gone. Don't jump in at the last minute. 11,003. It's off to Essex. 11,003. It's gone. Thank you very much. Now then, the Austin Champ. I think we may. Have we got 2 of these in, Jack? Yeah, Paul said the other day, I think we've got 2 in. Yeah, that's in Michael's shed. Michael's saying again, a lovely truck. There you go. I like these. So, lot number 328, this one. There you go. And I believe there are a couple of champs knocking around, so be sure and buy the right one. There you go, GEB630E, this one, lot number 328, and we've got a bid on my screen there at £10,000, Will, at £10,000 bid, at £10,000 bid. Looks a well-sorted little Jeep, this, at £10,000, at £10,000 we've got. I'm just going to go through some of the photographs on my screen here. At £10,000 we have, £10,000, oh yeah, she's got all the tools on. Oh, it is a level thing, isn't it? I'm just flicking through, got the snorkel there. Oh, that's as level as you're going to get, is that. Seats are nice, shovel on the side. That's a proper looking thing, that. I like that. That's about as clean as you're going to get for one of them. There you go, £10,000 then we've got. At £10,000 bid, at £10,000 then we'll submit it. It's provisional at the moment at £10,000. At £10,000, cheap enough that. At £10,000 then we'll try for you. We'll have a word with Jeff, see what he wants to do. At £10,000 then Hammer's coming down. At £10,000 then it's going to be sold provisionally at £10,000. £10,000.
Known as Lovely on YouTube.
So it goes.
Lovely.
Oh, ugly lovely. A bit like me, really. There you go. What was it talking about me?
Talking about his wife.
And lot number 329, the yellow Charles pedal car. There we go. Couple of bids on my screen, Will, that takes me to £100. So £100 on the way. Oh, £100 out. She goes £100 and sold at 100. Just let the internet catch up a second. Oh, £100 then. Oh, £100. She's going to be sold at £100. Oh, £100 then. Oh, £100 then. Hammer's coming down. Off she goes. Oh, £100. Are we all done at 100? Sold.
I think.
Tax exempt, is it? you Les compliant. Nick, if you want to just film this one just to put Rachel at ease. There you go. So we've got 330, the Land Rover, Range Rover, Vogue, TDV8. Here we are, TDV8. The vendor supplied a 2 owned. Oh, only 2 owners from you with service history. They are. Well done, David. Thank you very much. There we are. Lovely Range Rover TDV8. There's 6 bids on my screen there, Will. That takes me to 5,250. So I've got 5,250 on there. 5,500. 5,750. £6,000. £6,000 I've got at £6,000. £6,000 with me here at £6,000 bid at £6,000. At £6,000 are we all done at 6,000? At £6,000 bid. £6,000. Can I take 100, Will, please? 6,100. 6,001. 6,200. 6,200. At £6,200. At £6,200. At 6,200 I'm going to sell. At 6,200. £6,200 missing nobody. At 62. 6,200 TDV8 at 6,200. Are you sure? Hammer's going to come down then at £6,200. It's going to be sold at 62. 62 and sold. 331, the Gentleman's Wash and Brush Up, Railway side. That's mint now, isn't it? Look at that. Lovely that. Oh, that nice little size as well. Brilliant, lovely jubbly. Where are we going to be on that? We've got 4 bids on my screen with 160, Will. 160, 170, 180 we've got. At £180 bid at 180. Lovely little sign there. At £180. At £180. At £180 then. £180 we have at 180. At £180 bid at 180. At £180 we've got. At 180. £180, I like that. At 180, you sure we're all done? At £180 for the first. £180 for the second, third and last time. At £180, missing no one. 180. 332. Oh, this is a nice bit of kit, which is there, Joe, behind you. There we go. The 2018 New Holland tractor. There we are. 38 hours from new. So basically, it's been around the car park a few times, and that's it. 38 hours from new. Light private use. 26 horsepower. There you go. 3-point linkage. She's a proper little thing, isn't she? Look at that. Lovely little tractor. Clean as a whistle. You're not going to get one cleaner. It's as near new as you're going to get. We've got some bids there, Will. We've got 10,250 and worth every penny. At £10,250. At 10,250 is provisional at the moment at 10,250. At £10,250 we have. At 10,250. It's as new. Lovely little machine at 10,250. At £10,250. We'll submit it for you at 10,250 then. At 10,250 it's going to be sold provisionally at £10,250. Provisional at 10,250. And hand painted wall fillers we call these, ladies and gentlemen. Wall fillers. Raymond does these for us. There's all sorts of different signs. We use them around our buildings, we use them around the showrooms and so forth, and the offices even. And they just take your eye off a very plain wall. In fact, I ought to buy some more really. There's plenty of walls we can put them on. And we've got £100 bid, 110 we've got there, 110, 120 we've got. At £120 bid, at 120, 130 bid, at 130, 140. At £140 then I'm going to sell it, at £140. At £140 are we all done at 140. At £140 it's on sale, at £140. At £140 then are we all done and dusted. At 140. Hammer's coming down at 140. We're going to sell at 140. 334 is the Bentley, 1990 Bentley. There we are. Full service history, it says there. We're certainly going to sell it with plenty of service history. There you go. Service history, loads of paperwork supplied showing other work that's been carried out on the car. We've got the Bentley toolkit as well. Still turns heads wherever she goes. I bet she does, because look, she's a bright one. And Michael said she drives lovely. There you go. We don't get a chance to drive as many as we do, but at times we do have the opportunity. Michael's just said she's lovely. I must admit, I'm flicking through the photographs and it's clear to see that she's head and shoulders above. I'm just flicking through as I'm speaking to you. Yeah, she's nice, isn't she? Yes, she's lovely. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Who's going to start me? £6,000 there, Will. 6,000 then. At £6,000. At £6,000 then. That's cheap, isn't it? 6,000. At 61, 2. 62, 3. At 6,003. At 6,300. At 6,300. At 6,003. 6,003. 4. 6,004. At 6,400. At £6,400 and 6,500. At 6,500. 65 then. What another car for the money, aren't they? 6,500. Private plates on the car as well. At 6,500. At £6,500. 65 then. John's looking for more. I don't blame him. Have a word with the team upstairs. 335. The Castrol National Rally light up sign. Yeah. There you go. Andy and Alan are just going to bring it down. We've got some bids. I've got one there at 160, Will. I've got 160, 170, 180. At £180 I've got. At £180 sold. At £180. At 180 then. Off she goes then. She's going to be sold at 180. At 180. £180 then. Hammer's coming down. Be warmed at 180. I'm going to sell it. At £180 then. Off she goes at £180. And moving on to the little Fiat. Oh, another little Fiat. There we are. Another little sweetie. Michael again has said he's got that up in his shed there, up in Unit 3. And she's a bonny little thing, subject to a tasteful nut and bolt restoration. There it goes. I've owned the car since 2014. Comes with a book during its restoration in Italy, photographs, etc. Also a set of R-Bath alloys and new tyres to go. Ooh. They'd be nice, won't they? There you go then. Thanks for that, Anthony. Where are we going to be? You tell me. Surely. £5,000 bid and away. 5,000. 5,250. 5,500. At 5,500. At 5,500. At 5,500. That's not out the way, is it? 5,500. Little Fiat 500. At 5,500. The bonny little car I'll take 100 if it helps. At 5,500. 5,750. At £5,750 I've got. At 5,750. At £5,750. 5,000 bid, that's an internet bid, just make it clear. At 5,750. At £5,750. 5,750. 5,850. At 5,850. At £5,850. 5,850. 5,850 we've got. At 5,850. At 5,850. 5,850. It reads to me as if there are some R-Bath alloys to go with the car as well. She'll look nice sat on them, won't she? At 5,850. At 5,850, we'll submit it then. At £5,850, we'll see. 5,950. At 5,950. At 5,950. 5,950. At 5,950, are we all done? At 5,950, £6,050 bid. At 6,050. 6,050. I'll be honest, I thought it would do more than that. At 6,050. At £6,150. At 6,150. 6,250. 6,250. 6,250. Just shows you where the market has gone, doesn't it? 6,250. This would have been a £10,000 plus car prior November 23. November 23, around that area. That's when we had a little bit of a realignment with the whole industry. And it just shows you where we are. It's a buyer's market. There are some cheap cars out there at the moment. You want to be buying these cars and putting them to one side, ladies and gentlemen, you do. At 6,350. You're going to struggle to buy one cheaper. At 6,350. At 6,350. At 6,350. At 6,350. We all done? We'll submit. 6,450. At 6,450. 6,450. At 6,450. 6,550. 6,650. At 6,650. At 6,650. 6,650. 6,750. 6,850. At 6,850. I'm not just saying it, you can look back at past results, can't you? Go back prior to November 2023 and see what some of these vehicles were making. A prime example is an MGB, for example, because we have lots of them, so they're easy to sort of gauge, and you can see where the prices have gone. They are very sensible at the moment. At 6,950. At 6,950. 6,950. In Cheshire at 6,950. 7,050. At £7,050. Do you know what? I hope I'm doing the right thing, Auntie. I'm going to put it on sale at £7,050. At 7,050. At £7,050, I'm going to put it on sale. It's going to go. It's sold at 7,150. 7,250. At £7,250. At 7,250. She's on sale at £7,250. 7,250. 7,250. Are we all done? At 7,250 then, I'm going to pull the lever, and I'm going to bring it home at £7,250, and it's off to Kent at 7,250. When the hammer goes down, it's gone, ladies and gentlemen, at 7,250. Get ready, Will, it's off to Kent. It's gone. There you go. 337 is the black painted Bentley grille and a mascot and a jacket there for you. There you go. If you're a Bentley man, you've got the grille to put on your workshop wall, and you've got your jacket to wear when you go out on Friday night. There you go. Away we go then. You tell me. £100 bid, 125. Oh, that 125. It's a nice grille, that, isn't it? 125, 150, 150, 175, and £200 and 25. At 225, 250, 275. At 275 then at 275. £300 we've got. £300 then at £300. At £300 we have. At 300 then. At £300 then. Nice little touch that. £300. At 300 then, at £300 it's provisional at 300, at £300, at £300 then, at £300 then, at 300. Dread to think how much the grill would be if you hung up Bentley and said, just had a pheasant go through me grill. At £300 we've got, at £300 then we'll submit it and see what they say. At £300, provisional at 300, 338 is the Sierra XR 4x4. There we are, the old XR 4x4. Oh wow, ex-police car. Wow, look at that, ex-police car. New brakes all round, disc and pads. Yeah, reconditioned steering rack, new exhaust and battery. Recent engine service. Oh well, there you go. She's ready to go. Where are we going to be? Who's going to start me? Can't start much lower than 4,000, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, she must be worth 4. A little bit with her. I go at 38 with her. I can't start much lower than 38. If not, we'll put it in the timed auction. Who wants to jump in at 38? I don't think it'll buy it, but it's a start. 38 anywhere? At 38, I've got nothing on my sheet. At 38, if we want to make a start at 38, like I say, you probably won't buy it, but it's a start, you never know. At 38, I can't go much lower than that. No, have a word with the girls upstairs, like I say, in the office. There's a few each sale, and you have to just have a word and see what you can do. Right, 339 is the Rolex Style. The Rolex Style Daytona wall clock. There we go. We've got 2 bids on the screen at, where are we? £100 on there. We've got 110, 120, 130 I've got, 130. At 130, 140, £140 bid at 140. At 140 then I'm going to sell. At 140 it's on sale, it's going to go. At £140, 150 in Leicester, 160 with me. At £160, at £160 on my sheet at 160. At £160 we've got. At £160 and I'm going to sell it. At £160 it's on sale then. At £160 then it's going to go. At £160 sold. 340 the Focus ST. Here we are. Bonny looking little car. And where are we? Just having a quick flick through here. Current V5 we've got. 3 owners, it says, 3 former keepers there, 97,000 miles, service history, cam belt changed at 96. There you go, it ticks a load of boxes, doesn't it? And we've got a bid on there with at £3,400 at 34. 3,004, certainly cheap compared to the RS equivalent, isn't it? At 34, at 3,400 we've got. At £3,400 then, at 3,400 we'll submit it. At 3,400, that doesn't look dear. At £3,400 we have. At 3,004, at 3,004, that's a provisional sale then. At £3,400, 35, 36 in Driffield. At 3,006, £3,600. At 3,006, £3,600 a Driffield bid at 36. 3,006. At 3,006, that doesn't look out the way. At 3,600. Oh, it's a template as well. 3,600. At £3,600. At 3,006, we'll try for your Driffield. At £3,600 then. Provisionally sold to Driffield at £3,600. And moving on to 341. This is unusual, which is the Jet down there. The Jet plastic globe, circa 1970s. That is an unusual bit of kit, that is. We've got a bid of £100 there, Will. We've got 100, we've got 110, 120, 130, 140, 140, 150. £150 we've got. £150 bid, and it's going to be sold at 150. 150, 160, 170 with Dave, 180 here with me. £180 here with me at 180. £180 bid, 190 in Sussex. 190 here. £200 with Alan. £200 Alan just jumped in at 2. At £200, 210. Sussex is back in at 210. 210. 210. 220's gone. 220 is gone. 230's gone. 230's gone. 240 Dave. 240 Dave. 240. 250 Sussex. 250. 260 Dave. 260 I have. 270 I've got. 270. Dave 280. Dave 280. 290. Sussex. Dave 3. Dave 300. Dave £300. Sussex 310. Dave 320. Dave 320. Sussex 330. 330, Dave, 340. Thought I saw a bid coming there, Dave. 340. 340 we've got. Your bid, David, I believe, at 340. At £340 then. Internet's out, Dave, you're in at 340. Hammer's coming down at £340. It's going to be sold. Gone, Dave. Internet underbidder. 342, the 1991 Volvo 240. There you go. Again, Michael's just stepped in and said, nice car, speedometer reading of 64,000 miles, one owner plus supplying dealer, it says here, full service history, serviced annually, there you go. It's certainly a low owner car. We have the V5, 14 stamps in the service records. There you go. Couple of bids I've got there, Will, 4,002. I've got 4,002 there, 4,2, 4,3, 4,4, 4,5, 4,005, 4,6, 4,7, 4,007. At £4,700 I've got. At £4,700 on sale. 4,7, 4,8, 4,9, 4,009. At £4,900. £5,000 says Jack. £5,000. 51, 51 I have at 51. 51, 52, 53, 53, 53, 53, 53, 54, 55, 55, 55, 56, 56, 57, 58 on my sheet, 58 on my sheet, 58, 59, 59 there with Jack, 5,009, at 5,900 Jack, you're just in, at £5,900 I'm going to sell it, at £5,900. Jack's bid at 5,009. I don't think I missed anyone there. At £5,900. Jack's bid at 5,009. Missing no one. At £5,900. Are we all done? Hammer's coming down off to Jack's phone bidder at £5,900. 5,900 with Jack. And moving on to where are we? Lot number 343, the AA approved garage car sign. There we are then. There you go then, a later car sign as well. You tell me, 85, 95 pound we've got. At 95 pound then, at 95 and 100 pound, at 100 pound then, at 105 and 10. 110, 115, 120, 120, 530, 130, at 130. 5, 135, 140, Jack. That was Jack's bid at 140. 5, 145, 145, 150, 150. There's nothing on there, is there? No, 150 we've got, 155 and 160. 160, 165 with Jack. 165 with Jack. 165, it's Jack's bid. 170, 170. 5 with Jack, 175 with Jack on the phones, 180, 180, 185 Jack's phone, 185 Jack's phone, 190 Cheshire,
Whose idea was this, mind you?
I don't know. 195. Wish I could catch him, man. 195. 200 pound in Cheshire. 200 pound we've got. 200 pound we have. 200 pound then it's going to be sold. Off she goes then to Cheshire at 200 pound, and we all done and dusted at 200 pound. Then Hammer's coming down at 200 pounds. Missing no one. 200 pounds. And now then the Mercedes Maybach.
Dave, somebody just asked, who is Jack? And why is he buying everything?
I don't know why. I don't know who Jack is really. He comes to work most days. Yeah, most days. We've got 2 Jacks, haven't we, on our team? So we've got Big Jack, who is only slightly bigger than Little Jack. So Big Jack, my Jack, obviously. And then we've got Jack. Stand up and take a bow, mate. Stand up. So there is Jack. There you go. So there is Jack. There is who we call Little Jack. So Little Jack has been working with us for a couple of years now, and takes care of things inside this building, Unit 1, Unit 2, and the yards outside. And obviously then doubles up on the internet throughout the auction, and when he's not doing that job there, he's doing that job down there on the phones. Taking bids. Yeah, exactly so. There you go. So it sounds like there's lots of Jacks, like there's lots of Daves and lots of everything, yeah. So, but there's only actually 2 of us. So Maybach, stress, it's the child's car. There you go. And we've got 140 there, Will. We've got 140 on the screen there. 140, 160, 170, 180 here. Oh, 180 pound bid. Oh, 180 pound I've got. Oh, 180. Oh, 180, 190. Oh, 190. Oh, 190 pound bid. Oh, 190. Oh, 190. Oh, 190 pound then. Oh, 190. We've got a charger for it, lads, you know. Oh, 190. Is there something in there? Oh, there's something in there anyway, isn't there? Oh, there you go. There's a couple of boxes or something. Oh, 190 pound we have. Oh, 190. Oh, 190 pound then. Oh, 190 pound we there. Oh, 190. Oh, 190 pound then. 200 pound bid at 200. Oh, 200 pound we've got. Oh, 200 pound then. Oh, 200 pound at 200. Are we all done at 200? Oh, 200 pound then. Hammer's coming down. Are we all done and dusted at 200 pound then? Going to pull the lever. 210. 210 pound at 210. 210 pound. Off she goes then at 210 pounds. 210 sold. And moving on to the Shell forecourt oil cabinet dispenser with oil pumps. Where's that, Michael? It's in next building, is it? Looks a nice thing to me, though. Let me just get the photograph of that up. Hang on a sec. Oh, yeah, that looks all right, doesn't it? Oh, it's got some drip trays as well, by the looks of things.
Need a breather, yeah?
Yeah, can do in a minute, mate. Yeah, I'll just do this one if you don't mind. You can come and do that one. That's an easy one to start with. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that looks a nice thing, doesn't it? I like that. There you go. Where are we going to be on that then? We have got £100 bid there, Will. 100, 120, 140, 160, 180. Oh, £180 bid. Oh, 180. Oh, 180, £200 and at £200. At £200 then. At £200 and we all done at 200. At £200 then. At 220, 240. At 240. At £240 we've got 240. At £240. At 240. At £240 and are we all done at 240? At £240 then. At 240 missing no one. At £240 then are we all done? At £240. Sold at 240. Paul's just going to jump on and do one or two.
I'll have that one here. I don't like that other one.
Hang on, I'll just swap this over. Paul's going to do a few. Thank you. I'll grab a cup of tea.
Yep.
Make job.
Right then. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And on to lot number 346. There we are then. There we go. Audi TT Quattro. There we are. Looks a nice eyeful of car. There we go. We have some interest here with me, some interest there with you, Will. And we've got 2008, 29, £3,000 bid, 3132. At £3,200 bid then. At £3,200. At £3,200 then is the 3 anywhere B sharp. At £3,200 then. At £3,200 then, sold and away then. 3,200 then, the hour's coming up then. 3,233. 3-3 at £3,300 then. At 3,300 is the 4. At £3,300 then for the first. 3,300 for the second. Third and last time then, sold and away at 3-3. Thank you. And on to 347, the Duckham's light up sign. There we are then, the boys have got it there, thank you very much. Where are we going to be? We're going to be 50, 60, £60 bid. At £60 then, at £60 then, the light up sign for you. At £60, 70 he says. At £70 bid then, at £70 then, 80 they say. At £80 then, Noel Nantwich at 80, 90, £100 bid. At £100 then, at £100 then, £100, 110, be sharp, 120, 120, 130, on sale, ladies and gentlemen, £130, 130, 140, 150, 150, at £150 bid. At 150 is the 60, at £150, 60, 160, £160. At 160, 70, 170, 180, 180, 190, at £190. 190 then is the 200, at 190, £200 he says. At £200 bid. 200 then is the 10, at £200 then for the first, £200 for the second, 210 he says, 210, 210, Leicester, at 210, 20, 220, 220, 220 then for the first then, £220 then for the second, third and last time at 220, 230, ooh, only just Leicester, only just 230, at £230. At 230 and 40, 240, 240, at £240. 240 then, are we done? At £240 for the first, second, third and last time at 240. There you go, thank you very much, chaps. And on to 348, the Gardner Douglas Cobra replica. Looks a lot of car. You got it in your shed? I think you have. No? Oh, it's up there, there we are then. It looks a lot of car. They're terrific value, these. We all know they are fabulous value. There we are then, where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be with that 23.5 there, look, Will, at £23,500 bid. At 23,500 then, at £23,500 bid. Bidder number 600383 at £23,500. At 23,500 then, on sale, ladies and gentlemen, at 23,500. At 23,500, at 23,500, 750. Back at you. At 24,000 here with me. At 24,000, at £24,000. £24,000 bid at 24,000. Bidder number 600383, it is your bid at £24,000 at 24,000. For the first then, for the second, for the third and last time at 24,000. Thank you very much. And on to 349. Here we are then, Mr. Drip sign. There we are. Mick's got it there for you. There you go. Nice wall filler for you. And we've got 40, 50, 60, 70, £80 bid. 90, £90, £100. At £100 bid then. Bidder number 600118, 110, 120 with me, Will. At 120, £120 bid. At 120, 130, 130, at 130 I'm out, 130 and 40, 140, 140, at £140 bid is there 50, at £140 then, at £140 then, 150, 150, 150 is there 60, at £150, 150 then for the first, 150 for the second, 150 for the third and last time. 150, thank you very much. And on to lot number 350, 350, the Sebring. There we are, make a lot of sense these. Absolutely lovely, lovely looking car. Terrific value, look, half the money of the real deal. There we go, look, what a fabulous thing. Datsun engine, 5-speed box. Ideal for a bit of cruising, absolutely superb, and we'll take that 12 there, Will, at £12,000 bid. At £12,000 then, at £12,000. Maybe you ought to have that in fives, Will. At £12,000 bid. At 12,000, at £12,000, 12,500 he says, at £12,500, at £12,500. Dave's on his feet, at £12,500, at £12,500. Does he want 13, Dave? At £12,513 he says. That was in the room, that Will, sorry. I'm sorry, Essex.
What engine size has it got?
That's a good question. These will be, I think they'll be about a 2.8, won't they? Something like that. 6-cylinder Datsun. Yeah, lovely. At £13,000, Dave on the telephone. At £13,000 bid. At 13,000, looks good value to me. We'll take 250 if it helps. At £13,000. At £13,000, then Dave on the telephone there. At £13,000 bid. At 13,000, there should be two of you on the phones here. At £13,000, then we'll submit. At 13,250. At 13 and a quarter, 13,500 says Dave. At £13,500 there, Dave on the telephone there. At 13,500 is the 750. At 13,500 then we'll submit, we'll talk. At 13,500, 750. 14 he says, it'll come. 14,000, Dave on the phone there. At 14,000 then. 14,000 then, looking round for the first. Provisionally for the second, third and last time then, 14,000. Your bid, Dave, thank you very much.
Game on YouTube to guess the price.
All right, you're playing when you're meant to be working. And on to lot number 351. There we are then. Little kiddie's car for you. There we go. We've got £80, £90, £100 bid. At £100 bid then. At £100 bid. At £100 then. At £100 is the 10, be sharp. At £100 then, 110, 120. At £120, £120 then. At £120, bidder number 5, 0070. At £120, £120 then for the first. 120 for the second. Third and last time at 120. Thank you. Yeah, right hand, there you are. And on to 352. There we are then. Triumph Dolomite Sprint, current V5, MOT certificates, vermilion red with black interior, couple of small bits of rust on the wheel arches, the vendor has said here. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that? We're going to be 8 and a quarter, 8.5, 8,750, £8,750 bid. At 8,750, at £8,750. £8,750 then, at 8,750 bid. I'll take 100 if it helps, Will, because of my figures here. Thank you. At 8,750, at 8,750, you can have £100 if you wish. £8,750. 8,750 then, bidder number 600352, 8,750. At 8,750 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time then, sold at 8,750. Top right, thank you.
You remember all the advertising tunes, won't you, for many of these cars?
I don't remember these, they're before my time, Will. Absolutely. And on to lot number 353, the Pratt's Motor Spirit cast sign. There we are then, Mick's got it there. Oh, look at that, that's a lovely little thing. There we are then, £100 bid and we're away. At £100 then, 110, 110, 110, 110, 120, and on sale at 120, 130, 130, £130 bid, 140, 140, 140 is the 50, be sharp. At £140 then, 150, 150, 150, at £150, 160, 160, at £160 then. At £160 then, Hammer's coming up then, £160 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time at 160. Thank you very much.
It's actually made me feel very old because I remember the advertising tune for the radio. I'm not going to sing it.
No, but you are a bit older than me, Will. Yeah, I'm sorry, mate, but you might not look it, but... And on to lot number 354, the Fiat Ducato, the motorhome. There we are then, full service history. The vendor tells us timing belt was done at 50,000 miles. Battery, reversing camera, solar panel, bike rack, electric side step, sat dish, Owner is now retiring. There you go. All the bits and pieces there, look. There we are. Where are we going to be with that? We're going to be 16, 16, and we're going to wind up at 19 now. I'm going to save my voice a little bit. So there we are at £19,000 bid. At 19,000. At £19,000. At 19,000. At £19,000 bid then. At 19,000. Does he want one mark? At £19,000. At 19,000. 19,000 then we'll submit. At £19,000. Are you sure you're all done? At £19,000 then. At 19,000 then sold provisionally for the first. For the second, third and last time at 19,000. Thank you very much. And on to 355. Here we are then, the wooden hand-painted Sinclair Dyno Oil sign. There we are then. We've got £40 here with me. At £40 bid. At £40 bid then, brighten up a corner. At £40. At £40 then, 50. £50 then on sale. At £50 bid. At £50, £60 bid. At £60, keep it inside. At £60 then is the 70. At £60 then. At £60 bid then, 70. 70 he says. At £70 then. 80, £80 bid. At £80 then, £80 then, hammer's coming up then, £80 then for the first, second, third and last time at £80. Thank you very much. And on to 356. Here we are then, Kawasaki KXF 250. I always wanted one of these as a kid. There you go. I don't know quite why I ended up with Hondas and all the rest of it, Suzuki's. Never got a Kawasaki. Always wanted one. There you go. Anyhow, there we go then. Where are we going to be with this one then? We're going to be 455, 556, 650, £800 there, Will. Sorry. At £800 bid. At £800 then. Doesn't look a lot of money for a little motocross bike, does it? At £800 bid, 850. At £850 then. At £850 and on sale at £850, I might add. 850, 900 says Dave. That was Dave, sorry Will. At £900 then, Dave there on the telephone. At £900 then. At £900 then is the 50 B sharp. At £900 then, Dave's bid, not now, 595, 950 rather. At £950. £1,000 he says, I should think so. At £1,000 then. At £1,000 the Kawasaki there. At £1,000 then. At £1,000 then, sold and away then first.
I'm offering a cheeky 25.
You are offering a cheeky 25, 1,025. Sorry, Dave, 1,025 at £1,025 and 50 at 1,050 at 1,050 and 75, £1,075. He's making me work for it. At £1,100, Dave says. £1,100 then. £1,100 then, Dave's bid there. £1,100 then, hammer's coming up then. £1,100 then for the first. £1,100 for the second. Third and last time, £1,100. To Dave at £1,100, thank you. And on to Michelin Man and Tyre. There we are then. There we go. Oh, there you are, look. Oh, good size one. There you go. Mick's got it there for you. There we are then, ladies and gentlemen. We have £80 with you, Will, and we fast forward up to £160 here with me, Will, please. At £160 bid. At 160, 170, £170. At £170 then, I'm out. At £170 bid. At 170, do you want 80? At £170 then. At £170 then, the hammer's coming up then. £170 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 170. Thank you very much. And on to lot number 348, the Maserati. Here we are. Looks a lot of car. The vendor has owned the vehicle since 2015. Previous maintenance records back to 2015. Radio code included. There we are. Private plate. It was registered on a private plate. There we go. It's had various wheel bearings, bits and pieces, handbrake cables and shoes and battery and you name it. There we are. There we go. Where are we going to be with this one then? You tell me then. Can we get 7,000 bid? If we can't get 7,000, we're going to move on. Is there anyone there with £7,000? Is there 7,000 out there? Is there 7?
got tyre kickers on.
We've always got tyre kickers on here. Is the 7 out there, ladies and gents? If not, we're going to move on. You'll have to ring the office if you have any interest in that one, I think. And we're going to move on to 359. There we are. 359, then the Gulf petrol pump forecourt sign. There we are. Oh, it's a side panel off a petrol pump. There you go. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that one then? Is there 30 quid out there? There must be £30 out there. If you've got the pump that needs it, it's worth all of that. Is there 30 quid? If not, we're going to move on with that one and all. No, £30, there we go, £30 bid. At £30 then, £30 bid then is the 40. At £30 bid. At £30 then, at £30 bid. At £30 then we'll submit it for the first. At £30 for the second. Third and last time at £30. We'll try for you. And on to lot number 360, Mercedes SLK 55. Here we are then, AMG. There you go then. SLK is a limited edition number 1 of 1,171. There you go then. So it's a special car. There we go. So we have got some interest with me, Will, some interest with you. And we have got 6, 6 and a quarter, 6 and a half, 6, 750, £7,000 and 7,250 on my right. At £7,250 bid. At 7,250, bidder number 600206. At £7,250 then. At 7,250. At 7 and a quarter. At 7,250 then is the 5. At 7,250. At £7,250 then. At 7,250. At 7,250 then is that it? Are we done? At 7,250 then. At 7,250 for the first. For the second. Third and last time at 7,250. Thank you very much. Looks good value, that. And on to 361, the aviation gasoline sign. There we are then. Mick's got it there for you. There you go. Where are we going to be with that? We're going to be 60, 70, £80 bid. At £80 then, £80 bid then and on sale. At £80 then, 90, 100 with me. At £100 then, at £100 bid. At 100, 110, 110. At £110, 120, 120, 120, 130, 130, 140, 140 and 50. 150, at 150, 160, 170, 170, at £170 bid. At 170 then the hammer's coming up then, 180, 190, 190, 200, at £200, 210 and 20, and 20, £220 then. At 30, 230, 230, at 230, and 40, and 50, 250, and 60, 260, at £260, and 70, 270, at 270, £270 then, 280, 280, 280, at £280. Are we done? At £280 then, 290, 300, at 300, 310, and 20, at 20, 320, 320 then, at £320 then for the first, 320 for the second, give you all plenty of time, 320, third and last time, sold at 320, thank you very much. And on to lot number 362, the Wolseley 1885. There we are then, 1971 saloon car, custom-made carpets, the bills including showing previous work, mostly body work, with minor rust areas, rear door skins replaced. There we are then, lovely old girl, super usable car that, there you go. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 3,000 here with me, Will, that's where we're going to be. We'll take that 2-4, but we're up to 3,000 here. At £3,000 bid and on sale. At £3,000. At 3,000, 3-1, sorry Alan, 3-1, 3-2, back with me. At 3,200, at £3,200 bid. At 3-2, 3-3, back at you, 3-4, at 3,004, at 3,400 here with me. 3-5, he says, 3-6, 3-6, at £3,600. At 36, 37, 37, 38, at 3008, 39, 39, 4,000, at £4,000. £4,000 then, bidder number 5, 00059. 41, he says, 41, 41, 42, 43, here with me, 43, here with me, I'm afraid, at 4,300. At £4,300 then, at 4,344. At 4,400, Alan there on the telephone at £4,400 bid. At 4,400, I'm out. 4,400 then. At 4,400 is the 5 anywhere. At £4,400 bid. At 4,400 then for the first. 4,400 for the second. Third and last time, 4,400. Alan's bid. Thanks, Alan. And on to 363. There we are then, the White Rose Oil Goodyear Michelin signs. There we go then, little lucky dip for you there. 3 signs for you, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. And we're going to start off with £100 bid. At £100 bid then for the 3 signs. There we go. At £100 bid. At £100 then. At £100. Are they painted, them ones? You're doing what, sorry? Oh, change your increments. There you go. At £100 bid then. At £100 then. At £100 bid. There you go. Welcome back. At £110 then. At 110, 120, 120, 120, £120. 120, 130 with me, please, Will. At 130. 130, 130, 140, 150, please, Will. 150. At £150 then. At £150. At 150, £150 then, is that it? Are we done? At £150 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. No, we're not. 160, 170, 170, 180. Got 180 here, Will. 180. At £180. At £180 then. At 180 is the 90. At £180. At 180 then for the first. £180 then for the second. Third and last time, looking round at 180. There you go, top right, there you go. And on to 364. There we are then. Mercedes S500L. It was originally the present Queen Rainier of Jordan's private car. Ooh, make of that what you will, but there you go, a very special car. There you go. And you've all been looking at it because we've got lots of interest here with me. So, there we are then. We've got 2.8 with you, Will. We've got 3, 3.2, 3.4, 3.6, 3.8, 4,000, 4.2 there with me. At £4,200 bid then. At 4,002, 4.4 he says. 4.6 please, Will. At 4,600. 4.8 says Mark. Oh, 4.8's gone, Mark, sorry. 4.8's gone, 5's gone. 5's gone, 5.2's gone, that's with me, Will. At 5,200, does he want 4? 5.4's already gone, Mark. Sorry, 5.4, 5.5 with me, Will, for my numbers. 5.5, 5.6 says Mark. 5.6 says Mark. I'm out. At 5,600 is Mark. £5,600 bid then. At 5,600. At £5,600. 5.7. 5,007 at 5,700. At 5,700, 5.8 he says. 5.9, 5.9 at £5,900. At 5,009, 6,000 he says. 6.1, 6.1 at 6,100. At £6,100 then, what's he think? At £6,100 bid. At 6.1, 6.2, 6.2 at 6,200. 6.3 he says. £6,300. At 6,300. 6.5, 6.5 he means business. At 6,005. At £6,500. 6.6 he says. At 6,600. At £6,600 against you, Mark. 6.7, 6.7 at 6,700. at £6,700 then. Mark on the telephone at £6,700 then. The hammer's coming up then, £6,700 then. No, it's not. 6-8, 6-8. Down in Hertfordshire, morning Hertfordshire, 6-9 he says, 6-9 at £6,900, 7,000 says Mark. At £7,000 then, Mark there on the telephone, at £7,000 then. The hammer's coming up then for the first, 7-1, 7-1 at £7,100. At 2, 7-2, 7,002 at 7,200 there. Mark on the telephone there at £7,200. At 7,200 then for the first. 7-3, 7-3 at 7,300. 7-5 says Mark at £7,500. At 7,500. 7,005, 7-6 at 7,006. At 7,006, he's out at 7,600 then, sold it away then. The hammer's coming up then for the first, for the second, 76, third and last. There you are. Well done, thank you very much. And on to, there we are then, the Mark II 1978 or thereabouts, Mark II Silver Rally Chopper. There we are then, with £750 bid. At £750 then, at 750. At £750 then is the rate, be sharp. At £750. At £750 then, 800 at £800. £800 then, £800 then, £800 is there 50 anywhere? £800 bid. £800 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at 800. Thank you. Ian on the phone there. On your bike. And on to lot number 366. Oh, this is a lovely little car, this one. It'll make a little darling, won't it? Me and Mick are all over this. It's a lovely little thing, isn't it? It will make a little cracker. Don't open the driver's door, it falls off. But other than that, it wants a couple of big screws in the hinge. But it's a little sweetie. It really is a little sweetie.
I like driving Miss Daisy.
Oh, it's lovely. Yeah, it's almost an oily rag car. You know, recommission it mechanically, oily rag, and just use it. It's lovely. It really is. Anyhow, there we are then. Singer Saloon. 885cc, look, in maroon and black, needs a bit of love, a little bit of TLC more than anything. There we go. Oh, we got 2,000 there, Will. There must be £2,000 there. There must be a couple of thousand, otherwise we'll keep it for next time. There must be, surely. Is there anyone there, Will? No?
No.
Oh. Well, we'll keep it for next time, ladies and gents. Absolutely. It's a couple of thousand quid's worth of anyone's money, that one. So, if you have any interest in that, ladies and gents, ring the office. And on to lot number 367, the big valve track racer sign. There we are then, Mick's got it there, look, where are we going to be with that? We're going to be £10 there. At £10, £10, £20 bid. At £20 then, £20, £30, at £30 bid. At £30 then, at £30 bid, 40, at £40 bid. At £40 then is the 50. At £40 then, at £40 then, at £40. At £40 then is the 50, be sharp. At £40 then the hammer's coming up then, provisionally then at £40 for the first, second, third and last time at £40. Very provisional, but we'll try for you. And on to 368, the Volvo 240 SE Auto. Here we are then. We have paperwork containing owner's handbook, service book, 12 stamps, previous V5s. There we are, and a current V5. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that one then? More room than a Transit, more comfy than a Transit. Lovely, aren't they? What a brilliant car. We'll start with that 2,000, Will. 2,001. At £2,100 then. At 2,001. At £2,100. At 2,100. 2.5 says Mark. Mark's man means business. At £2,500 bid. At 2,500. At 2,005 is the 6. At 2,005, 26, 26, 2,006. At 2006 and 7, 27, 2007, Mark's phone then, 2007, 28, 2008, 28, 29 he says, 2009, at 2009, 2,900 then, next bid buys it, 3,000 says Dave, on sale at £3,000. 3,1 says Mark, 3,001 says Mark, at £3,100 then, at 3,001 does he want two, Dave? At £3,100 then the hammer's coming up then, 3,100 for the first, for the second, third and last time looking round, 31. Sold to you at 31, Mark, yes, thank you. And on to 369. Here we are then, Rover Mini. There we go. New owner to apply for a V5. Drove into the auction. There we are then. There we go. Where are we going to be with that one then? We got 36, 37, 38, £3,800. At 3,800, at £3,800 then is the 39. At £3,800 then, at £3,800 bid. At 3,800 is the 39, be sharp. At 3,800. At 3,800 then we'll submit. At 3,800 then for the first. Provisionally I might add for the second. Third and last time at 3,8. Top right, thank you. And on to 370. Here we are then, BMW 325i Cabriolet. It's in Mick's shed, don't need to say any more. Mick pinches all the best ones. No, he doesn't really, but he does get his fair share, I must say. Lovely car. Lovely car. Yes, I had a look around it for a chap last week, and indeed it is a very, very nice example. There we are, current V5, printed list of works from 2021 to 2025, MOT certificates, previous V5s, taxi holder, pens, manual, invoices, etc. So there we are, and a big description from the vendor on there. So superb, thank you very much. So we have that 7,250 has gone, Will, 7,5, 7,750, 8, 8.5, 8 3/4, £9,000 there. At £9,000 bid. At £9,000 bid, bidder number 600274. At £9,000. At £9,000 and on sale, ladies and gentlemen. The car is on sale. At £9,000 bid. At 9,000. At £9,000 then is the one. There is 9192 with me, Will. 9,002. At 9,200. At 9,002. 93 says. 94 with me. At 9,400. At £9,400 then. At £9,400 then is the 5. There is, and 6 with me, please. At 9,600. At £9,600 bid then is the 7. At 9,600. At £9,600 then, 97, 98 please, Will. At £9,800. At 9,800 is the 9. At £9,800 bid. At £9,800 then, 99 and 10 with me, please, Will. At £10,000. At £10,000 bid. At 10,000, bidder number 600274. 10-1, 10-2, please, Will. 10-2. 10,002 at 10,200, 10-3 with me. At 10,300. At £10,300 then, at 10,300, and 4 and 5 with me, Will, please. At 10,005, at £10,500 then, at 10,500 then, is that it? Are we done? At 10,005, we're not. 10,6, 10,006, I'm out. At £10,600. At 10,600 then, at 10,600 then, the hammer's coming up then for the first. 10,600 for the second, third and last time. 10-6, thank you very much, ladies and gents. And on to the Castrol oil display cabinet. There we are then. Where are we going to be with this one then? We're going to be at that £300 that you have on your screen, Will. That's where we're going to be. And on sale from the off at £300 bid. At £300 then is the 20 anywhere. At £300 bid. At £300 then. Were these called century boxes? Are they century boxes, these? At £300 bid. At 300, 320 he says. At £320. At 320 is the 40, be sharp. At £320 bid then, on sale. At £320 then, the hammer's coming up then, £320 then for the first. for the second, third and last time at 320.
It's termed a display cabinet.
A display cabinet?
Yes.
Oh, there you are.
One, yeah.
Oh, there you are then. Nice, lovely, look nice. And on to lot number 372, the Pontiac. This is a quirky thing. Look at that. I've been up the street in it. From memory, it drove as it should drive. But there you are. It's certainly a quirky looking thing. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that then? There's loads of seats in it, isn't there? Oh, it's 3 rows of seats, like a proper...
Like a bus.
Bus, yeah, little minibus. Anyhow, there we are then. Where are we going to be then? We're going to be £1,600 there. At 1,600. At £1,600 then. At £1,600. At £1,600 then. At £1,600 B sharp. At 1,600 is the 17. At £1,600. At 1,600 will submit. At £1,600 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time at 1,600. It is provisional, but we'll try for you. And on to Ford Escort. There we are then, 1.6i Cabriolet, XR3i, all welding complete, resprayed, 80% complete, needs new driver's seat as the foam has gone. There you go then, so that's very fair. There you go. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we've got £3,000 bid to my right, at £3,000 bid 3132. Bidder number 5, 0066, at £3,200 then, at 3,200, at £3,200 bid. At 3,200 then is the 3, at £3,200. At 32, 33, 34 with me, Will, at 3,400. At 3,400 then, at 3,400 is the 5, at £3,400, 35, 36 Will, at 3,600. At £3,600 then, at 3,600, 37, 38 please, at 3,800. £3,800 then, at £3,800, 39, 4,000 and 41 please Will, at 41, at £4,100 bid, at 4,100, bidder number 5, 0066, at 4,001, not now, 42, at 4,200, at £4,200, at 4,002 is there 3, I'm out, is there 4,003, at £4,200 bid, at 4,200 then looking round for the first, 4,200 for the second, third and last time at 4,2. Sold and away, thank you. And on to lot number 374, the Honda 750. There we are then, restored motorcycle there. Original miles on the clock of 38,500. The new mileage is 1,400. So make of that what you will. There you are then, it looks a lot of bike. Most certainly looks a lot of bike. Have we got £1,000 there, Will? There must be £1,000 there. 1,000. There is 1,000 there, Will. 1,000, 1,100, £1,200 bid. At £1,200 then, at £1,200. At 1,200 then, at £1,200 bid. 13, 14, Will. At 1,400. At £1,400. At £1,400 bid. At 1,400 is the 15, at £1,400 then. Hammer's coming up then, selling provisionally, £1,400 then for the first, no it's not, 15, at 15, at £1,500. At 1,500, is that it, are you done? At £1,500 then, the hammer's coming up then, provisionally at £1,500 for the first, second, third and last time. 1,500. Hope you get it. Be a cheap bike if you do. Are we having a shift change? Oh, there we are then. We're just having a shift change, ladies and gents. Oh, hang on, I didn't move. And on to lot number 375, Alfa Romeo sign. There we are then, 14 inches thereabouts. There we go, Mick's got it there, look. £70 bid, £80 bid. At £80 then and on sale, at £80, £90 bid. At £90 then, £100 bid. At £100, 110, 110. At £110, 120, 120. At £120 bid. at 120, 120, 130, 130, at 130 pound, then is the 40, at 130 pound, then the hammer's coming up, then 130 pound for the first, for the second, third, and no, 140, 140, at 140 pound. At 140 pound then, 150, 150, 160, 160, at 160 pound bid. At 160, 170, 170, at one, oh, it's going across the pond. At 170 pound. At 170 pound then, for the first, for the second, third and last time at 170. Sold and away, where's that place? It looked very exotic and a long way away, didn't it? And on to lot number 376, Yamaha. There we are then. Oh, lovely cruiser, this one. There we go then. So there you go. We have got current V5, owner's handbook, MOT certificates, previous invoices. Excuse me, an XV750. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 1,011, 1,200 pound. At 1,200 pound bid. At 1,200 pound bid then. At 1,200 pound then, the little Yamaha at 1,200 pounds. Excuse me. At 1,200 pound is the 13 B sharp. At 1,200 pound then. At 1,213, 13. At 1,300 pounds. At 1,300 pound then is the 14. At 1,300. At 1,300 pound bid. At 1,300 then we'll talk. At 1,300 pound then provisionally for the first. 14. 1,400, I should think so as well. At 1,400. At 1,400 is a 15. At 1,400 pound bid. At 1,400 then we'll talk for the first. 1,400 for the second, third and last time, provisionally at 14. We'll try for you, thank you. And on to lot number 377. Ooh, look at that, handmade metal whiskey sign. Oh dear, turn it round, Mick, turn it round. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 80, 90, 100 pound bid with me. At 100 pound then. At 100, 110, 110, 120, 120, 130, 130, 140, 150, 150, 160, 160, 170, 180. I don't remember Linda modelling for that. 190, 200, 200, 210, 210, 220, 230, 230, at 230 pound, 240, 240, at 240 pound bid. At 240 and 50, 250, at 250, 60, 260, 260, at 260 pound then, 70, 270, 270, at 270 pound, is that it? Are you done? At 270 pound then, no you're not, 280, 280, 290, 300, at 300 pound bid. At 300 pound then, at 300, 310, and 20, 320, 320, must like whiskey, 320, at 320 pound bid, at 320 then, the hammer's coming up then, 320 pound then for the first, for the second, third and last, no it's not, 330, 330, at 330 pound, at 330 then for the first, 330 for the second, third and last time at 330, 330. Thank you very much. Well done. I think he likes the whiskey. Don't forget, all you guys on YouTube out there, well done. Thanks for watching. And don't forget the like and subscribe button. It really does help these guys down here. And right then, 378 has been withdrawn. So we'll pass on that one. Don't know why, but there you are. That one, there's nothing there. Can't sell that, Jack?
No, can't sell.
No, we can't sell that one. So we'll move on to 379, which is a wooden hand-painted Jaguar sign. There we are. Mick's got it there, look, nice little wall filler. We've had lots and lots and lots and lots of these over the years, and they are exactly that, little wall fillers, and they look great, absolutely brilliant. Keep them inside, superb. We got £60 bid. At £60 bid then, at £60 then, at £60 is there 70 anywhere? There is 70 and 80 with me. At £80 then, £80 bid then, at 80, 90, 100 please. At £100 then, at 100, 110, 110, I'm out, at £110. At £110 then. Nantwich, you're there. Good morning. At £110. At £110 then is the 20 be sharp. At £110 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 110. Off to Nantwich, thank you. And on to lot number 380. Here we are then, the Seroma little tractor up in Mickshed. Nice little thing, usable little tractor. It's the modern day grey Fergie, let's be fair, little four-wheel drive, perfect, ready to go to work. Coming due to retirement, I believe. I'm sure I met the vendor. I did meet the vendor, and I'm sure he was either downsizing or retiring. So there we are then, and we'll have that couple of thousand there, and we're off at £2,000 bid. At £2,000, at £2,000 bid. Then the little Seroma at £2,000 bid. At £2,000 then 2-1. At 2001, at 2100, at 2100, 2-2, at 2200, at £2,200 then is the 3, at 2200, at £2,200 then is not a lot of money for a little tractor, I know, at 2200, at 2200 then is that it, are we done? At 2200 then the hammer's coming up then provisionally, £2,200 then for the first, second, third and last time at 2-2. Cheap little tractor if that comes. Good Lord, for nothing. And on to, it does run, you know, it did run. And on to 381, the SO Tiger sign. There we are. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be £40 here with me, at £40 bid. At £40 then, at £40 bid. At £40 then, and 50 says, at 50 and 60, £60. At £60 then, at £60 then, and 70, £70, 80, £80 bid. At 80 and 90, £90 then, at 90, 100, £100 bid. At 100, 110, 110, at £110. At 110 then is the 20. At 110 and 20, 120, at 120. At £120 then, at 120, 130, 130, 140, 140, at 140. 140 then, 150, 150, at 150. 150 then, hammer's coming up then. No, it's not. 160, 160, at 160. 160 then, hammer's up then. 160 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 160. Sold and away, thank you very much. And on to 382, the 2004 MG TF Rare Special Edition with metallic paint, correct beige hood, heated glass window, matching Alcantara leather, wood interior, shadow silver wheels, weather equipment, numbered seats, chrome boot lid, luggage rack I think that is, isn't it? There we are. Automatic, ladies and gentlemen, automatic, one of only 10. There we are then, so you drive it with one leg. Ideal. There we go then, where are we going to be with that? We're going to be 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6. We are there at 2,600. At £2,600 then, at 2,600 automatic, lovely little car. At £2,600 bid. At 2,600 is the 7 be sharp. At £2,600. At 2,600. At 2,600 then we'll submit, we'll talk. At 2,600 then for the first, 2.6 for the second, third and last time at 2.6. We'll try for you. And on to 383. There we are then. Michelin tin sign. There we go. Andy's got it for you. There we go. Where are we going to be with that? We're going to be 40, £40 bid, £50 bid. At £50 then. At £50 bid. At £50, at £50 bid then. At 50, £50 then. 60, £60 he says. At 60 and 70, £70 then. At £70. At £70 then, and 80, £80 bid, and on sale, 90, £90 then, 100, £100 bid, at £100, at 100, 110, 110, at 110, at £110 then, is that it? Are you done? At £110 then for the first, 120, 120, 120, at £120 then for the first, for the second, £120 third and last time. 120, thank you. And on to 384 Kawasaki ZR 400B1. Here we are then, current B5. Includes purchase invoice, MOT certificates, Haynes manuals, invoices, sympathetically restored, powder coated frame and swinging arm, new fork legs, new chain, new tyres, year's MOT, new seat cover. Oh my word, it's the bike that just keeps on giving. There we go then, where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be 1,000, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, £1,800 bid. At £1,800 then, bidder number 600424. At £1,800 bid. At 1,800, at £1,800. At £1,800 then, at 1,800, at 1,819 he says, and 2,000. At £2,000. At £2,000 then, at 2,000 is there one anywhere? At £2,000, at £2,000 bid then, by the sounds of that, it's ready to ride home. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 then, at £2,000 then, the hammer's coming up then, £2,000 then for the first, at 2,000 for the second, third and last time at 2,000. Sold at 2, top right, thank you. And on to 385, 8-bottle wine rack on wheels. There we are then. Righto, there we are then. Is there £40 out there for it? Is there? If there's 40, we'll have it. If not, we're moving on. Is there £40? Anyone got £40? Treat the missus to a wine rack. Is there? Is there anyone there, Josh? I don't think there is there? No, we're moving on. On to lot number 386. Careful. On to 386 MGB GT. Here we are then. Current V5, MG Owners Club, photos, invoices, tinted glass, black leather interior, Ross style wheels, chrome finishes, electric fan. Oh, there you go. What a great car. We keep saying it, don't we, ladies and gentlemen? Sorry to keep repeating myself, but if you can't live with an MGB or a Morris 1000, forget it. You have to go and buy a modern car because you're not a classic person. Simple as that. There you go. Would you not agree? Yeah. Jack's got MGB. There you go. So there we are then. Where are we going to be? We're going to be at 2,000, 21, 22, 23, 24. At 2,400. At £2,400. At 2,004 and 5. 25. At £2,500. At 2,500. At 2,005 is the 6. At £2,500 then, at £2,500 to 6. 2006, not a lot of money, at 2007. 2007, at £2,700 then. At 2,700 is there 8. At £2,700 then, provisionally then, £2,700 to 8. 2008, at 2,800. At £2,800 then is the 9. There is 29. 29. One more, it's on sale. At £2,900. At 2,900. At £2,900. Doesn't look enough money to me. At 2,900, do you want 3? At 2,900 then provisionally. 2,900 then for the first. For the second. For the third and last time at 2,900. There you go, 2,900. I hope you get it. You will do. And on to 387. There we are then, another light up sign, Honda service sign, look, there you go. Lovely, there we go. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be 70, 80, £80 bid. At £80 then, £80 bid then. At £80 then, £80 bid. At 80 and 90 and 100. At £100, at £100 bid. At 100, £100 then. At £100 bid. Is there 10? At £100. At £100 then. At £100 then. On the service light. At £100 then. Hammer's coming up then. £100 then for the first. 110. You nearly missed it. 110. At 110. At £110 then is the 20. At £110 then. At £110 then. Hammer's coming up then for the first, second, third and last time at 110. Sold at 110. I did sell that, but I maybe shouldn't have done. But anyway, no, he'll be all right. Go for it. And on to Right, sold on it, mate, because I said sold. And on to 388 Honda Camino. There we are then. Honda Camino, little sport. There we go. Where are we going to be with this one then? Is a lovely little thing for you. We're going to be, oh, we've got some funny increments here, Josh. We're going to be 50, 55, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 pound bid. Up 100 pound then, 100 pound. Up 100, 110. I got 110 here to keep my figures right. Up 110 pound then, up 110. Up 110 pound then, up 110. We have got some funny figures. 125, 125, up 125 pound. That'll do. Up 125 then, up 125 pound on sale. 125, 135. 135 pound, 135 pound then, 135. Do you want 140? 135 then. Hammer's coming up then, 135, 135 for the first, second, third and last time. 135. I was trying for you. And on to lot number 389, the Esso Motor Oil Happy Motoring enamel sign. There we are then, ladies and gentlemen. We have some interest here with me. We have some interest there on the screen, look. We have 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160. Up 160 pound. Up 160 pound then, up 160 pound, 170, up 170, 170, up 170 pound bid, up 170, 180, 190, 190, I'm out, up 190, 200 pound then, 210, 210, 210, at 210 and 20 and 30, 230, 40, 50, 250 and 60 and 70 and 80, 280, 290, 290, 300, 310, 310, 320, 330, 340, 340, 350, 360, 370, at 370 pound, 380, 390, 390, 400 and 10, 410 and 20, 420, 420 pound then, 420, 430, 430, 440, 440, 450 and 60, 460, 460 pound. 460 pound then, is that it? Are you done? 460 and 70, 470, 480, 480, 480 pound. 480 then, 480 pound then, 490, 490, 500 and 10, 510, 510 and 20, 520, you got our make it, 520 pound, 520, 520 pound then, the hammer's coming up then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 530, 530, 540, at 540, at 540 pound then, hammer's coming up then, 540 for the first, for the second, third and last time at 540. Thank you for your bids, ladies and gents. And on to lot number 390, MGB Roadster. Here we are then, recommissioned Iversale MG Owners Club engine, Hawk alarm immobiliser, Bluetooth media system, mini light style wheels, black cloth trim. There we go then, lovely, super user friendly car. And a lovely old girl. There you go, Mick's giving it the kiss of approval. There we are. And we've got 2004, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 3000, 31, 32. At 3,200 pound bid. At 3,200 pound then. At 3,200, 3,200 pound bid. At 3,002 and 3 says Alan, 3-3. 3-4 with me, at 3,400, at 3,400 pound then, at 3,400 pound, 3-5, 3-6 with me, at 3,600, at 3,600 pound, at 3,006 and 7 and 8, 3,800 at 3,800 at 3,800. Alan on the phone there at £3,800 at 3,800. Alan on the telephone 3,800, 39, 4,000 here with me at £4,000 then at £4,000 bid at 4,000. Bidder number 500054 at £4,000 bid at 4,000. Does he want one now? At £4,000 then at £4,000 bid at 4,000. He doesn't. At £4,000 then the hammer's coming up then. 4,000, are you sure? At £4,000 then for the first. For the second, third and last time at 4,000. Top right. And on to lot number 391. Here we are then. The cinema enamel sign. There we go. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 20, 30, 40 pound bid. At 40 pound then. At 40 pound then. 40 pound bid. At 40 and 50 and 60. At 60 pound. At 60 and 70. Excuse me. At 70 pound bid. At 70 pound then. At 70 pound. At 70 pound then is there 80 be sharp. At 70 pound then and 80 pound he says. At 80 and 90 and on sale at 90 pound bid. At 90 pound then. At 90 pound then. Hammer's coming up then. 90 pound for the first, second, third and last time at 90 pound. Sold that. And on to 392. Here we are then. Kawasaki Z750 P7. Current V5. Paperwork includes MOT certificates, Haynes manual and invoices. Mechanically restored, powder coated frame, powder coated swinging arm, new tyres, 1 year's MOT. There we are, we've had it running, you've heard it, you've seen it, lovely machine, super user friendly. Where are we going to be? We're going to be 12, 13, 14, 15, £1,600. At £1,600 bidder number 600063 at £1,600 bid at 1,600 then at 1,600 at 1,600 at 1,600 17 he says at 1,007 1,718 back with me at £1,800 at 1,800 then at 1,800 then on sale, sold and away then, 1,800 is the 19 at £1,800. At 1,800 then looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at 1,800. Top right. And on to 393. Here we are then, 2 petrol pump panels. Oh, we're buying it in kit form. Have we got the rest of it? No, we haven't got the rest of it. Oh, well. They would fit that, would they? Oh, there you go. They would fit that one there if you wanted to have some different panels on it for whatever reason. But anyway, there we are then. There we are then. We've got £20 bid. At £20 then. At £20 then. At £20 bid. At 20 and 30, at 30, at £30, at £30 bid. At £30 then. They're on sale. At £30 bid. At £30 then, you could mock up a pump with them, couldn't you? At £30 bid. At £30 then. At £30. At £30 then. At £30, is that it? Are we done? At 40. £40 bid. At £40 then. At £40. At £40 is a 50 be sharp. At £40 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £40. Cheap enough at that, aren't they? And on to 394, Vauxhall Vivaro. Here we are then. Current V5, MOT certificates and some paperwork. Now it's fitted out as a camper van. It's got is it a rock and roll bed in the back? Certainly got a bed in the back. So, yeah. A little kitchenette and things, hasn't it? Drove into the auction. The vendor is known to us. Lovely little bit of kit that, ideal, not too big. Use it every day, can't you? Absolutely brilliant. You should buy this for your rally job, shouldn't you, really? Yeah. You should do, absolutely, and keep yours for spares. There we are then. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that then? We got 3,000 out there. We got £3,000. At £3,000 then. At £3,000. At 3,000. £3,000 then is the one. At £3,000 bid. At 3,000. £3,000 then is the one. at 3,000, at 3,000 pound, 3-1 he says, at 3,100, at 3,100 then, at 3,100 pound, at 3,100 it is a camper, we all know what campers are doing, at 3,100, at 3,100 pound, at 3,100 is the 2, at 3,100 we'll talk, at 3,100 pound, then the hammer's coming up then provisionally at 3,100 pounds, 3-2, at 3-2, you nearly missed it, at 3,200, at 3,200 pound, then is a 3, at 3,200 pound then, provisionally, at 3,200 then for the first, for the second, third and last time, very provisionally, 32, we'll try for you. And on to 395, Italian Job Reflections Limited Print. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? There we are then, where we're going to be with this one then. We're going to be all over the place. We've got 110 there with you, Josh, and we've got £360 here with me at £360 bid. At £360 then, at £360 bid. At 360 and 70, 370, at £370. At 370, at 370 then, is there 80 anywhere? Be sharp. At £370 then, at £370. 370 then, the hammer's coming up then, £370 then, looking round, 380, 380, at £380 bid. At 380 then is the 90, are you done? At £380 then, the hammer's coming up then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 380. 380, thank you. And on to 396. Here we are then. MG Midget 1500, dry use and stored always. I think that's meant to be inside. Light tan interior, added voltmeter, oil pressure clock, modern radio, mini light style wheels. There we are, lovely looking thing. Mick says it's just there to my right, indeed it is. Looks a right eye full of car. There we are then, where are we going to be with that one then? You tell me. We're going to be at that £3,000 there. Ooh, that's hard, isn't it? £3,000 bid. At £3,000 then, at £3,000 bid. We'll have them at 250s, I think, Josh. At £3,000 bid then. At £3,000 then, bidder number 600166. At £3,000 bid. At 3,000 then, is the 250 anywhere? At £3,000. At £3,000 then, we can talk. At £3,000 then, we're looking round. At 3,000 for the first, £3,000 then for the second, third and last time at 3,000. We'll try for you. I wouldn't hold your breath. Lovely little car. And on to 397, the Oxo Cube enamel sign. There we are. Mick's got it there for you. Look, not too big. There we go then. We got 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 130, 140. At £140 bid. At 140, 140, 140, at £140 bid. At 140 is the 50, there is, and 60 with me. At £160. And 70, 170, at 170. 170 is there 80, at £170 bid. 180 says, 180, 190, 190, 200, at £200 bid then. 210 and 20, 220, 230, 230, 230, at £230. 230 then, is that it? Are we done? At 230 and 40, 240, at £240. 50, 60, 260, at 260. And 70, and 80, 280, and 90, 290, 300, at 300, and 10, 310. We might have to stick in 20s in these in future, you know. 310, at 310. At £310 then, is that it? At £310 then, 320, 320, 320, and 30, 330, at £330. At £330 then, for the first, for the second, third and last time at 330. 330, thanks for your bids. And on to 398 MGA. There we are then. Very sadly, the vendor reports this is his late brother's car. and his knowledge is restricted to various bits and pieces. However, it was in the process of being built as a fast road car, stroke hill climb car, 2 litre MGB, 5 bearing, mild road cam, etc. It's got all the bits and pieces there, wants finishing off, putting together, etc, etc. So a lovely little project for you. Is there 10,000 to kick it off? There must be £10,000 there somewhere, otherwise it'll have to stay for the next auction. Is there £10,000 then for the little MGA? We all know what they're worth. Is there 10 anywhere, anybody? If not, we're going to move on and we shall pick that up at a later date. Is there 10? No. No. If you've got an interest, ring the office, ladies and gents. We can't do a lot with that one. On to 399, handmade AC Cobra metal sign. Just down there, Mick says. There we are then. There we go. Oh, yes, I know these. Yeah, these are really, really good. These are lovely, aren't they? Conditions are superb. Yeah, they're lovely. There we are then. Where are we going to be with this then? We're going to be 50, 60, £70 bid. At £70 bid then. At £70. At £70 bid. At £70. £70 then is there 80. At £70 bid. At £70 then. At £70 only. At £70, 80 says. At £80 bid. At £80 they are lovely, they really are. At £80 bid. At £80 then is the 90, be sharp. At £80 then, hammers coming up then, provisionally. £80 then for the first, the second, third and last time at £80. We'll try for you. And on to lot number 400, the Rover P5B. I had a quick look round this. It's a lovely old girl, isn't it? Yes, wants a little bit of detailing, a little bit of just TLC, but generally speaking, a lovely, lovely car. Electronic ignition has been fitted, stainless steel exhaust system, high capacity radiator, you name it, lots of bits and pieces. One of the best driving classic cars, period. Finished. Beautiful. There we are then. Where are we going to be with this one then? We're going to be 12, 12 and a quarter, 12.5, 12.750, 12.750. At 12.750 bid. At 12.750. At 12.750 then. At £12,750 bid. At £12,750. At 12.750 is a 13, be sharp. At 12.750. At £12,750 then. Wasn't long ago, they were all doing 20 grand plus. At 12.750 bid. At 12,750 we'll talk. At 12,750 then. The hammer's coming up then. 12.750 for the first, very provisionally for the second, third and last time at 12.750. We'll try for you.
I'll just do 20 to keep my...
And on to... Do you want to come on?
Yeah, I can do. Well, yeah,
it's up to you.
Just go on for a little bit.
There you go. Jack's going to step on, ladies and gents. There we are.
Can I pinch up mic? Is that the good one?
I prefer this one.
Yeah, that's it.
There we go.
So, it's better. There we go. Good. Is it morning, afternoon, I think. Good afternoon, everybody. We have got then lot number 1, which is the tin Michelin map. There you go. Mick's holding it up there for you, as you can see. They're great, aren't they? Where are we then? Bid straight away on the internet. I see there with Josh, £80 I'm out. £85 bid on the net there and sold and away then. £85 bid, 90 with Mark. 95. 95, your bid, Mark, 95. At £95 bid then. At £95 bid, 105. 105 on the net, Mark. 105, 115 he says. £115 bid on the telephones here with us. Look, Mark's bid, not anymore, Mark. 125 against you. At £125 bid on sale and going then 135. 135 at 135, 145, 145, 145 on the net, 155 back with Mark on the telephones then 155, 165, 165 on the net, 165. Thank him for his bids, Mark. 165 then, it's on sale and going then at £165 bid then for the first, second, third and last time. 165 on the net, Mark underbidder. 402 is the 2012 Subaru Forester XS. There she is, look. Cracking car. Where are we? We've got a bit of all sorts here. 8 stamps in the book, a couple of usual MOT certificates, invoices. She's obviously diesel, look, as you can see, all-wheel drive. Just gone through an MOT on the 4th of August. New front tyres, you name it, it's had a fair bit of work carried out on this. Calipers, bushings, anti-roll bar links, exhaust sleeves, exhaust mounts. There you go, so I'm sure you've read it, it's all there. Whilst I'm talking, I got 17 on the net, I got 18, 19, £2,000 bid, then sold and away. £2,000 bid, then and away, then for the Subaru. At £2,000 bid, it's on sale, it's going. At £2,000 bid, 21, 21, it'll come in handy in a few months' time. 21, 22, 22 on the net there at Clitheroe, not anymore. Burnley, 23, 2,300, 24, £2,400 bid. At £2,400 bid, then selling and away for the Subaru. 25, 25, 2,500 in Burnley. 25, it's on sale and going. At £2,500 bid. At £2,500 bid, then for nothing. 26, 2006, £2,600 bid. 2,600. Winter's just round the corner, it won't be long unfortunately. 27, 27 at £2,700 bid, then selling away at £2,700 bid if we're all done. At 2,700 then Burnley for the first, 27 for the second, third and final time it's going to be sold. 27, 403 is the Gulf petrol pump with plastic globe. Oh, that's lovely, is that, isn't it? There you go, to my right hand side, I'm sure you can all see it on your screen, that's a little lovely look. There you go, that's great to have in your garage or your man cave, girl cave, whatever it may be. There you go then, that's lovely as that. I got £1,000, £1,100 bid then and away. £1,100, 13 foot, all the way up there. 170, Josh. Expensive globe, isn't it? Blimey, there we go, hang on a minute, just press undo. £1,600 bid on the net I've got at the moment. Have you clicked auto accept? There we go, we're away, £1,600 bid on the internet there at 16. At £1,600 bid, at £1,600 bid then on the internet there, 16, 17, fresh bidder. £1,700 bid, £1,700 bid then Middlesbrough you're in. At 1,700, 18, £1,800 bid. I think that's great, that is. Lovely Gulf colours. £1,800 bid. I think we've got some Gulf toolboxes coming through, haven't we? Also a fridge and some drawers that'd sit well next to that. 18, £1,900 bid then and away. One more bid, it's on sale, then someone fill it up. At £1,900 bid. At 19, £2,000 bid and it's on sale and going, don't miss it. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 bid then on the internet there at 2,000. It's going to be sold. 21, 2,100 back in Middlesbrough. At £2,100 bid. At £2,100 bid, 22, 2,200. At 2,200, giving you plenty of time. At 2,203 back in Middlesbrough there. 23. It's on sale, don't miss it for £100. At £2,300 bid, then I'm going to drop the hammer down. 24, 2,004. At 2,004, looks lovely, is that there? At £2,400 bid. At £2,400 bid, then hammer's coming down at 24 for the first. 2,400 for the second. Third and final time then at £2,400 bid. 24, well done, that'll look lovely in your garage for that. 404 is the 2005 Audi TT Quattro. There she is. Is she V6 or 1.8, Jacko? V6 by the looks of it on here, yeah, 3.2. There you go, look, where are we? 4 stamps in the service book. The car, the daily runner is regularly serviced. There you go, needs 1 month MOT but needs O2 sensors replacing and is due for a service. There you go, can't be any more honest than that. Anyway, where we go, we're sold from the off, 16 on the net. Can I go 17, 18, 19, 2,000 please? Josh with my bids on my sheet here as well. £2,000 bid then, selling and away for the TT, that's cheap. At £2,000 bid then and it's sold, 21 on the net. £2,100 bid then on the internet there at 21. At £2,100 bid down in Redditch. At 21 and 22. Staying local at Malton, drive it home. £2,200 bid. At £2,200 bid then 23. 2,300 Derby, fresh bidder. 23. At 23, 24 on the telephones there with Ian. 2,400. Internet, you're out. Ian, you're in on the telephones there at 24. At £2,400 bid then. At £2,400 bid, it's going to be sold, don't miss it. At 24.25 against you, Ian. At £2,500 bid, Merseyside. 25, 2,500. Would he like 6? 2,500 on the internet there, thank him for his bids. 2,500 then Merseyside, I'm going to drop the hammer down at £2,500 bid for the first, 25 for the second, third and final time, giving plenty of warning, 26, thought that might come in, 26, 2,600 in Malton, at 2,600, at £2,600 bid, at £2,600 bid, at 2,600 then it's on sale, I'm going to have to drop the hammer down, at £2,600 bid then for the first, 26 for the second, third and final time, it's going to be sold, 26, 405 is the 1956, oh the old 410s, there we go, look, I love these little light commercials, I think they're great, I say it every time, love a light commercial van, there we go. So purposeful, aren't they? Taking to shows, put your name on it, a bit of advertisement, do what you like with it. And it's always handy having a little van about. Restored some time ago, look, in 2001. It's the early, more desirable model with the 3-bar grille and half-moon binnacle. There you go. Recent work carried out to include new exhaust, wheels, shackles, bushes, you name it, and new engine and gearbox mounts. Loads of bits and pieces on there, look. So there you go. I'm sure you've read it. Nice little van then, where are we? I've got 7, 71, 72, 73, £7,300 bid. At £7,300 bid, it's a start, 74, 7,400, that's with me please Josh, internet you're out, 74 with me. 7,005, 76, well, hang on a minute, 7,000, hang on, just let the internet catch up, 76, there we go, Cheshire, 76, at £7,600 bid, on the internet there, £7,600 bid down in Cheshire, at 7,600 for the little Thames, at £7,600 bid, for nothing, at £7,600 bid is the 7, at £7,600 bid, nice period visor on it, look as well, £7,600 bid then, in Cheshire then at 76, are you sure you're all done? We're a bit off, we'll make a phone call, we'll submit it, at £7,600 bid then, at £7,600 bid, we're going to submit it, at £7,600 bid for the first, 76 for the second, third and final time, missing no one, 76, worth more, I think I have to give a little bit more for that one, Cheshire. Moving on to 406 is the 1922 Citroen. Blimey, there you go, that's got some age about it. Look there, hasn't it? What's that, 100 odd years old? Blimey, right-hand drive as well. Type C torpedo tourer. There you go, I'm sure you Citroen men will know a lot more about them than myself. But looks a lovely thing. There you go. Look how straight that grille looks. Blimey. There we go. Then where are we? Someone start me. What we got on here? Hang on. We better go 6, 6, 2, 6, 6, please. 6, 4, 6, 6. Yeah, 66. At £6,600 bid. At £6,600 bid. Then and away at 66. It's a start. At 6,600. At £6,600 bid. At £6,600 bid. 68. Rightly so. Internet. 68. At £6,800 bid. Then 1922. Blimey. At £6,800 bid. Then in Leicestershire. At 6,800 bid. At £6,800 bid. They're not happy. £6,800 bid then. We'll submit it, we'll try. At £6,800 bid then. At £6,800 bid. I'm going to drop the hammer down. It's very provisional, but we'll make a phone call, we'll submit it. At 68 then for the first, 68 for the second, third and final time provisional. 68, 407 is the Wakefield Castrol Motor Oil sign. Mick's got it down there, look. Oh, that's a little bit different, look, quite unusual, almost looks 3D, doesn't it? There we go, where are we then? I got 40, 50, 60, £60 bid and away. At £60 bid then, at £60 bid for the little motor oil sign there, look, 21 by 14 inches, £70 on the net, Driffield, thank you. Excuse me, £70 bid on the internet there at 70, £80 and it's sold. £80 bid then, selling. £80 bid on the net. At £80 bid, then and away, it's going to be sold. I'm going to drop the hammer down then. At £80 bid, then are we all done? At £80 then, I'm going to sell it for the first, 80 for the second, third and final time on the internet there at £80. 80. I gave plenty of warning there, I'm afraid. Sorry, Cheshire. Hammer came down before that then. There we go. Are we happy on there? Yep. Yeah. 408 is the 1961 Norton. I apologise, please don't leave your bits till the last minute, guys. The vehicle has undergone a partial restoration, so it's had a new wiring harness, new exhaust, mudguard seat, electronic ignition, amongst many other things. There you go, look, the old Norton Jubilee, by the looks of it on that photo. There she is. Where are we then? Someone start me. I got £1,000 bid, then and away. At £1,000 bid, absolutely for nothing. At £1,000 bid. Norton Jubilee. At £1,000 bid. At £1,000 bid, then it's a start. At £1,000 bid. At £1,000 bid. 1961 she is. 1100 on the net, thank you. Where is that brig? There you go, £1,100 in brig. £1,100 bid then, £1,100 bid then and away. We'll make a phone call, we'll submit it. £1,100 bid then for the 1961 Norton. 11,000, there we go, 1,200 in Thirsk, staying local. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid. How cheap have these bikes got to be? £1,200 bid then in Thirsk. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 then, I'm going to submit it. We'll try for you Thirsk. I'm sure we'll put a deal together. At £1,200 bid then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and final time. 13 back in brig. At £1,300 bid. What we think in Thirsk? At £1,300 bid. In brig then at £1,300 bid. It's still provisional, but we'll submit it. At £1,300 bid. At £1,300 bid, then I'm going to drop the hammer down. At 1,300 then for the first, second, third and final time at 13. 13 provisional brig. 409 is the Land Rover enamel sign. There you go, look, where's Charlie? I'll be buying these, he's got loads of these. Where are we then? Someone start me, £40 bid on the net there, straight away at £40 and sold. At £40 bid, then selling and away in 50. £50 bid on the net in Cheshire. At £50 bid, then selling and away 60. £60 bid and 70. £70 bid. At £70 bid, then an 80. £90 bid, someone fill it up. At £90 bid. At £90 bid, then for the Land Rover enamel sign. There we go, look, 16 by 10 inches. At £90 bid, is there 100? At £90 bid, then are we all done? It's on sale, don't miss it. At £90 bid, then for the first, £100 bid Derbyshire. At £100 bid. At £100 bid, 110, 110, 110 on the net. At £110 bid on the internet there at 110. At £110 bid. At 110 then for the first, 110 for the second, third and final time, 120. At £120 bid. At £120 bid, then back in Derbyshire there. At £120 bid. At 120, at 120 then are we all done then at £120 for the first, 120 for the second, third and final time at 120, sold. 410 is the, another Audi TT, there we go, look, Audi TT Quattro, there she is, must be the 225, that'll be the 1.8, won't it? Them BAM engines, good engines they are, in the Golfs and that as well, aren't they, obviously. What have we got? Beautifully maintained, 2003, she's the Mark 1 Audi TT 225, silver metallic, there's a full documentation of service history there, Audi main dealer services, specialist dealer stamps, all the invoices and MOTs. Quite a well cared for car by the looks of things. Pleasure to own and drive. Just over 100,000 miles on the clock. Cam belt and water pump have all been done at 107,000. There you go, and driven 160 miles to the sale. There you go, you can't ask for much more than that, can you? I had 26, 27, 28, 29, £3,000 bid on the net. At £3,000 bid, 31 there with Mark. Sorry Mark, I missed you there, 31. At £3,100 bid, against your internet. Mark, you're in then on the telephones at 31 and it's on sale and going. At £3,100 bid, Mark's telephone bid there at 31. At £3,100 bid, looks a well looked after car. 32 against you Mark, 33, is straight back in. 33. At £3,300 bid, then internet you're out. Mark, you're in on the telephones there at 33. On sale. At 3,300. 16 stamps, there you go, look, 16 stamps in the book. At £3,300 bid, 34 in Burton on Trent Mark, 35 he tells me, 35 against your internet. At £3,500 bid. At 3,500 then for the Audi TT. They're super popular these, aren't they? I think they're great cars for the money as well. At £3,500 bid. At £3,500 bid then Mark, you're in on the telephone. 35, not anymore. 36, 37 he says, straight back in, no messing about. 37. £3,700 bid on the telephones, internet you're out, Mark you're in. At £3,700 bid, then I'm going to drop the hammer down, it's going to be sold. At £3,700 bid, 38, 39, 39, 3,900. Mark's telephone bid there at 39. Do you want to fill it up, internet?
Thank you.
39, don't miss it for 100 quid. £3,900 bid, then Hammer's coming down then. Mark, you're in at the telephone there at 39 for the first, second, third and final time at 39. Well done, he's got himself a TT, Mark. Lot 411 is the Raleigh Child's three-wheeler trike. Oh, there you go, looks like he's riding it in nearly. There we go. Oh, it's got handle on it as well. That's handy, isn't it? Yeah, there you go, look. We've got a lot of interest here with me. I got 260, 270, 280, 290, £290 bid. At £290 bid. At £290 bid, then and away at 290. At £300 bid on the net, then 310. 310 against your internet. At £310 bid with me. 320, 330, £330 bid. At 340 on the internet there in Driftfield at £340 bid. 360, 360. At £360 bid, sorry Will, £360 bid. At £360 bid, then it's on sale and going at 360. At £360 bid, then 70, 80, 80, 380. £380 bid. At £380 bid then for the Charles three-wheeler. At 380 then Hammers coming down, don't miss it. At £380 bid, 390, 400. At £400 bid. Back in Driftfield there at 410, 20, 420. At £420 bid. At £420 bid, then on sale and going, don't miss it for a tenner. At £420 bid. At 420 then Hammers coming down then at £420 for the first, 420 for the second, missing no one third and last time. 420, it's sold. 412 is the, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that one. What is it, Jacko? One of them, there you go. What it is a lovely old bike, there you go. They were manufactured in Burgundy, there you go, look, down in France, and sold through a dealer in Calais, there you go. So 1940 she is, she's a KS3 GL, I can read that bit, there you go. Then where are we? Interested with me straight away, there's interest on the internet, I better just go 7, 750, 8, 859, 950 on the internet there, in Lancashire at 950. Sold and away then at 950, absolutely for nothing. At £950 bid, then someone fill it up. At £950 bid, what a lot of bike for that. At £950 bid, then it's on sale, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen. At £950 bid, I should have a telephone bid somewhere as well. At £950 bid. At £950 bid, then on sale and going then at 950. At £950 bid. We're not missing anyone, are we? At £950 bid then, I'm going to drop the hammer down then at 950, it's going to be sold. At 950 for the first, second, third and final time. 950. 413 is the, just put a question mark around that one, Jacko. We've had a few of them this time. 413 is the Jaguar cast sign, there you go, and he's holding it up. Where are we then? Sold from the off and £60 bid, then and away at 60. At £60 bid, at £60 bid, then and away and sold at £60. At £60 bid, 70 on the net. £70 bid on the internet there at Cheshire. At £70 bid, then in Cheshire. Cheshire, you're in, I'm out. At £70 bid, then I'm going to drop the hammer down, I'm going to sell it. At £70 then for the first, second, third and final time, missing no one. £70 sold. 414 is the BSA 1959. She is there, she is A7 Shooting Star. Hell of a bike these, aren't they? There we go. Interested with me on the books, I've got 3, 3, 1, 3, 2. So we'll sneak past that one, please, Will. £3,200 bid then. At £3,200 bid then, selling away at 32. I love these Shooting Stars. They're a lovely bike, aren't they? There you go. £3,200 bid. At £3,200 bid. At £3,200 bid then. At 3,200. It's on sale. It's going. At £3,200 bid. At £3,200 bid then on my sheet, bid a 600349. At £3,200 bid then, I'm going to drop the hammer down and for all done. At £3,200 bid then for the first, second, third and final time. 32, it's sold. 415 is the Morris display cabinet and 2 fire extinguishers. That's nice, isn't it? Is that a perspex or a glass front on it? Perspex front on it? That's lovely though, isn't it? Yeah, that's nice and period. That looked lovely. I'm up in the garage, take the perspex off, use it, don't you? There you go then. Where are we? Someone start me. Asking £20 to start. £20, thank you. Fire extinguisher alone, no worth that. £20 bid then and away. At £20 bid. At £20 bid then. At £20 bid for nothing. 30 on the net there in Barnsley at £30. At £30 bid. At £30 bid. On the internet there, look, South Yorkshire at £30. At £30 bid. That looked lovely hung up on the garage wall. At £30 bid. At £30 bid then. At £30 bid, we'll submit it. At £30 then for the first, submitting for the second, third and final time at £30. For nothing. 416, 2009. Oh, the little Peugeot partner. There we go, these are great, these. Dad had one of these, little Peugeots. Oh, no, Citroen, I think, wasn't it, Dad? Citroen. Here she is, look, HDI, 75 brake horsepower model, 4 stamps in the book there, previous new keeper slips, MOT certificates, you name it, it's all there. Submit best bid, so highest bid on the day is going to be submitted to the vendor. There you go. Where are we then? I've got loads of interest. We've got 1,000, yeah, hang on, 18, 19 with me, please, Will. £1,900 bid. At £1,900 bid, 2,000, 2-1, 21 on the books, 21, 22. 2,200 on the internet there at 22. At £2,200 bid. At £2,200 bid, then on the internet there at 22. At £2,200 bid, 23. I just got Dave then, sorry Alan. At £2,300 bid. Internet, you're out. Dave, you're in on the telephones. Would you like 4? At £2,300 bid. At £2,300 bid. It's your bid, Dave. 23. 2,300. Would you like 4, Alan? At £2,300 bid. Thank him for his bids. At £2,300. Ooh, 24, Dave, against you. At £2,400 bid. Would you like half? 2.5, he says. 2.5 at 2,500 against your internet there. It's Dave on the telephones in the room at 25 at 2,500 at 2,000. I'm going to have to sell it provisionally. We're going to submit it, but I'm sure we'll put a deal together. Don't worry. At £2,500 bid, but yes, I better just sell it provisional just to submit it to the vendor. At £2,500 bid, then 26. It came back at 26, Dave, on the net. 2.7, he says. 2.7. 2,700, Will. £2,700 bid. At £2,700 bid, back on the phones, internet is against you. At £2,700 bid. At 2,700. At £2,700 bid then. At 2,700, we'll submit it. At 2,700 then for the first. 2.7 for the second. Third and final time, 28. Oh, he says, 28, 2,800. Would you like 9, Dave? 2.9, he says, 2.9, straight back in at 29. 2,900. 2,900, back on the floor, £2,900 bid. At 2,900. Do you want to fill it up, internet? At £2,900 bid. At £2,900 bid then. Are we all done then at 29? He's been in from the start. At 2,900 then. For the first, second, third and final time, missing no one. 29, Dave, provisional. 417 is the BMC light up sign. Oh, that's nice. Look, there we go. Alan and there we go. Where are we then? Someone start me. Oh, there we go. Look, yeah, 50 inches roughly in diameter. Andy is here holding it up there, as you can see. We got just wants a plug putting on it, and then there you go. Look, where are we then? I've got 80, 90, £90 bid then and away. At £90 bid. At £90 bid. At £90 bid then for the British Motor Corporation Limited. At £90 bid. £100 bid in Essex. At £100 bid on the net. £100 bid on the internet there at 110, 110, 110, at £110 bid and 20, £120 bid, 130, 130, 130, 40, 140, at £140 bid, 150, 150, 60, 160, 160 and 70. £170 bid then. At £170 bid, it's selling. I'm going to sell it. At £170 bid, 180. 180 back down in Essex at 180. 190 is the 2. £190 bid. At £190 bid then. At £190 bid then, selling away. 200 there is. 200 there is. At £200 bid. At £200 bid then. At £200 bid, it's going to be sold. At £200 bid. At £200 bid then, I'm going to drop the hammer down. It's US6 at 200. At 200 then for the first, second, third and final time at £200. 200 sold. 418, another Audi TT. Blind, we've got loads of them. They're getting as popular as MGBs, these, aren't they? They will be that way in the future. Where are we then? 2004 Audi TT. She's the 150 brake horsepower model, 1.8 turbo. Oh, yes, I know this one. This is one down at Forecourt at Thornton, which I think I drove down. Yeah, lovely car. 15,000 and a bit showing on the clock. Looks a super straight example if you ask me. I think I drove it down there myself the other day. Just had a full service, gearbox, cam bell, water pump replacement, new battery, instrument cluster replacement, so no missing pixels, full wheel refurbishment. There you go, look. So there you go, it's had a fair bit of work just done just to keep her topped up. She's obviously been sat about for a little while. So there you go. Where are we then? Someone start. I got 6, 6,000, 6,1, 6,2, 6,3, 6,4, 6,5, £6,500 bid. At £6,500 bid for the Audi TT Mark 1. 15,000 miles, blimey. There we go, look, 6,500 then for nothing. At 6,500. At 6,500, there's an argument just to keep it clean and in the garage, and then, yeah, 10 and 15 years' time, there you go. £6,500 bid. At 6,500. At £6,500 bid. I should have a telephone on this one as well. At 6,500. At £6,500 bid. At 6,500 then for the Audi TT for nothing. At 6,500. At £6,500 bid, then we'll submit it, but I think it's worth more. At 6,500. At £6,500 bid. At £6,500 bid, then I think it's worth more. I think we should hold on to this one, guys, till the next sale. At £6,500 bid. At 6,500, we'll make a phone call. We can try, can't we? 419 is the 1967 MGB. Oh, there you go, a little bit different this one. Look, metallic grey with a, is it Rover V8 in it, isn't it, Jacko? V8 this one, isn't it? Yeah. V8 he says. Has it not got like a drag back axle or a different running gear, isn't it? Yeah, let me just have a quick look. There's something a little bit, no, there's nothing on there. I did the video anyway on it, I'm sure you've watched it. I can't bring everything to mind, I do that many. But there you go, I think she's got different back axle and settled quite nicely actually, looks a fair machine. Anyway, where we go, I'll take that 7 please, £7,000 bid then and away. At £7,000 bid, at £7,000 bid then for the MGB. At £7,000 bid, sounds incredible when you fire her up. At £7,000 bid then, at £7,000 bid, quite unusual actually, isn't it? There you go, get some looks. At £7,000 bid, at £7,000 bid, at £7,000 bid then, 1967 MGB. At £7,000 bid, at £7,000, is that all? At £7,000 then we'll submit it. At £7,000 then I'm going to drop the hammer down if we're all done at £7,000, provisionally for the first, second, third and final time. 7,000. 420 is the Jaguar 4.2 XJ6 Auto. Oh, nice car. Owned by this gentleman for the last 30 years. There you go, look. We all love a bit of continuity. Many new panels fitted during the restoration work. There's a full documentation of the restoration with all the pictures and everything upstairs in the office. Also a new tailored storm-proof outside car cover with storage bag and also a box of assorted small spare parts. There you go, look. 2 spare tyres, has had very little use for the last few years due to the owner's ill health. There you go. I've got loads of interest on the screen, I've got loads of interest on my books. We may as well jump straight to 6.2, then we better go 6.3, 6.4, 6.5 please, Will. At £6,500 bid, lovely car. 6,500, 66, 67. At 6,700, at 6,700, 6.8 on the net there at 68. 6.8, 6.9. 6,009, £7,000 bid in Guernsey, at £7,000 bid afternoon Guernsey, at £7,000 bid then on sale and going then at 7,000, at £7,000 bid, 71, 72, 72, at £7,200 bid. At 7,273, 74, 74 back in Guernsey, at £7,400 bid, on sale and going, at 7,005, 76, 77, 78, 7,800, at 7,800, 79, £8,000 bid, at £8,000 bid then, on the internet there at 8,000 and selling, 81, 81, 82, 8,200, £8,200 bid, 83, 84, 8,004, at 8,400 then, at £8,400 bid then, on sale and going, don't miss it for 100 quid, £8,400 bid, 85, and rightly so, it's a lovely car, I'm sure you've seen it, 86, 86 back in Guernsey, 8,600 in Guernsey, 87, West Yorkshire, Nottingley, 88, is it Guy in Guernsey? Who is it in Guernsey? Guernsey, Will?
Guy.
It is Guy in Guernsey. Dad says hi, Guy. 88, 88, 8,800. At £8,800 bid then in Guernsey then, Guy. At £8,800 bid, 89. 9,000, £9,000 bid. At £9,000 bid. at £9,000 bid then. On the internet there in Guernsey, good afternoon Guy, at £9,000 bid then. I'm going to drop the hammer down, at £9,000 bid then. I'm going to sell it, at 9,000 then, missing no one, giving you plenty of warning at 9,000 for the first, second, third and final time at 9,000. There you go Guy, you got an extra A6. 421 is a pair of small mounted Guinness lamps. Oh, there you go, look, a little bit different. You can soon stick them up to what you want, can't you? But they're nice, look. Where are we then? I have got 100, 120, 140, 160, £160 bid. At £160 bid, then and away at 160. At £160 bid. Just let the internet catch up. Hang on, 160 with me, please, Will, on my sheets. Bid of 600325 at £160 bid. At £160 bid, there we go, 160, not anymore, 180. At £180 bid. At 180 then, 200, they filled it up, £200 bid, I'm out. At £200 bid, then on the internet there at £200 bid, and they're on sale. At £200 bid and 20. 220, 240, 240, at £240 bid, at £240 bid, then on the internet there, look, bid of 75499, at £240 bid, then on sale and going in at 240 for the first, second, third and final time at 240, 240, they're sold. 422 is the Land Rover Range Rover, there we go, look, V8. What have we got here? Full service history, long MOT, TV and a snazzy electronic side steps. There you go, look. Aircon is all gassed up and ULEZ compliant. What more do you want? Blimey, they're a lot of car for the money, these, aren't they? The what, sorry? Drove up from London, we've been told. There you go, look. 10 stamps in the service book as well. There you go, where are we? I'll take that 6.5, thank you, 6.5. At 6,500 for nothing. At 6,500. At £6,500 bid then for the Range Rover there at £6,500 bid. 6.6, 66, 6,600, 6.7, £6,700 bid then and away at 67. At £6,700 bid, how cheap have these got to be? At £6,700 bid, I can't see them getting any cheaper, they possibly can't, can they? At £6,700 bid then for the Range Rover, we'll submit it. At £6,700 bid, at 67 then are we all done then at 6,700. Provisional for the first, 67 for the second, third and final time. 67. 423 is the handmade Sailor Jerry metal sign. There we go, look. Oh, there we go, look. Look at her in there. Where are we? That one down there, Dad's on it up. There you go, look. Where are we then? Someone start me. I've got 40, 50, £50 bid, then and away at £50 bid. At £50 bid, at £50 bid. At £50 bid, then and away, £60 bid on the net in Cheshire. At £60 bid on the internet there at Cheshire at £60. At £60 bid, at £60 bid, then are we all done? At £60 bid, then I'm going to submit it, Cheshire. At £60 bid, then for the first, provisional for the second, third and final time at £60. 424 is the little puck. Oh, there you go, look. This is a great bit of kit, this. Did some filming around it the other day. I think it's fabulous. Go anywhere, this little thing, it won't weigh anything, will it? There you go, I was sat in it the other day. Yeah, little mini Unimogs, aren't they, really? Is the best way to describe it. They'll go anywhere. What have we got? Originally designed for the Austrian Army as a post-war replacement for their aging fleet of US Army Jeeps. So there you go, lockable front and rear differentials, a really capable little thing. There you go. No major off-roading or anything, but the owners had it for the last 15 years. There you go. Yeah, that's lovely, is that? Dry stored, lovely looked after. Yeah, prime for a quirky farm runabout or to host on a day's estate. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? There you go. Where are we then? Oh, fully set of balloon tyres available with the sale. Yes, I did see that. I think there's... Drives lovely, does it, Nick? I think there's two... Am I right in saying there's two wheels and tyres in the back? Have we got all of them? There's one big wheel in the back, but the rest are to collect. This is down to the buyer to collect the rest. Right, there you go. So there's some flotation wheels and tyres. One of them is the back. The other three, I think we need to go and collect. So we'll sort that out for you. We'll let you know where they are. So there you go. A real purposeful little thing. Where are we then? I've got 9, 9,250, 9,5, 9,750. At 9,750 bid, £10,000 bid, then and away. At £10,000 bid. At £10,000 bid, then. At £10,000 bid. What a real quirky thing. Ideal for a shooting day, wouldn't it? Pull up in that rather than your Defender. Yeah, that'd go down a lot better, wouldn't it? At £10,000 bid, at £10,000 bid then, at £10,000 bid, at £10,000 bid for nothing, 250, thank you, 250, 10, 250, at 10,250 bid. 10,250 bid, quite unusual I know, but I think that's great. At 10,250 bid, if my garden was big enough, Jacko, I'd buy that. At £10,250 bid, be mint just floating about, wouldn't it? Real purposeful thing, get a little tow bar on it as well, go anywhere you want. 10,250, at £10,250 bid then, at 10,250 we'll submit it, we'll try for you, but we're a bit off. At 10,250 bid then for the first, 10,250 for the second, third and final time for provisionally 10,250, 425 Citroen 2CV pedal car. There we go, look, just down there. Where are we then? Interest straight away, £50 on the internet, £60 against your internet with me. At £60 bid on the books there is £60, 70, 80 back at you. £80 bid, £90 bid on the net there in Cumbria, £100 bid, Mark's telephone, at £100 bid. At £100 bid then, on the telephone, Mark's telephone bid, I'm out, internet you're out, Mark you're in on the phone there at £100. At £100 bid, at £100 bid then, on sale and going Mark, at 110. 110. 120 he says. 120. Against you, Northallerton. £120 bid on the telephones here with us. At £120 bid, on sale and going then if we're all done at 120. At £120 bid, 130. 130, let me just get a drink. 140 Mark's telling me. £140 bid and on sale. What are we thinking, internet? 140, Mark's telephone. On sale and going then, at £140 bid then, I'm going to drop the hammer down for you Mark, at £140 bid then for the first, second, third and final time at 140, 140, Mark's telephone. 426 is the Mark II Jaguar, there we go, look, I love these old Jags, they're lovely aren't they? There we go, where are we? We are sold, we are sold from the offload, £6,000 bid then and away. At £6,000 bid then, at £6,000 bid then and on sale. At £6,000 bid, at £6,000 bid for the Mark II Jag, 61 with Ian on the telephones there at 61. At £6,100 bid then, at £6,100 bid, at 6,100 you're in Ian, only just, at £6,100 bid, I'm out on my sheet, Ian you're in, on the telephones there at 61. At 6,100, at £6,100 bid, at £6,100 bid then, Ian's telephone then, I'm going to drop the hammer down, 62, 62, what are you thinking Ian? 62, 63, he's nodding his head, at £6,300 bid, at 6,300, at £6,300 bid, looks a bright car that, at £6,300 bid then, on the internet, on the Ian's telephone, against your internet, at 63. At 6,300 then, I'm going to drop the hammer down, don't miss it for £100, at 6,300, 64 and rightly so, 64, 64, 65, 65, back on the phones at 65, at £6,500 bid. At £6,500 bid then, it's Ian's telephone, I'm going to drop the hammer down, at £6,500 bid, at 65, at 6,500 then, if we're all done, it's £6,500 bid then for the first, 6,500 for the second, third and final time then, hammers coming down, missing no one, 65. 627 is the Ferrari illuminated aluminium with toughened glass front. There you go, look, that's a fair sign, isn't it? There are we then. We're sold and away then at 120. £120 bid, 130, 140, 150. At £150 bid. At £150 bid then for the Ferrari illuminated sign there, look. At £150 bid, 60, 170 against you. 170, 180, 190. 190, at £190 bid with me, 200, 210, 210, at £210 bid, at £210 bid then 210, 220, at £220 bid, 230, 240, 240, 240, 240, 250, 260, 260, at £260 bid, 270, 280 with me, please Will, at £280 bid then, at £280 bid, bid a 600, 338, 290, £300 bid in Cheshire. At £300 bid, then selling and away. At £300 bid, then it's on sale, don't miss it. At £300 bid, then are we all done? At £300 bid, then for the first, selling for the second. At 310, 310. £310 bid, at £310 bid, at £310 bid then, at 310 and 20, 320, 330, £330 bid, 340, £340 bid, at £340 bid then it's on sale and going, 350, back in Guernsey, 350, £350 bid, 350, 360, back in Cheshire, at 360 and 70, 370, at £370 bid, at £370 bid, at 370 then, are we all done at 370 then for the first, 370 for the second, Hammer's coming down for the third and last time at 370, 370, it's sold, jumping on?
Yeah, you're on.
There we go, Dad's going to jump on, I haven't read them solds out yet, Dad.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Jack. Lot number 428 we've got now, the MGB GT V8. There's also a second engine, I believe, that sits next to this car, isn't there?
There is, yeah.
There is?
The engine that's on the pallet is the original numbers matching.
Right, so the engine on the pallet, Jack tells me, is the original matching numbers engine, should you wish to put the engine back in the car.
Yes.
There you go then. So she's a V8, GT V8, look sensible again. Where are we going to be? £7,000, thank you, at 7. At 7,000 then, £7,000, 7,250. At 7,250. At 7,250, £7,500. At 7,500. At £7,500, then it is a V8. At 7,500. At £7,500 then. At 7,500. At 7,500. I think he's turned down more. At 7,500. At £7,500 then. At 75, like I say, I think he's turned down more. Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office. 429 is the AA Lodge light up sign. There we go. Nice sign. Where are we then? £50 and away, thank you. £50 bid, 50, 60, 70, £80 I've got. At £80 then, £80 then, £80, £80 bid, £80 bid, £80, £80 then, are we down at 80? £80. At £80 then, we'll try for you. At £80 then, we'll put it down provisional then. At £80 then, are we all done and dusted? £80 it is then, at £80 provisional. £80 provisional, that one, Jack. Oh, the TVR, here we are, the Tuscan. There we go, TVR. And the vendor has supplied the following: Tuscan, alloy paint maintained by RT Racing for servicing, and a TVR specialist. There we are, basically the car's been specialist maintained. Elizabeth informs us here. There we are, TVR Tuscan then. There we are, where are we going to be from that? You tell me. 14, it's a start, 14,250, 14,255, 14,5, 14,5, 750, 14,750, at 14,750, 15,000, 15,000, that's cheap, isn't it? 15 and a quarter, 15,250, 15,5, 15,005, 15,005, 750, 15,750 then, at 15,750, at 15,750 then, are we all done at 15,750? That doesn't look a dear car. At 15,750. At 15,750 then, are we all done at 15,750? Moving on to 431. The Castrol GTX light up sign. There we go. Lads have got it there. There we go then. Where are we going to be then? 50, 60, 70 pound bid at 70, 80 pound. At 80 pound we've got 80 pound bid, 80, 80, 90 pound bid at 90 pound. At 90 pound then, at 90 pound are we all done at 90? At 90 pound, 100 pound bid at 100, at 100 pound, 110 pound at 110, 120 and sold. At 120 pound, at 120, I'm going to sell it. At 120, 130, 140, at 140 pound. At 140, 140 pound, then are we all done at 140? 140 then, 140 pound, Hammer's coming down, 150 and 60, 160 pound. At 160 pounds, are we all done then? At 160 pounds then, Hammer's going to drop at 160 pounds. Sold. 432, the Honda XL 600. Lovely bit of kit this, look at that, what a bright machine. 5 bids on that screen there, Will, taking us to £2,200. Thank you. At 22 we've got. At 22 there, 23 on that screen I can see. Thank you. At 23. At 2,304. At £2,400. Missing no one there, Jack. Just check for me. 24, 5 and 6. 27. At 27, 8. £2,800 we've got. At £2,800. At £2,800 then. At 2,008 and 9. 29. £3,000 bid. At £3,000. £3,100. 31. 32. 32. Popular machine. 32. At 32. 32 then. 33. 33. At 33. 34. 3,400. 3,004 and 5. £3,500. At 3,005 and 6. 36. At 3,006. 7. 37. 3,007. 38. 3,008. 3,800. At 3,008 and 9. 39. 3,009. Popular machine. 3,900. In Kent, Sevenoaks, 3,009. At £3,900. At 3,900. At £3,900. Then are we all done? Hammer's going to drop down £4,000. Back up in Lincoln at 4. 41. Back down in Sevenoaks at 41. 4,001. £4,100 we've got. At £4,100. At 4,001 for the first. Second. Third and last time. Hammer's coming down at £4,100. Be warned. Sold. I think you've got it there, Jack, haven't you? 433. Here we are. 3 large Formula 1 banners. There you go, 3 large banners we've got there. Where are we going to be on that? 3 large ones then, £10 a piece, 30, 40, 50, £60 bid, £70. At £70 we've got. At £70 then. At £70 bid. At £70 then. At 70 then. They're good wall fillers, aren't they? At £70 we've got. At £70 then. At £70. £70 Driffield, we'll try for you, Driffield. At £70 then, we'll put you down provisional for those at £70. And 434 is the Peugeot, the little Peugeot 307 Meridian. There you go. 1 owner from you, it says here, garage throughout its life, 4 recent tyres, comes with a service history. Serviced by the original dealer until the garage closed, then by a former mechanic of said dealer. You can't get more than that, can you? You cannot ask for more than that. £1,200 we've got. At £1,200, that's a cheap little car, isn't it? At £1,200 then. At £1,200 then, little Meridian then. At £1,200. I'll take a 50 wheel if it helps anywhere at £1,200. At £1,200. At £1,200, that's for nothing, isn't it? Little £1,200 then. At £1,200 there. At 1,200. At 1,250 will please. At 1,250. At £1,250 bid. At 1,250. What a cheap little car. At £1,250. 1 family or 1 owner from you. It says there. Look, 20 stamps in the book. Garage throughout his life. 4 recent tyres. Look at that. That's simple motoring for you, isn't it? Look at that, £1,250. At £1,250, £1,250, and are we all done? Going to pull the lever at £1,250. Hammer's coming down at £1,250. I went an extra 50 for that man on the top right. Just make a note there, Jacko. 435. 435. Let me just update my screen. Sorry, is a handmade double-sided Pink Floyd stroke Guinness sign. Okay, a bit different. There you go then. Where we're going to be, £100 bid straight away. At £100 we've got. It's a big one, that's for sure. At £100 and then at £100. Then are we all done? At £100 we're going to sell. At £100. At £100. Then are we all done? At 110. 110 we've got. £110. At £110. 110. Hammer's going to come down then. At 110 then for the first, second. Third and last time at 110. Are we all done? 436 is a little Suzuki Samurai. There we are there. Look at that. She's a bonny little thing, isn't she? There you go. It's very mint in colour, that's for sure. There we are. We've got £6,000 bid in Guernsey. £6,000. I know who that'll be. At £6,000 then. At £6,000 I will get across and see you. At £6,000 we've got. £6,000 then. At £6,000 then. At £6,000 we got. At 6,000. 1, 6, 1, 6, 2, 6, 3, 6, 4, 6, 5, missing no one, 6,005, and 6, 6 back in. 6,006 back in there, 6,006. At 6,600, at 6,006, you've got a problem, guy, you have. At 6,600, at £6,600, then are we all done? At £6,600 then. Hammer's coming down, making sure I have missed no one. At £6,600, then are we all done? At £6,600. Sold. 437, not for resale. Down there you are, plastic globe. Not for resale. £50 on the way, thank you, £50. At £50 bid, 50, £60 on the way and sold. At £60 then. At £60, are we all done at 60? At £60 then, £60 then, thank you, at £60 then, are we all finished then? At £60 for the globe, hang on, we've got 17 hull, £70 we've got. At £70 then, at £70. At £70 then, at £70 then, are we all done at 70? At £70 then, provisionally then to hull at £70. 438, the Royal Enfield, 1989, or a later one. Royal Enfield there. A later machine there. What is she? 350. She is. There you are. 350. And I asked why the bike was here. It's just getting too big for the gentleman that owns it. He's retirement age plus VAT, and it's just getting a little bit too much for him, bless him. So consequently,
We've just frozen on the system.
oh, have we? And we've just frozen on the system as well. There you go. Will's just going to reboot that for us. And it was going so well. It was going so well. Are we back on again yet, Will? Amy, just see where we are with the system upstairs. We're frozen down here. We're just going to see where we are. While we are frozen, while the system's just rebooting.
The personal corporate firewall or antivirus software may be blocking your system.
Ah, well, we must have some antivirus. Will you ask your brother just to bob down and have a look at this for us, Len? Nor do I. He's floating about somewhere. Yes, so as I was saying, thank you ever so much for your support online. Thank you. We do appreciate it. And it is, you know, very much rewarded as far as we are concerned. It's nice to see the interaction and the people taking part and enjoying what we do. If you do like what we do, all you've got to do is hit the like button. It does help us with rankings and so forth. It is a massive bonus if you do hit the like button for us. So thanks ever so much, and
Dave,
we'll be with you in a minute.
Would you say hello to Scottish Veteran 57 on YouTube?
Will I say hello to who, sorry?
Scottish Veteran 57.
Scottish Veteran 57.
Where are you all watching from? Your says, I'm in the Highlands of Scotland where men are men and so most of the women.
Scottish Veteran 57. Good afternoon. Do you know what? I'm going to join you up there. I am. I'm going to, when all this is all over in a few years' time, I'm going to go and hide myself away up there, just like you have. Yeah, get out the way. I am. I want to go up to the Isle of Skye. I've never been.
That's one of the destinations.
Yeah, I know. Scottish Veteran isn't on the Isle of Skye, but I want to go up that way and explore a bit more. Yeah, I do. Get out the way. Yep. There you go. Hang on a second. Just try refreshing it again, if you can, Will. Is that the new computer? It is.
Yes, one with the disco lights.
Is he downstairs in? No.
Oh, there he is.
Here he is. We're just going to get back on again, guys, before we do 438. I think it's that antivirus software on the new computer. Can we go back or forward or?
We had a message to say that there was antivirus
We'll be back in touch in a minute. In the meantime, hit the like button, guys, and yeah, go and stick the kettle on, have a brew for a minute.
I'll just go and do my shopping.
Yeah, sorry, Will. Yeah. Thanks for popping in. Yeah. We're just going to get this going again. That's the new laptop, I believe, isn't it? Antivirus was breaking it, was stopping it from coming in. Just talk amongst yourselves. Yeah, the joy. Yeah, there you go. Is it our antivirus though on the computer? Can you dance, Michael? Oh, we'll just do a little dance there for everybody while you're waiting. The joy of internet bidding, eh? Dun, dun, dun. I take it we are still broadcasting live though on there though, aren't we? Because look, if I go, is that me on there? If I put my hand up, or is that? It's a bit of a delay there, Will.
Yeah.
What's that left-hand screen you've got open there? Oh, is that the YouTube screen? Ah, right. I see. Right.
I'm about 5 minutes behind, as usual. I don't know what I told you. I once did an auction.
Sorry, Ed. No.
Yeah, can you sing? There we go.
Are we back on again or not? No.
Yeah.
Are we back on again?
We've got a crooner in the house.
It's that pink strip that's a bit concerning, isn't it? That says we're back up and running.
Come on.
Josh, just dive into the office and just make sure that, I mean, I'm sure it is, just make sure that they can see exactly what everyone else can see for me. Just make sure, just get the girls in there before we carry on. Thank you very much. We'll just make sure that you guys at home can see what we can see on our screens. Oh, okay, Amy? Can't hear you.
If you just ask someone to bid at home £100, I can undo it afterwards if anyone's able to bid.
Right. Amy's just meandering down, look. Oh, okay, it's all right. So the bidding screen's fine, is it? Right.
Because it's not changing.
It's not interacting, is it? No, I don't think the bid increments are increasing. Josh, I don't think. Yeah, it's sort of broadcasting. It's broadcasting, but it's not. I don't think it's picking up on. Bum bum bum. Ooh. Is Brendan on or not? Oh God! If we want to gain subscribers, not lose subscribers. yeah. We want to. Oh, is it? Oh, it's not an hour issue.
On this computer as well.
Oh, okay. I see. I haven't got my phone on me, otherwise I'd ring him as well. Yeah.
Hey, the alright, sorry, mate, I think it was coming up with the run out of auction just excuse me, all gone dry, and it's got personal or corporate firewall or antivirus software maybe blocking your access. You need to be able to access the Mathewsons Depot auction. Please.
Right, it looks like it's a Go Auction fault that we've got going on at the moment, which is the system that we use to run the live bidding and the screens and so forth behind. So Jack's just chatting with the support team there, and a bit of luck we'll get up and running again very soon. Got a current bid screen now.
What quite happened? Did it just all of a sudden?
Just all went poop. Yeah.
Everything froze, and then we refreshed the screen, and it came up with this pink banner explaining
My screen's changed to where it should be. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
In the meantime, any questions on that old YouTube channel that we can answer, Tom? Anything? Like, why are we waiting or anything like that? Yeah, that'll be the usual one that will come up in a minute. Ah, here we go, current bidder. Thank you, current bidder. We've got a current bidder there who's just kicked in, Jack, so that's sort of helping us along a bit, I think.
Thanks, mate.
Tell Neil to keep on the phone if you can, not on the phone, but somewhere handy. Yeah. We've got some bids coming through, 200, 300, thank you, B-Dow, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Ta-da. Bye.
Brilliant. There you go. Thank you. Well, thanks for putting up with us, guys. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for your patience. Here we are. We're away again now. So the Royal Enfield we've got everything back and running again. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Neil at Bidpath. Thank you. That's £500. We've got that in Sunderland, Tyne and Weir. We've got a £500 bid. Up £500 then. Up £500 bid. Up 500 then. That's a cheap bike, isn't it? The Royal Enfield. Up 500. Up £500 and £500 and £600 back in Beedale. At £600 then. At 600 then. At £600 we have. At £600. At £600. I'll take a 50 if it helps, Will. At £600 we've got. At £600. At £600 bid. At £600 then. At 600. At £600. Are we all done? I'll submit it for you, Beedale. I'll see what they say. At £600 then. At £600 bid. At £600 we'll get you an answer this afternoon, hopefully. At £600 then. £600. Are we all done and dusted at £600? Provisional at 600. And moving on to lot number 439, I believe. 439. The Spitfire. There, that's a nice picture, isn't it? There you go. The Spitfire framed picture. We have got £30 here, Will. 30, 40, £50. Thank you. At £50 then. That's cheap enough, isn't it? At £50, are we all done? At £50 then. Hammer's coming down. Are we all done and dusted? At £50 then. Are we finished? Yep. £60 with young David there at £60. At £60 on sale. David's phone at 60. At £60. At £60 then. Are we all done? Your bid, David, at £60. Missing no one at £60. Are we there? At £60. David, £60. Lot number 440 is the Austin Clifton. And what a pretty car this is as well. There you go, we've got lots of bids here, Will. There are 8 bids on my right-hand screen that takes us to 7,750. So if we can move on to that level there, please. 7,750 we've got. £8,000. 8,000 then, 8,250. 8,250 at 8,250, 8,500. 8,005, 8,750. 8,750, £9,000 bid. At £9,000. At £9,000 we've got. £9,000. At £9,000. £9,000. £9,000. £9,000 then. Look there, Joe. I don't think I've missed anyone. £9,000, that one at the top. Yep. At £9,000 then. At £9,000, it's going to be sold at £9,250 on the internet. 9.5. 9.5 we've got. 9,005. 9,500. At £9,500. At 9,500. At 9,500 I'm going to sell. 9,750. Yep. £10,000. £10,000 we've got. At £10,000. £10,000. £10,000 we're going to sell it. At £10,000 it's on sale. Off she goes. At £10,000 are we all done? At £10,000, Hammer's coming down. Off she goes at £10,000. Are we all there? At £10,000. Sold. 441 is the Wolseley water-cooled stationary engine. That's a different vehicle, isn't it? There you are. We've got 160 on this form here, Will. On this screen, I apologise. 160 we've got. At £160, I'll take your tenner if it helps. At 160, it's provisional. At £160, then I'm going to sell it on a provisional basis at 160. At £160. At £160 then. At £160 then are we all done? At 160. At 160. At 160 and 70. 170. At 170 pound, then 170. At 170, at 170 pound, at 170 pound. Are we all done? At 170, that's provisionally sold at 170 pounds. 442 is the VW Vento VR6. Oh, that's a different bit of kit, isn't it? There you go. You see far more golfs than these, don't you? That's different. We have got £3,000 bid at 3,003, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3,400 at £3,400. At 3,004, that's provisionally sold at 34. At 3,004, we'll try for you at 3,400. We all 35 coming along at 3,005. 3,006 at 3,600. At £3,600, at 3,600 then we're going to sell it provisional at 3,600. Hammer's coming down at 37 in Buckinghamshire, 37 at £3,700, at 3,007, at £3,700. I'll take a 50 if it helps. If not, I'm going to put it down provisional then to Buckinghamshire at £3,700, 3,750. At 3,750. At 3,750 then, are we all there? Provisionally sold then at 3,700, 38, 3,008, 3,008, 3,008. At 3,800 then, 3,8 then at 50, 3,850 we've got, 3,900 at 39. At 3,009, 50. One more bid and I'll put it on sale. 3,950, it's provisional. One more bid and I'll put it on sale at 3,950. £4,000 as promised, it's on sale. At £4,000 it's on sale at 4,050. At 4,050. At 4,050. At 4,050 then. At 4,050 you're all done. At 4,050 for the first, 4,050 for the second, third and last time, at £4,050. Sold. 443, the Jaguar mascot on a base. 4 bids on my screen here, Will, that takes me to £90. So it's £90 and sold. At £90 then, at £90 we all done. At £90 I'm going to sell it. At £90 and it's on sale. At £90 off it goes then at £90. £100 I've got in Lincoln at £100. At £100 then, £100 then we're going to sell it at 100. At £100 then, at 100 for the first, second, third and last time. 444 is the Honda CX500. If there's one bike that Honda produced that just goes on and on and on and on, isn't it? It was the commuter bike of choice.
Yeah, I had one for 6 years, never had a problem.
No. Nicknaming the tractor, did they? Yeah, I know. They were the commuter bike and the courier bike of choice, weren't they, for many years? There we are, the CX500, and arguably could still do the job today, but it might be. Might not fall into the ULEZ thing, I don't know. But having said that, it might be old enough to bypass that now. You might see him coming back. There we are. So where are we going to be? You tell me who's going to start me. 1250. It's the start, isn't it? At 1250. At £1,250 and at 1250. Are we sure at 1250? At 1250 then. For a machine that's going to keep going and going and going. If you want to go around the world, you probably go on one of these. At 1,250 then. At 1,250. At £1,250. That doesn't look dear, does it? At 1,250. Are we all done? At 1,250. I think he needs a bit more. We may have to put that in the timed auction. £1,350 we've got. At 1,350. At 1,350. At 1,350. At 1,350. At £1,350, at 1,350 then, are we all done? 1,350, it's provisional still at 1,350, I think he wants more. 1,450 in Brough. 1,450. You might get it, so for 1,500 quidish, might you? So you're not far off, Brough, at 1,450. At £1,450. At 1,450, then it is provisional at 1,450, 1,550. We stand half a chance now, I think, at 1,550. At £1,550. at 1,550. 1,550. At 1,550, then are we all done? At 1,550 pounds, then are we there? At 1,550 pounds. Provisional 445 is the wooden hand-painted sign. We call them wall fillers. There you go then. £10 bid, £10, £20. At £20 then we've got. At £20 then. At £20 then. At £20 cheap enough at £20. At £20, £30. At £30, 30, £40 we've got at 40. At £40, £40 then are we all done? Cheap as that, isn't it? £50 we're going to sell, 60 it's on sale. At 60, 70. At £70 then, at 70 are we all done? At £70 bid. At £70, hammers coming down at £70, are we all there at £70? Sold. 446 is a little Mini Cooper. Look at that for a little beauty. And a lovely bit of information there from the owner. Thank you there. Sherry, thank you very much. Tells you all you need to know about it there, doesn't it? The whole caboodle. The Mini Cooper has been meticulously cared for and stored in a heated garage for the past few years. Don't miss your chance to earn a piece of automotive history. There you go. There, where are we going to be? You tell me. Who's going to start me? Put it down to 14. Well, let's see if we can get something away at 14. At £14,000. Asking. And away, thank you. £14,000 at 14,000. At £14,000 then at 14. At 14,000. At £14,000 then at 14. At £14,000. £14,000. That's cheap, isn't it? At 14. At 14,000. £14,000. At 14,000. Then they're looking for more. Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office. They'll see if they can put a deal together for you. At 14, we're a little bit off. At 447, it's the BP Motor Spirit enamel sign. £100 bid on my screen. 100, 110, 120 I've got. At £120. At £120. At £120 then. At 120 then on my sheet. At 120. 130 on the internet at 130. At £130. At 130 and 40 we've got. At 140. At 150. £150 bid. At £150. At £150 then, 160. 160. On the phones at 160. At £160. On the telephones at £160. Hammer's going to drop at £160. 448 is the little Mini 1275 GT convertible. There you go. I've got 10 bids on my screen, Will, that takes us to £1,100. I just have a little mouthful of drink. Just to wet the whistle. Thank you very much. £1,100 I've got then, Will. £1,100 bid. £1,100. £1,100. We'll submit it for you at £1,100. At £1,100. At £1,100. 1,001, that's cheap enough, isn't it? Engine and box and a few spares are worth that. At 1,100. At £1,100. At 1,100 then. Are we all there at £1,100? We'll submit it. Can only say no, can't they? £1,100 then. Hammer's going to drop down at £1,100. Are we all there? £1,100. 449. Provisional, yes. 449. JCB, Samsung batteries, and no trespassing sign. There you go. Where are we going to be on that? £10 a piece, say £30 and away. Thank you at £30. At £30 then. At £30 then. Are we all done at 30? At £30 bid. At £30, thank you. At £40 then. At 40. At £40 then. At 40. At £40 bid. Excuse me. At £40 then we've got, I'll take a fiver with if it helps. At £40 we are. At £40. At £40 bid. At £40 then. At 40. At £40 then, at £40 then, are we all done at 40? At £40 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £40 then. We've got a market provisional, we're a little bit off, not much. £40 provisional, only £10 away, but I dare. And moving on to the 1971 Austin Sprite, the little Sprite, look, Mark 4 Sprite, lot number 450. A rare AN10 model. There you go. Needs recommissioning. She's been parked up to 3 years. It won't want a lot there, would it? I wouldn't think. There you go. There she is. Little 1275 Sprite. Nice bit of history there. tells you all about it. Oh no, it's been dry stored. Oh, hang on then. Needs a little recommission as it's been standing garage for approximately 3 years, but has been dry stored since 1984. Oh, okay. There you go then. Tells you all about it. Where we're going to be? £4,000. At £4,000. At £4,000. Thank you. At £4,000 then. At 4,000. At £4,000. At £4,000. At £4,000. Are we all done at 4,000? At £4,000. That doesn't look a bad little project. At £4,000. At £4,000 then. At 4,000. At £4,000 then. I think he's hoping for more than that. At 451 is a handmade poison your food sign. Oh, I see. Okay, right, I get you. Yeah, don't make me poison your food sign. Right, okay, there you are. £80 bid anyway. £80 we've got. At £80 we have. At £80 bid, £80 bid, £80 and £90. At £90 we've got. At £90. At £90 then. At £90 at £110 we have. At £110. At £110. At 110 we're going to sell at 110. At 110. Hammer's coming down. At £110. Off she goes at 110. 452 is the 1974 Stag. Here we are. The little project there for you, but look, sensibly priced. 3 litre V6 Stag and an auto Essex engine. Unfinished, there we go. It says one owner for the last 20 years. They are one owner for the last 20 years. Who's going to start me? £1,500. That's cheap enough, isn't it? At £1,500. At £1,500 we have at 15. At £1,500, 15, 16. At 17, £1,800, 18, 19, £2,000 bid. At £2,000 then. At £2,000 are we all done? That's the cheapest Stag you're going to buy. At £2,000. At £2,000. At £2,000. What a fantastic project for someone that. 2,100, £2,100. At £2,100. At 2,100. At £2,100. At 2,100. I'll put you down, provisional Northampton, at £2,100 then, cheapest Stag in the world. Are we all done then at £2,100? 453 is the Universal Cast Ford sign. There we are then. A later sign there. Not a great deal of age about that one, but there you go. Where are we going to be? £20, £30 we've got. £30, £40. At £40 then are we all done at 40. At £40 then. At £40 then are we all finished at 40. At £40 then. £40, £50 bid and sold at 50. At £50. At £50 then. Going to sell it. At £50 then are we all done at £50, £60 then. Hammer's coming down at 70 then. Hammer's coming down now, £70 then, off it goes at £70. 454 is the BMW Z3. Here we are, the little BMW Z3, 1.9. Current V5 we've got, 7 stamps, records in a service book, tracker registration information, there you go, used vehicle sales invoices and so forth, it's all there. There you go, in black, nice little car. Where we're going to be on that, you tell me. Sensible on the money as well. Where we're going to be? £1,500, thank you, at 15. 1,500 then, 15, £1,600, at 16, 17. That's a cheap Z3. At 1,700. At 1,700 then, at £1,700, £1,800 we have at 18. 1,800 then, at £1,800. At 1,800. £1,800 then, at £1,800 are we all done at £1,800. Moving on to 455, the British Railways ticket inquiries enamel sign. That's a nice one. There you go. Where are we going to be on that? £50 we've got, 50, 60, £70 bid. At 70, £80 bid. At £80 then, £80 are we all done then. Hammer's coming down at £80 are we all done. It's all gone. Finished at £80, £90 there. At £90. At £90, £90 then, at £90 then, Hammer's dropping at £100, at 100, £100, at £100, £100 then, are we finished? At £100 for the first, second, third and last time, £100 then, be quick then Dave, £100, £100. No, it's not, it's 110, where did the 110 come from? No, £100 it is, it's £100. Next one's 110. Be sharpish because Mr. Whoever in Huddersfield, 110. 110 we've got on the phones at 110. Sorry about that, Huddersfield, £110 at 110. At 110 we've got 110 on the phones. Are we all done at 110? 120. Thank you, Huddersfield. 120. At 120 pound then. At 120 pound. At 120 then. 130, he says. 130. At 130 pound then. 130 on the phone. 130 on the phone. Are we there? You're letting him have it, Huddersfield. At 130 pound, and it's going to the phone at 130 pounds. Phone 456. The Rhino recovery loading ramps. There we are. Heavy duty loading ramps, 5 foot. These ones. Where are we going to be then? £50 and away, thank you. 50, 60, 70, 80 pound bid, 80, 90. At 90 pound we've got. At 90 pound then they're cheap enough, aren't they? At 90 pound, at 90 pound, then at 90, 100 pound bid. At 100 pound, at 100 pound, then how can you make them at that? You can't. At 100 pound we've got. At 100 pound then, at 100 pound bid, at 100 pounds. At 100 pounds, they're cheap as chips, aren't they? 3 ton, 5 foot long, 100 pounds. At 100 pounds are we all done? At 100 then, hammers coming down at 100 pound, then they're provisional. 457, the aluminium garage sign. Oh, there we are. A modern garage sign there. There we go then. Where are we going to be? £40 and sold. £40 and away at £40 then. Change that, that's it, Will. £40 we've got. At £40 then. Modern sign then, 40, £50 bid. £50 then, 60 with Alan. At £60 down there. At £60 then. At £60, £70 we have. At 70. At £70. At £70 bid. At 70. 80 says Alan. £80 bid. £80 then, are we all done at £80? At £80 then, £90 in Cheshire. £90 at £90. £90 in Cheshire. At £90. At £90 then, at 90 then, off to Cheshire, £100, at 100 we have, at £100 and 10, 110, at £110. £110 then, at £110 are we all done at 110, 120, 120, 130, 130, 130, at 130, thank you for letting me know, £130. Hammer's going to drop, it's off to Cheshire at 130. 458, the big Rolls Royce, the 1961 Rolls Royce, there she is. A thing of beauty and joy forever. Bids here with me, we've got £10,000, thank you, 10,500, £11,000. 11, 11,500, 11,500, 11,500, £12,000, are we all done? We'll submit it at 12,000 then, thank you, at £12,000. At £12,000, are we all done at 12? At £12,000 then, at £12,000 are we all done? We'll see what we can do at 12,000 then, hammers coming down at 12. And moving on to 459, the small wheel butcher's bike. Yeah, butcher's baker's bike with a basket. £120 on that screen there, Will, please. 120, 130, 140. 140 we've got. 140, oh, £140, and I'm going to sell at £140. It's for sale, 140, 150, 160 I have at £160. At £160, hammers coming down at 160, 170. At 170, 180 seated, 180 on the phone. At 180 on the phones, 190 on the screen, 190, 190, £200 seated, £200. £200 on the phone. At £200. 210, Hereford, 210, at 210, 220, 220, at 220, 220, 230 I've got, internet 230, internet bid 230, phone 240, 240, 240 on the phones, 240 on the phones, 250 on the internet, 250, 260, 260 we have, 260. Internet bid is out, phone bid is in. Internet, you're back in again, 270. 270. 280. 280 on the phone at 280. 280 at 280. 290, internet. 290, £300 bid, 300 on the telephone at £300. £300, 310. 310, 320, 320, 320, 330, 330, 330, 340, 340. 340 telephone bidder at 340, 350 internet. Is that heavy, Al? 350 then. 350 on the internet. Are we all done? 350. Are we all done? It's going to go to Hereford at £350. Gone. 350. And scimitar 460. The Reliant scimitar. Will, I've got 12 bids on my right-hand screen that finishes at £4,000. So we've got £4,000 there. I've got 4-1 here, 4-2, 4,200 I've got at £4,200. At 4,200. At £4,200 then. At 4,002. 4-3, 4-4. 4,004 I've got. 4-4. 4,004. 4,400. Bids with me at 4-4. 4,004. 4-5. 4-6 with me, Will. 4,006. Commission bid at 4,006. 4,006. Bidder number 600 388. £4,600. £4,600. Are we there? 4-7 in Wrexham. 4-7 in Wrexham. At £4,700 in Wrexham. Are we all done? At 4,007. £4,700. 4,704.8. 4.8. Bognor Regis at 4.8. 4,008. 4,809. 4.9. Back in Wrexham at 49. 4.9. 4.9. £4,900 then. Hammer's coming down at 4.9. Off we go. She's going to Wrexham at 4,900. Oh, she's back in Bognor Regis at 5. £5,000. £5,000. 5,001. Back in Wrexham at 51. 5-1. 5-2. Where's that one come from? 5-1. 5-1. Wrexham 5-1. There's your. Is there a 5-2 coming? Yep, thought there was. At 5-2. Bognor Regis, there it was. 5-2. 5-3. 5-3. 5,003. 5,003. At 5,004. 5,004.
Slow down a bit, Dave.
5,004. The system has. 5,004. 5,400. £5,400. 5-5. 5-5. 5,005. 5,500. 5,005. 5-6. 5,006. £5,600 in Bognor Regis at 5,600. £5,600. Are we all done? Hammer's going to drop. 5-7. 5-7. 5-7. 5,007. 5-8. Jack, would you just break off and go and see my Jack and just see if he can just make sure that the system is running at full speed? 5,008. 5,008. £5,800. 5-9. 5,009. 5,009.
That's been changed to that.
5,900. At £5,900 in Wrexham. 5,009. 5-9. 5,009. £6,000 bid. 6,000. £6,000. Are we all done? It's off to Bognor Regis at 6,000. £6,000. £6,000. £6,000. Are we all done at 6,000? I'm going to pull the lever then. I'm going to drop the hammer down at £6,000. It's off to Bognor Regis then at 6,000. Are we all done? At £6,000 then. For the first, second, third and last time at £6,000. Are we all there? £6,000. 461 is the Sprax Mix Enamel sign. Michael's got that. There we are. There you go, Sprats. There we go. Oh, it's a nice little sign, that, Michael. Look at that. Go anywhere sign. There you are then. Go anywhere sign. £20 bid, that's cheap enough, isn't it? 20, 30, 40, £50 bid at 50, at £50 then at 50. At £50 we've got, at £50 bid, at £50 bid then at £50, are we all done at 50? At £50, thank you, at 50, £60 coming in. At £60 then, at £60 then, at £60 then, are we all in at £60? Are we all done? 60, £70 bid at 70, at £70 we've got. At 70, £80 then, £80, at £80 bid, £80 bid, at £80 bid, £80, I'll take a fiver if it helps, Will, at £80 we've got. At £80 bid, £80, are we all done? The hammer's going to come down. Provisional then, at £80, 462 is the Nissan Figaro, there we are. Bit of information there from Edward, thank you very much. There we go, we have got, Will, let me just refresh my screen this side, sorry, there we are. We've got a number of bids on my paper. I think there'll be a number on this screen as well. There's 5 there. So, we have got, we may as well just go from those 5 bids to 4.6, Will, please. At £4,600 we've got. At 4,600, at £4,600 then on the screen at 4,006, at 4,600, at £4,600 bids with me with 46, I'm going to sell it. At 4,006, £4,600 I've got. 4,006, 4,750, 4,750. At 4,750 please, Will, 4,750. At 4,750. 4,750. 4,750, are we all done? I'm going to pull the lever then at 4,750. Hammer's coming down at 4,750. And, oh, toolkits, here we are. 3 Jaguar toolkits, they're nice, aren't they? Look at them. 3 Jaguar toolkits. We have got 4 bids on this side, Will, taking us to 170. £170 I've got then. Oh, £170 then. Oh, 170. 170 I have at 170. 170. I'll take a fiver, Will. 175. Oh, 175. 175 and 180 on my sheet. At 180 on my sheet. 180 on my sheet. £180 bid I've got at 180. At £180, are we all there? At 180, I'm going to pull the lever. They're going to go at £180 then. Are you sure? At £180. Sold. 464, the Lambretta LI 125. Here we are, 1965. We've got 7 bids on this screen, Will, taking us to 3,300. Absentee bed 1,600. Oh, they're funny, aren't they? They make you laugh, don't they? 3,300. 3,300. Oh, they do make you giggle, don't they? Well, you never know. The owner might be an idiot. Yeah, but there you go. £3,300 we've got. 3,003, 3,4, 3,5, £3,500 I've got here. 3,005, 3,500. At 3,500. 35.
When something worth around 10,000.
Yeah.
Put it on,
I know.
3,005
with that, you never know. Yeah, of course you never know. Yeah. 3,005 I've got. £3,500. I'm going to sell it. At 3,500, make no mistake, it's going to go at £3,500 then. At £3,500, are we all done at 3,000? 3,550, 3,600 they mark on my sheet. 3,006. 3,600, 3,600, 3,006, 3,650, 3,700 on my sheet, 3,700, 3,700, 3,007, 3,007, 3,800, £3,800, 3,900, 3,900 on my sheet, 3,900, 3,009. 3,009, thank you for trying. £3,900, it's gone there, Josh. 3,900 then. Hammer's coming down at £3,900. 465 is the Rally Grifter, I believe. Yeah, there we go. The Rally Grifter. Would have killed for one of these when I was about 10. Absolutely, I know. 2 brothers, Barry and Trevor Davis. They both had them down our street. Yeah. One was blue, one was red. Oh. Instant bird puller, weren't they, with me? Instant bird puller. There they were, instant bird puller. There we are then, we've got £300 on this screen, Will, please, at £300 bid. At £300 I've got £300 bid then, at £300, at £300 then. Wonder how much they were new. £300 I've got, at £300 bid, at 300 then, bids here then at 320, at £320, at £320 then, at £320. At £320 then at 320, at £320 then hammer's coming down, at £320 then we're going to sell it, at 320, 320. That's a question for you guys at home. Just after you press the like button, just see how much a grifter was new back in 83, 84, 85, something like that. That'd be interesting. Tom, keep an eye out for that. I'd like to know.
99. So 99.
There were what?
£99.99.
£99, someone said. £99, were they?
Cosmos had one.
99, thank you for that, mate. Thank you for that. £99. Yeah. Well, all us lads would have actually killed for one then. Yeah. We would indeed. Anyway, thanks for that. Thank you. There you go. So 466 is the VW Transporter Caravelle. There we are, the Caravelle. Information there all about it. There you go. Looks a right clean thing, this. There we are. I believe she wants, I've owned this vehicle since 2016. All the bodywork was done 5 years ago. The front seats swivel, the rear seats fold and remove, and are all trimmed in leather. Oh. Original wheels with new tyres, lots of new parts, and because of my disability now need a new owner to finish the project. Oh, okay, Heather, yeah, no problem. I'm sure there's someone, Will. We've got £4,000 bid on this screen, Will. At £4,000. At £4,000. Looks a right nice machine, doesn't she? At £4,000. At £4,000. We'll submit it. We can have a chat with Heather, see what she wants to do at £4,000. Thank you for your bids. At £4,000 then. At £4,000. Are we all done at £4,000? At £4,000 for the first. £4,000 for the second. You're missing a cheap VW at £4,000. Provisional 467 is the Ferrero light box. There we go then. There you go. Made up light boxes then. We've got a few of them then, but they do the part, don't they? Look nice on the wall. We have got £100 bid. Thank you. £100 bid. Oh, £100 bid. 110, 120. 120 then. Oh, £120 then. Cheap enough at £120. Oh, £120 then. At 120 then. Are we all done at 120 then? That's provisional then at 120. 468, the Alfa Romeo 2600, a 2600 Sprint. Here we are. We have now got, it says here, the current V5 present and has paperwork posted to us today. There you go. So a bit of an update there, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. The current V5 is now present. Excuse me, has the website been updated? Yes, it has. Current V5, yes. And we've got some paperwork with the car as well. There you go. And the girls have updated the website accordingly. So there you go. 3,000. Excuse me. £3,000 I've got on that screen there. 3,000. 3,000. 3,1 Will. 3,100. 3,2. £3,200 please at 3,002. At £3,200. On sale at 3,200. At £3,200. At 3,200, only just in. At 3,200. At £3,200, I'm going to pull the lever. It's on sale, it's going. You're only just in. At £3,200 then, are we all done then at £3,200? Missing no one. 469 is the Brexton Vintage Picnic Camper set. There you go. Thank heavens my father's not here. Otherwise he'd be buying it. There you go then, the vintage picnic set. There you go then. She does look a nice set actually, doesn't it, in all fairness? Yeah, it does look a nice set. There you go then.
You never know, it might be online.
Yeah, he might be online. I'd never be surprised. Yeah. He's down to about 50 sets now, I think. That's all. Here we are. Then we got. It is a nice set. That's ideal for the back of your classic, isn't it? That. Look at that. All jokes aside. Look, £30. We got 30, £40 bid at £40. At £40 then. At £40. That looks a nice set. Does that? At £40 then. At £40. At £40. £50 bid. We've got at 50. At 50 then. At £50 then. At £50 then. At 50. At £50 then. Are we all done at 50? I'm going to sell. At £50 then. At £50 bid then. £50. It's off. It goes at £50 then. Are we away? Sold.
I considered YouTubers on there tell us that Back to the Bike, when it was launched in 1976, I think
76, was it right?
it was just £63. In 1982-83, they were for sale for £80 to £90, priced just under a chopper, which was £100.
Is that right? Just a few quid less than a chopper?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know we have lots of choppers. We don't have that many grifters. A grifter, I had a chopper. My grandfather, bless him, he built up a chopper for me when I was very young, but which was lovely of him. But in all fairness, a grifter was a far more usable bike. Yeah.
Thanks to Keith.
Keith. Yeah. Thanks, Keith. Well done, mate. Thanks for the info. Lot number 470, the VW Transporter. Here we are. Now, this is a dead straight thing. This is a really, really straight thing from the same stable as the other very straight Transporter that we had under the hammer just a few moments ago. Privately owned from new, only used for shows and pleasure, two sets of original keys and all original sales dictionary, it says there. And I must admit, it is a real level straight van. We use those terminologies in the trade, don't we, when something is very straight. What we mean is it's just a right, genuine, what you see is what you get item, whether it be a car or a bike. Michael's just interjected there and said it's a proper thing, and it is. And for one of us to say it is dead straight, I can assure you it will be dead straight. There you go. Because we see a lot of stuff, we turn a lot of stuff away that's not dead straight. So £7,500 bid we've got there at 7,500. That's provisional, Hereford, but thank you for your bids at 7,500. At £7,500, 7,600, 7,700, 7,700, 7,700 we've got. That's for you, Mark, at 7,700. At £7,700 we've got 7,800. 7,008, 7,008, at 7,008, 7,900, 7,009, at £7,900, at 7,900, £8,000 bid, at £8,000, at £8,000, 8,001, 8,001, £8,100, 8,200, 8,200, 8,200, it's 8,300. It's pre all that silly electronic engine management type stuff, hasn't it? 3,000, 8,003, Mark with you, I believe. 8,300, 8,400, 8,004, 8,004, 8,005, 8,500, 8,500, 8,005, 8,006, 8,600, 8,006, 8,750, good idea, 8,750, 8,750, 8,750, 8,750, 8,800, 8,800, 8,800, 8,900, do 100, Will, 8,900, 8,900, next one's 9 if anyone wants it, if not it's off to Mark at 8,900, £9,000 says Alan, £9,000, £9,000, 9,100, 9,100, 9,100, 9,200, 9,200 we've got, 9,200, 9,300, 9,300, 9,004, 9,400, 9,400, 9,500, 9,500, 9,600, 9,600, 9,700, Mark, 9,700, 9,700 with Mark, 9,800, 9,008, 9,900, 9,009, 9,900 we've got, £10,000 with Alan, £10,000, £10,000, £10,000 we've got, £10,000, then are we all done at 10,000? 10,100. Might just do it, Mark, 10,100, 10,001, 10,200, 10,200. It's on sale, it's going to be sold. £10,200. Thank you for letting me know and thank you for your bids. At £10,200. Alan's telephone at £10,200. Are we all done? It's going to go at 10,200. Alan, well done, guys. Thank you. 471 cast flying Scotsman sign. There we are. Modern sign there. There you are, modern sign of the way then at 45, 50 pound. We've got 50 pound on my sheet, there's 55 there, we'll take that bid, thank you. At 55 pound, 60 pound we have. At 60 pound then, at 60 pound then, at 60 pound then, 65. At 65 pound, at 65 pound, 65 pound then at 65, are we all done? At 65 pound then, hammer's coming down at 65 pound, off she goes at 65. 472, the Yamaha clock, there we are, the Yamaha symbols, the tuning fork, there you go, where we're going to be, who's going to start me? Who's going to start me at 20 pound then for the clock? 20 pound anywhere for the clock? Anyone want to jump in at 20? If not, we'll move on. 20 pound bid, thank you, at 20 pound. At 20 pound we've got, at 20 pound bid, 20 pound we've got, at 20 pound bid, at 20 pound bid, 20 pound, 30 pound bid, at 30, at 30 pound, at 30 pound we have at 30, at 30 pound then, at 30 pound then, are we all done at 30? Hammers coming down, sadly provisional though, at 30 pounds. 473, White Star Line, enamel sign. That's an interesting one, isn't it? White Star Line, look at that. There you go, White Star Line. It's a later reproduction sign, but it's still in cast, it's enamel. There we go then, we have got £100 bid there, Will, please, 100, 110, 120 here with me, at 120 with me. Oh, £120 bid here with me on my books at 120. Oh, £120. Oh, 120 then, hammer's coming down, off she goes at £120, are we all done? 130, £130 we have at 130. At 130, I'm out, internet you're in at 130, at £130 then off she goes at 130. 474, the Triumph Herald, looks to be a very cheap Triumph Herald, there we are, very sensibly priced Triumph Herald. 4 bids on my screen there, Will, which takes us to £1,800. That doesn't look an expensive car, does it? Look, £1,800 for a little Triumph Herald. How cheap do you want them to be? 1,009. Look, that's a cheap way into classic motoring, isn't it? $1,900. Who's gonna round it up to 2,000? Thank you very much, Pembrokeshire. Don't blame you. It's got to be worth a couple of grand, isn't it? 2001. At £2,100 we have. At 2001. 22. 2002. 23. 2003. 2003. Cheap little car. 2003. 24. At 24. At 24 we've got. At 24. 5. £2,500 at 2005. At 2,500. At 2,500. At Malta, good afternoon, Malta, 2006. At 2007, Malta again at 2007. £2,700 in Malta. 2007, do you want to deliver it, Josh?
Yeah,
in Malta.
Together.
2008, £2,800, 29. At 2009, at 2,900 then. £3,000 in Cambridge at 3,100 back in Malta. 31 at £3,100 at 3,100. Are we all done then? Off to Malta she goes. Oh, 3,200. Cambridge is back in. 3,300 Malta. 3,300 3,003 at 3,300. At 3,300 are we all done? Hammer's coming down then. 3,400 3,500 3,005 at 3,005. 3,005. Fair warning then for the first, second, third and last time. Get ready, Will. 35 Malta. 475 is the Michelin map and a couple of road signs there. £60 and sold and done and away. At £60 then. At £60 then. At £60 off they go at 60. At £60 hammers coming down. Be warned, they're going to go. At £60 then. They're going to go. Off they go. £70 then at 70. At £70 then at £70. At £70 bid. At £70 bid. At £70 then. £70 for the first, second. £80 bid. £80 bid. Don't leave it to the last minute. £80 when the hammer's down, it's gone. At £90. At £90. £90 bid. At £90 then off they go. At £90 then hammers dropping at £90. Thank you. I shall go through them. We'll do one or two of them solds now. Charlie's just been doing some solds for me. Charlie's been on provisionals today, and we're all going to do a bit of everything moving forward so we can all cover each other. And I mentioned this morning, if you were tuned in, that we have a number of provisionals throughout the day, all 95% of which are converted into sales as we go along. So moving on from there, lot number 303, the Austin A55. Oh, that lovely 55. I'm so glad that I found a new home. That's a little sweetie. That's been sold. 309, the little pallet truck. There you go, Andy's favourite pallet truck. That's been sold. Lot number 328, the Austin Champ. Bonnie little champ there, wasn't it? A deal's been done on that. Brilliant. Lot number 360, the 1980 Sebring. Again, deal's been done on that. Fantastic. Oh, I'm pleased to see lot number 44, the lovely Toyota Yaris. The Yaris GR track spec car. There we are. That has found a new home. Well done. Lot number 372, the 1992 Pontiac. That has also found a new home. And lot number 332, the as new New Holland on the right-hand side there behind Joe. That has also found a new home. Thank you very much. Brilliant. Well done to the office for that. Thank you for your bids. 476, the 1965 Lotus Elan. That looks a bonny little car as well, doesn't it? Look at that. Where are we? You tell me. We've got 17, 18, 19 there at 19. 19,000 at 19,000. At 19,000. 19,000 pound, then I'll take 500 if it helps. At 19,000. What a bonny little car that looks at 19. 19,000, a little Lotus at 19,000. 19,000 pound then at 19, the little Elan at 19,000. At 19,000, that doesn't look over there, does it? At 19,000, at 19,000 pound, he's hoping for a bit more. Have a word with the girls upstairs, they'll see if they can do a deal for you, and it'll come down on my sheet. 477, moving on, Will, is a fruit machine in working order. There we are, which is, there you go, to your left as you're looking at me. The fruit machine in working order. There you go then. If nothing else, it just lights up the back of the garage, doesn't it? There you go, looks nice. Where are we then? You tell me. £50 bid, thank you. 50, 60, 70 pound we've got. At 70, 80 pound then. At 80 pound then, at 80. At 80 pound then. At 80 pound then. 80 pound, are we all done? At 80 pound, 80 pound, 80 pound then. 80 pound, 90 pound I've got. At 90 pound. At 90 pound. 90 pound, it's provisional at 90. At 90 pound. At 90 pound. At 90 pound, at 90, are we all done? At 90, that's provisional. Missing no one. 90, 478 is the little Micra LS. Look at that. What a little sweetie she is as well. Lovely. Totally unmolested on the original, it says 1992 Nissan Micra. Well, I'm sure it will be. 3 former keepers, 55,000 miles. A 33-year-old classic, which will only increase in value. Oh, I'm sure it will. It's certainly one of those cars that will just go and go and go and go, won't it? I think it was my grandfather's last car was a little Micra, I think, from memory. I'm sure it was a little Micra, little red one. My first car, Talbot something.
If you had the opportunity to buy it back, would you?
Yeah, only for the sake of buying it back. Yeah, don't think I'd ever drive it again. I'd just park it up. But yeah, I think we'd all would, wouldn't we? We'd all, if we could. I wouldn't buy it back if it was, if it was in kit form on a pallet. Yeah. But I would buy it back if it was, if it was like jump in and drive it. I think. And I have to look at the reg number, won't I? See if it's any MOTs or anything. Well, obviously they're MOT exempt now, aren't they? But I'll have to get the reg number dug out and see if it's still around somewhere, won't I?
I don't think you forget the first car, do you?
No, you don't. No, true enough. I wish I could that one, I think. But no, I don't. No, you don't. Anyhow, moving on. The Nissan Micra, £1,000. Yep, that's a good bid, isn't it? £1,000. It's a cheeky one. At £1,000, £1,100, £1,200 bid. At £1,200, £1,300. At £1,300 then. At £1,300. At £1,300, it will last forever. As long as you don't let it rot away, don't leave it out over winter, just keep it under the carport. It will go on forever. At £1,400 then. At £1,400, lovely little car then at £1,400. At £1,400, then are we all done at 14? At £1,400. At £1,400 then. £1,400, are we all done and dusted at £1,400? Cheap little car at £1,400. I think John's looking for a bit more and I don't blame him. In the meantime, have a word with the girls. And 479 is a wooden hand-painted SO sign. There we are then. 3 bids on my right-hand side at £90. They're a wall filler. That's what we call them. They're wall fillers. Exactly what they do. They fill a wall. There we are, £90 then. At £90, are we all done? I'm going to pull the lever at £90. At £90 then, off she goes. At £90 then, off she goes now at £90. Are we all done? And 480 is the MGTD, the little MG. Oh, it's a TF, this one, sorry. There you are. It's a little TF. Be a 1250 TF, no doubt, is she? Yes, she is. There we are. Little TF 1250. These are such good value for money at the moment. All the T-Series range are as low as I can ever remember them. They are such good value. At 12,002, 12,3, 12,003. We've got £12,300 at 12,003. At £12,300, 12,4, 12,004, just need a little bit more, 12,004, 12,5, 12,500, 12,500. It wasn't that long ago, we can all remember, they were making 20,000 quid, these, weren't they? Now look at them, 12,500, at 12,500, such a good buy, and such a lovely driving period car, £12,600, 12,600. Steering rack as opposed to steering box, independent front suspension, they drive like a modern car. At 12,007, at £12,700 we've got, at 12,007. I'm going to put it on sale. I can't believe I would be selling such a nice little TF at this sort of money. If you'd have told me this 5-10 years ago, I wouldn't have believed you. At 12,007 we've got now. At £12,700, are we all done? At £12,700, 12,8, 12,008. £12,800 at 12,800, 12,800. I'll take a 50 if it helps. If not, it's going to go at 12,800, 12,008. Cheap as chips at 12,850, 12,850, £12,850 for nothing. At 12,850, she's off to Surrey then. At 12,850, thank you for your bids. At £12,850, sold. Now 481. Now this car should have sold. It's been through a couple of sales here with us, and it really should have sold because it's a dead genuine straight car, and Bernard's owned the car from you, and it just basically, I wouldn't say it's just been used like a modern car, because he has been careful with it, but at the same time, it has been used. It's been used as a modern car, and it wants a really good detail in the car. There's one trim, I think, from memory. Obviously, as you all know, the door trims shrink. I think there's one near side rear door trim that just wants taken off and stretching back again. The rubbers, I think, are all good from memory. It's just a real genuine car. It's what you see is what you get. And I like them that way, personally. I don't like the ones that have all been got at, and it hasn't been got at. It's just a dead straight car, which wants, with a weekend's worth of detailing, you could turn it into a completely different car. Anyhow, 14,500 is bid at the moment. At 14,500, at 14,500, £15,000 we've got. At 15,000, at £15,000, at £15,000 then, at £15,000 we have at 15,000. At £15,000, that's the cheapest Sierra Cosworth you're going to buy. At £15,000 we've got 15,250. At 15,250. At £15,250. At 15,250. At 15,250. 15,250. At 15,250. Your struggle to buy a more genuine car. At 15,250. At 15,250. 15,500. 15,005. 15,750, 15,750, at £15,750, at 15,750. That's not a dear car, guys, honestly. 15,750. Even I'm sat here thinking I should be buying this. At 15,750, at £15,750, 15,750, £16,000 bid we've got. At 16,25, 16,25. At 16,250, at 16,250, £16,250, 16,250. She's not been ragged to death. It's had the one owner from you. Bernard bought it new at 16,250. But there's some room left in that, isn't there, surely? At 16,250. I'll submit it then at 16,250. 16,500. I'll take 100 if it helps in a minute, will. 16,750. At 16,750. 16,750. 16,850. 16,850. 16,950. 16,950. 16,950. At 16,950. Are we there? 16,950. I'll submit it for you. The officer no doubt have a chat with Bernard, see what he wants to do at 16,950. At 16,950 though, I think she's well worth its money. At 16,950 then I'll pull the lever, I'll bring the hammer down on a provisional basis then. At 16,950 I think you'll struggle to find a more genuine car. At 16,950 for the first, 16,950 for the second, third and last time, fair warning at 16,950. 16,950 we'll try for you. And then we have got, the little Willis Jeep. Now another favourite of mine. There we are, little Willis Jeep. Again, they're in the same bracket as 2 CVs and Honda C90s. Everyone should have one. There you go. Then where we're going to be on this, we've got £10,000 bid on this screen here, Will, please. £10,000, 10,000 we've got. 10,250, 10,250, 10,5, 10,005, 10,005 and 750, 10,750, £11,000 bid, £11,000. That's a cheap little Jeep, that. £11,000, 11,250, 11,250, 11,500, 11,500. Then we'll submit it. 11,500. In fact, I've got instructions to put it on sale. 11,500, 11,500, 11,500, 11,600, Will, please. 11,600, 11,700 here with me. 11,700, 11,700, 11,700. I'm going to sell it at 11,700. £11,700. That's a cheap little Jeep no matter which way you look at that. £11,700 and it's on sale. It's going to go at £11,700. You're missing it. Off it goes then. Off it goes. Goodbye that. 483 is the extra stout Guinness sign. £100 away, thank you, £100 bid and away and sold and gone at £100. At £100 and are we all done? At £100 if we are, I'm going to bring the hammer down at £100, it's going to go. At £100 and it's on its way to Cheshire at £100. So, lot number 484, the Volvo 740 GLE. Who doesn't like a big Volvo estate? 200s from you, it says here. Sunroof, tow bar, heated front seats, original floor mats, owner's manual. There you go, it's all here. There you go. Where are we? We had the battery replaced. The mechanic said to leave the original battery clamp on the passenger seat. No problem, I'm sure he did. Number plates are on the passenger seat, ready to be fitted. There you go, Frida, thank you ever so much. We've got £1,600. That's a cheap Volvo estate, isn't it? Look at that. £1,600 for the big Volvo estate. Look at it, bless it. Look, £1,600. Oh, 1,600. 16 records of service, it says there. Oh, 1,600 we've got. £1,600. That's not dear. I'll take a 50 if it helps, Will. That must be a £2,000 Volvo estate, surely. At £1,600 we have. We'll submit it. At £1,600 then. At £1,600 then. Hammer's going to drop down at £1,600. At £1,600 then. That's a provisional sale at £1,600. 485 is a Kodak film enamel sign. There you go then, a little reproduction sign then, cheap and cheerful. Where are we going to be then? 30, £40 bid at £40, thank you. At £40 we've got. 40, £50 bid then. At £50 are we all done? At £50 then. Hammer's coming down at £50, thank you very much for your bids at £50. 486, the Audi 100 LS. There you are, a rare car. A rare car. Lady owned there, I think. Mrs. Sheridan White. Thank you very much. There you go. Oh, I'll just update my screen and I'll just have a little drink just to wet the whistle if I may. A very rare car. Very rare car. There you go. Where are we going to be on that? Not registered, it says there on my notes. I wonder why that is then.
It's registered in Ireland, though.
Oh, it's in Ireland. Oh, I see. Right, I see. Republic of Ireland. Right, okay. We're not be able to check. Right, okay. So she's going to want registering in the UK. Oh, right, okay. They are not registered in Ireland to apply for a V5. Okay. Right, I get. Yep. Right, there we are then. Who wants to start me at £6,000? Asking 6,000. Will. Asking 6,000. Asking £6,000. Anyone want to start me at £6,000? Can't start any lower than that. I've got nothing on my screens or anything here. Nothing on yours. To be perfectly honest, I aren't surprised because people don't like the problematic DVLA and registering cars that have come over from the Republic of Ireland. So my advice to the vendor when I speak to them is going to be to sort that bit out really first, because that does put up a stumbling block in my experience, and because they can be difficult, as we know, the DVLA, can't they, bless them? We love them to bits, don't we? But they can be difficult. Computer says no, aren't they? They are. Computer says no. If you've got some interest in the Audi, please have a word with the team upstairs and they'll try their best for you, but I can see why. There we are. So anyway, moving on to 487 is the PK Oak Black Wall Clock. There we are. We've got £80 bid there. We've got £80 there, and we've got 80, 90, £100 bid at 100. At £100 we have. At £100. Excuse me, at £100 bid, at 100 then, 110, 120 with me, bid of 120 with me, bid of £120, at £120 we have, at £120 then, bids with me on the books here at 120, at £120, at £120 then are we all done, at £120 then we're going to sell it. At £120 then are we all done and dusted? At £120 sold. And the little BMW coming up next, lot number 488, the BMW 700 CS Coupe. There we go. Very unusual car. Nice bit of information there supplied by the owner. Thank you very much. Tells you all about it. All the bells and whistles. There are only about 100 right-hand drive coupes imported to the UK. This was one of the first batches between 10 and 20. There you go. Right, we have been asked to submit the best bid. So, submit the best bid we do. And we've got £12,000 bid in Bolton in Lancashire. Thank you very much. We've got £12,000 bid. A £12,000 bid. A £12,000 internet bid. Thank you at £12,000. At £12,000. At £12,000 bid. At £12,000 then at £12,000. Bolton, we'll submit it for you. We'll have a conversation at £12,000. 12,001's just gone. 12,2's just gone. 12,3 with you. 12,003. 12,003 on my right at 12,003. 12,300 on my right. 12,4. 12,4 is Mark's bid. 12,4 is Mark's telephone bid at 12,4. 12,5. 12,5 I've got. 12,5. 12,005. 12,005. 12,5. Mark, do you want 12,6? 12,005. 12,6 has gone. Back in Bolton in Lancashire. 12,6. 12,7. 12,7's gone. Is here on my right. 12,7. 12,7 is gone. It's on my right. 12,7. Who wants 12,8? 12,7 has gone. 12,7 has gone. 12,8. £12,800 we've got. 12,9. 12,009. 12,009. Who wants 13? Thank you for letting me know. We've got 12,9. Anyone wants 13,000? If not, we're going to put the provisional offer through at 12,9. 12,009. 13,000 in Bolton, Lancashire. 13,1. 13,1. On my right, Bolton, you're out. 13,1. £13,100. At £13,100 then. 13,1 for the first. 13,1 for the second. Giving you fair warning, Bolton. 13,002. Sorry, new bidder. 13,3 on my right. 13,3. 13,3. Surrey, you're out. Bolton, you're out. 13,003 I've got. 13,003. £13,300. That's you. 13,3. Bolton's out. Surrey's out. You're in. 13,3. And I'm going to pull the lever at £13,300. Are we all done then? Giving you fair warning, ample time at £13,300 then. Are we all done at £13,300? £13,300. We'll submit it, 13,300. Well done. And moving on to the little Subaru, lot number 489, the Subaru. Little GLI, four-wheel drive. Look at that, little four-wheel drive. Blimey, I bet that will go absolutely anywhere. Four-wheel drive, I'm amazed at that. Look at that. Current V5 I've got. Rare example of a Subaru Vivo, I think it's called, original throughout. Switchable four-wheel drive. Do you know what? As long as that doesn't actually bottom out, that'll go anywhere, that, won't it? That'll go absolutely anywhere. Right, where are we going to be? Who's going to start me? £300, that's cheap enough, isn't it? £300, £400 bid at 400 we've got. At £400 bid, £500 bid at 500. At £500 then at 5. £600. At £600 bid at 600. At £600 we've got. At £600 bid. Provisional then at 600. At £600 bid. Are you old enough to drive? At £700 we've got. At £700, £800 bid. Are you sure? £800 bid. £800 then. £800 bid. £800 on my left-hand side from some random student at £800. At £800 we've got. At £800 then. At £800 we've got. £800 then. Anyone know him? £800 then. £800 are we all done? It's provisional then to Riley at £800. Are we there? At £800, we always take the mickey, mate. Oh, £900 bid. £900 bid. £900. Oh, whatever. £1,000, any money. £1,000 bid. At £1,000 we've got. At £1,000. At £1,000 then. At £1,000 then. At £1,000. At £1,000 then, are we all done? At £1,000 to the 15-year-old on my left at £1,000. Sold at £1,000. We'll all be jealous, won't we? Well, we are jealous. I am jealous, yeah. When Riley's 40 and looks 21, yeah. Lot number 490, moving forward. Now lot number 490 is a lovely, pretty car, isn't it? Lot number 490, the Jaguar E-Type. What a bonny looking car. A very, very attractive car. There we go. What a nice machine. You can just stand here looking at that, can't you? The lovely colours of the car. Beautiful car. There we go. Without further ado, I'm just squeaking through here. Freshly rebuilt to original spec with air conditioning as well. Andy J. Air conditioning. Perfect for your continental tours. Perfect. Perfect. Pardon?
Real innovation at the time, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Lovely car. That. What a pretty car, isn't it? It just looks magnificent. And we've got some interest here. So we've got £40,000 bid there at 40,500. 40,500. 41. 5. 42. 42. 5. 42. 42,000 we've got. 42. 5. 42,500. At 42,500. £43,000 at 43. 5. 43. 5. 44. At 44. 44. If there's one car in here that looks like it should be £100,000, it's that one. Look at it. At £44,000. At £44,000. What a beautiful car. At £44,000 we have. At £44,000. At £44,500. At £44,500. £44,500. Very provisional. £45,000 with David on the phones at 45. At £45,000. At 45,500, 45,500, 45,500, £46,000. Dave just beat you in there, Will. He did lift his arm before. At 46,000, £46,500, £46,500, £47,000 with Dave. Again, he just beat you in Cheshire in front of me on the telephones at £47,000. £47,000. 47,500 back in Essex. You're in now. 47,500. £48,000 says David. 48. 48. 48,500. It genuinely looks like a £100,000 car. £49,000 says Dave at 49,000. If there's one car that's up and down in value, it's the Jaguar E-Type, isn't it? At the moment they're down, so now's the time to buy it. 49,500. 49,500. £50,000 with David. £50,000. £50,000. The car will be back up to 100. You wait and see. At £50,000. £50,000. It's your bid, David, at 50,000. £50,000. What a lovely car. What a lovely car to own. At £50,000. 50,500. £51,000 with David. 51. 51 and a half. £52,000. 52,000. £52,000. 52. 52 we've got. I'll take a quarter wheel if it helps, because if you were here and you were bidding, you may well shout that to me as Essex has. At 52, 250. 52.5. 52.5. 52.5 with David. 52.5. For one of the nicest, the most attractive E-types I've seen for a while at 52.5. Perfect colour for the car. Perfect combination of colours for the car. 52.5. 52.5. I still think that's well worth its money. At 52,500 then. It's your bid, David, at 52,750. Cheshire's back in at 52,750. £53,000. 53,000. Whiz with David at 53. I see Essex jumped in, but David did shout 53 before. 53 we've got. Try and keep it as fair as I can, everybody. 53,000 is David's bid here on the telephone this afternoon at 53,000. £53,000. You'll kick yourself, Cheshire or Essex. You'll both kick yourself later on. 53,000. £53,000 then. It's David's bid. You've tried very hard, all of you. Thank you very much. Yeah. 53,250. 53,5. Yeah, 53,750 says David's phone. 53,750. 53,750. If you're going to have one supercar in your garage next to your house, it's this, isn't it? 53,750. And just use it and enjoy it at 53,750. Are we all done? At 53,750. Thank you all for your bids, both here and at home. At 53,750, it's your bid, David. When the hammer goes down, get ready with that button wheel. I don't want anybody crying back on me. At 53,750, it's going to be sold. It's going. 54,000. 54. 54. 54,250. 54,250. 54,250. 54,250. 54,250. There's E-types and there's E-types, isn't there, really? And this will pull. You put this in a show field and it will pull the viewers, I can assure you. 15,250. It's one of those cars. It's a magnet car. It pulls you in. At 54,250. 54,5. 54,750. 54,750. When he sat in it on Christmas Eve, out the way from the grandkids and everything else, and he sat in there just with that odour of the leather and all, he will be smiling, won't he? He might not be smiling right now, but he'll be smiling then, I can assure you. At 54,750. At 54,750, I am going to drop the hammer. Thank you all for your bids. It's David's bid at 54,750. Are we there? 3, 2, 1. David's bid. Well done, guys. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. I expect a message on Christmas Eve when he sat there saying, "You're right, Dave. I'm here smiling." There you go. Right, moving on. Moving on. Yes, in his Jaguar shirt. Sat there. Yeah, there you go. MSW, alloy wheels with centre bosses. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £100 bid, thank you. £100 we've got. £100 we've got. £100 then. £100 then. Are we away at 100? £100 bid. £100 then. Are we all done and dusted at 100? £100 then. £100 are we all done? 492 is the Rover 75 Classic SE. There we go. The Rover 75. Current speedometer reading 7,500. I'm sure that must be right. At 7,500. I can't click on the video. Michael, can you shed any light on that? Jack, is it 7,500 mile? It must be. For it to be here with that type of guide, it must be. Yeah, I do vaguely remember seeing an ultra low mileage car come along. I think it was. Yeah, there we are then. There we are. Where we're going to be on that then? You tell me. £2,000 away. 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, 2,004 there. 2-4 on that screen. At 2,004. At 2,400. At 2,400. I'm just going to flick through the photographs here. At 2,004. 2,400. Private plate on it as well. 2,500 says Mark. 2,005. 2,500. 2,005. I'm flicking through the photographs. It looks right. 2,500. 2,500. Looks pretty immaculate inside. 2,500.
Is he getting me?
I apologise, I can't remember all of them. 2,500. We may only have 450 cars on site, but there'll be 2,500 come across my desk, and we whittle them down to 450, so I can't remember them all. But 2,500 is your bid, Mark. It's on a provisional basis at the moment at £2,500. Are we all done? It's Mark's bid at £2,500. Then are we all there at 25? Provisional to Mark. 493 is the AA John Player GP sign. Oh, here we go. There we go. Just let me refresh my screen after I've been looking at photographs. There's 14 bids on that side. 14 bids. And there's lots. It blows these bids on your screen out the water here, Will. I've got 14 bids here, which finish at £650. So £650 I've got. At £650 here. At £650 I have. £650. At £650. Please bear in mind that this has been entered with a £40 reserve at £650. They're the bids, they're on the screen here. I've even, yeah.
Is that your estimate?
No, well, 40 quid is mine, but yeah, there we are. Well, it will be ours anyway, yeah. Yeah. Well, there you go. I can only do what's in front of me. There you are. There's the sign. Do what you want, but 600 odd quid. I'm just flicking through now. Well, there you are. Andy's photographed it. What can't speak, can't lie. There it is.
You know, Dave, one or two people on YouTube have said, you know, that some of the prices, you know, they're kind of overinflated, but you can't overinflate a price in an auction because it all depends upon who.
Well, the bidders dictate the prices, don't they? You know, and all we can do in a situation like this is say that we think it's worth somewhere between 40 and 60.
Yeah.
If someone wants to give £1,000 for it,
Yeah. No, it's not like in
You
retail,
know.
is it, where you can set the price?
no, there you go, there you go. So the weave gym. So there you go. All I know is it's been photographed correctly, it's been described correctly. It is an AA John Player, or it says AA John Player special sign. There you are. That's what it is. That's what it's got on it. There you go. £650. You tell me. £650. And are we all done? I'm going to pull the lever then at £650. Then on the sign at £650. Then for the first, second, third, and last time. But I couldn't agree more with the comments on social media at times. Yes. Yeah. Are you all right, mate?
Yeah.
I just do a couple, then you get on. Yeah. 494, the Jaguar XK8. Here we are, the XK8. Well cared for, it says here. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. The pirate plate registration number, but this is not being sold with a vehicle. Now then, I'll make you aware of that. The car came in and was photographed with the registration TUGY there. The car has, that number will be returned to the vendor, and the car will go back on to EFIL PG52 NRF. There you are. There you go, clean car. Who wants to start me then? Who wants to start me at £3,000, Will? At £3,000. XKA Coupe. At £3,000. Anywhere. Oh, Jackie, you on, are you? Good man. If not, we'll have to move on. Sadly, I think the category does detract, sadly, from the car, no matter what. Once they get the category on, I'm sorry about that, Derek, but once they get the category on, it does pull back on the cars. It does. 494. Even the car, no fault of the owner, the car may be a supercar, but people are a little shy of the categories, and they always have been, and I think they always will be. But if you've got any interest in what looks to be a very clean Jaguar XK8, please have a word with the team upstairs in the office. Right, I'll just do this last one. 495, the Rolex Style Yacht Master Black Steel Clock. Here we are, the Rolex Style. We've got bids on this screen here, Jack, that takes us to 140. I've got 140, 150 pound bid. At 150 I've got. At 150 pound, then are we all done at 150? At 150 pound bid, 150, 160, 160 I've got 170 then. At 170, at 170. At 170, 180, 190 and 200 pound bid. At 200 pound I have at 200 pound then. At 200 pound bid. At 200 then. At 210 pound at 210. At 210 pound. At 210. At 210 are we all done? At 210 pound then hammers coming down. At 210 then are we all done? At 210 pounds. Sold 210, and Paul's going to jump on and do a few, and I shall no doubt see you later. I haven't shouted any of those ones out.
Rightio. Right then, good afternoon again, and we'll just start off with a few solds here. Lot number 359 has indeed been sold, the Golf petrol pump sign. Lot 366, a Singer Junior. Lot 382, an MGTF. Lot 386, an MGB GT. Lot 438, a Royal Enfield. Lot 321, a Lambo clock. Lot 423, a Jerry sign. Lot 399, an AC Cobra sign. Lot 456, some 5-foot ramps. And 405, a Ford Thames 300E have been sold. So there you are. That's the importance of getting your name on a provisional. We do convert an awful lot, so well done to the guys in the office over there. And on to lot number 496, MGB GT. Here we are then, British Racing Green by the looks of it. Only 3 owners from new, very good condition, no modifications, always been garaged. There we are then, where are we going to be with that? And a nice clean example, says Mick. There you go, Mick snaffled it up in his shed, say no more. We'll take that 3,000, 3-1 there, look Jack, at £3,100 bid. At 3,000, don't scratch it. At £3,100 then. At 3,100 is the 2 anywhere. At £3,100. At 3,100, lovely MGB GT, nice usable car. At 3,100, is that it? Are we done? At 3,100, then we'll talk. At 3,100, then looking round for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at 3-1. And on to 497. Here we are. Players Please enamel sign. I'm maybe a bit loud down there, am I? There we are then. A Players Please enamel sign. There we are. Mick's got it there for you. We've got 40, 50 pound bid. At 50 pound then. 50 pound then. The Players Please sign. At 50 pound bid. At 50 pound is the 60. At 50 pound bid then. At 50 pound only. At 50 pound and 60 he says. At 60 pound bid. At 60 pound is the 70. At 60 pound bid there's 70 there. At 70 pound then Barnsley, good afternoon. At 70 pound bid. At 70 pound then is there 80 B sharp. At 70 pound then the hammer's coming up then. At 70 pound and 80. 80 pound bid then on sale. 80 pound then. 80 pound selling it away. First, second, third time looking around at 80 pounds. Sold and away, thank you very much. And on to 498, the 1921 Indian Scout. There we are. What a lovely, lovely thing. Absolutely superb. The engineering and such like in these, absolutely fantastic. Brilliant. There we are. Where are we going to be with that one then? You start me. You tell me. Where should we start? We start at 14, Jack. We'll start at 14 then. Make me work for it. There's a 14 out there. 14, he says. At 14. At £14,000 then. At 14,000. At £14,000. At 14, you maybe want to put that in. Yeah, exactly right, Jack. Yeah. At £14,000. At 14,000. At 14,000 then. It is the 250 at 14,000. At 14,000, I think you're going to have to call the office on that one. We'll try for you, we'll talk, but I think you better make a phone call. And on to lot number 499. Here we are then, Michelin sign, 32 inches by 8, thereabouts. There you go. Mick's got it there in front of you. Where we're going to be with that then? We're going to be at that £40 bid. At £40 then on sale. At £40, £40 then is the 50 anywhere. At £40 then staying local, £50 bid. At £50 then, at £50 is a 60. There is 60 Driffield afternoon. And £70 bid. At £70 then, at £70 is there 80. At £70 then the hammer's coming up then, £70 then for the first, second, third and last time at £70. And on to lot 500. Here we are then, 1978 MGB Roadster, well cared for, well serviced MGB. There we go. And Mick says it's got the makings of a lovely, lovely car. There you are then. It's another one up the road in Mick's building there. There we go then. Where are we going to? We'll take that 2,000 there. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000. At £2,000. It is an MGB Roadster, I mean. At £2,000 bid. At 2,000 is there one anywhere? At £2,000 bid. At 2,000 then. 2-1 he says. At 2,100 I should think so. At £2,100 then Dave's telephone. At 2,100 is there 22. At £2,100 then it'd be a cheap car if it comes. At £2,100 then provisionally then Dave on the telephone, make no mistake, £2,100 then provisionally for the first. 22, 22, 23, I should think so, everyone's woken up, look. At £2,300. At 2,300, £2,300 bid. At 2,003, do you want 4? At 2,300 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at 2-3. Oh, 2-4. Hang on a minute, hang on, we haven't finished yet. At 2,400, you nearly missed it, Cheshire. At 2,400. At 2,400 then is the 5. I can sell it on the next bid. At £2,400 bid. At £2,400 then the hammer's coming up then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at 24. There you go, you only just got it. And on to 501. There we are then, a large Senna light up box. There we are then, Mike's got it down there, look, there we go. Where are we going to be with that one? Ah, there we are, that's grand, isn't it? Steady. There you go. Where are we going to be then? We're going to be 50, 60, £60 bid. At £60, £70, £70 bid. At £70 then is there 80. At £70 bid. At £70, £70 only. At £70 bid. 80 he says. At £80 then. At £80. £80 then is there 90. Be sharp. At £80 then. £80 then. 90 he says. At 90. At 90. £90 then is there 100. At £90 bid. At £90 then, is that it? Are we done? At £90 then for the first, £90 provisionally for the second, third and last time at £90. There you go, hope you get it. And on to 502, another MGB. There you go, mixes another one that he snaffled into his unit and another lovely, smart, bright looking example. The vendor agrees with him. Said it's an MG Owners Club restoration, although it's got an oil leak. Tell me an MGB that hasn't got an oil leak. So just be mindful, ladies and gents, there is an oil leak. Pardon? Jack's leaks oil. Yeah, Jack's leaks oil. They all leak a bit. But anyway, there you go. The vendor is telling you that it has got an oil leak. Be mindful, but I mean, let's be fair. All MGBs have an oil leak, otherwise they haven't got any in them. £1,000 bid. At £1,000, £1,100 bid there. At £1,100. 1,100, 1,200 he says. At 1,213, 1,300. At 1,003 and 4. £1,400 then. At £1,400 bid. At 14 and 15, 1,500, at 1,500, 16, at 1,600, £1,600 then and 17, 1,700, 18, 1,800, 18, 19, £1,900, at 19 and 2,000, at 2,000, 2,1, 2,1, at 2,100. and 2, 2, 2, at 2, 2, 2, 3, I should think so, at £2,300, at 2,003 and 4, at 2,400, 2, 5, at 2,500, at 2,005 and 6, 2, 6, 2006, 7, 2, 7, 2007, and 8, 2, 8, and 9, 2009, at £2,900. 3,000, he says, £3,000 bid, at £3,000 then, £3,000 then, 3, 1, 3, 1, at 3,100, £3,100. Make a lot of sense as an MGB GT. At 3,100 then. What do we think? Are we done? At 3,001, 32, 32, 33, 3,003. I struggle with me threes. At £3,300. At £3,300 then. 3, 4, 3,004 and 5, 3, 5, 3, 5, 3, 6. At 3,600, 3,006, at £3,600 then, is that it? Are we done? At 3,006 and 7, 3, 7, 3, 7, at 3, 8, 3, 8, 3, 8, at £3,800 then. The hammer's coming up, 3, 9, 3, 9. Are we going to round it up? At £3,900. At 3,009 and 4,000, at £4,000, at £4,000 then. What do we think? At £4,000 bid, 4, 1, at 4,001, 4,100, at £4,100 then for the first, 4, 1 for the second, are you sure? 4, 1 for the third and last time, looking round, 4, 1. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Well done. Nice, bright looking car, that. And on to lot number 503. Here we are then. Exide batteries. There we are. Mick's got it there for you. Where are we going to be with this one then? 40, 50, £60. At £60 then. £60 then. £60 bid. At £60. £60 bid then. And £60 and 70. At £70 bid then. At 70 and 80. £80 there. £80, 90. £90 bid. At 90. At £90. 100. £100. 110. 110. 110, at £110. At 110 is there 20? There is 120, 120 and 30, 130, 130, 140, 140, at £140, 150, 150, at 150, 160, 160 and 70, 170, at £170. At 170, 180, 180, at £180 bid. At £180 then, is that it? Are we done? At £180 then, nope, 190, 190 and 200 he says. At £200 there, at £200 bid. At 200, is that it? No, 210, 210, at £210. 220, 220, at £220 then. At £220. Hammer's coming up then, £220 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 220. There you go, 220. You bought yourself an Exide sign, thank you. And on to 504, the Bentley Arnage. Oh, they're lovely, aren't they? Aren't they great? The vendor has provided lots of information there. Look, originally British registered, but bought here just south of Le Mans. When I retired 7 years ago, now returning to the UK. Unfortunately, the wife says I must sell. Oh dear, oh God, oh dear, he's in trouble there, isn't he? The wife said, oh God. Anyhow, there we are then, lots of receipts. He's not going to get his money back. And there we are, new water pump, new belts, new shock absorbers, lots of bits and pieces. There we go. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to take that 6,000 there, Jack. We're going to start with that. At £6,000 at £6,000. A Bentley Arnage for £6,000. Ridiculous. At £6,000 bid. At 6,602 he says. At £6,200, I should think so, it's for nothing. At £6,200. At 6,002, we're talking Fiesta money. At £6,200 then. At 6,200 is the 4, B sharp. At 6,200. At 6,200, we'll submit it, we'll talk. At £6,200 then, provisionally for the first. Provisionally for the second, 6-2, provisionally for the third and last time. Cheap car if that comes. And on to 505, the Child's Radio Flyer three-wheeler tricycle. There we are. No, you're too big for it, Mick. There you go. I think Sooty was eyeing that up to go home on it. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 30, 40, £50 bid. At £50 then. At £50 bid. At £50 then the little kid's tricycle. At £50. At £50 then. At 50 is the 60 B sharp. At £50 bid. At £50 then is the 60 B sharp. At £50 then. At £50 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at £50. And on to 506. Ah, now this is a lovely car, a lovely, lovely car. Over there, I know. Vauxhall VX 490. And the vehicle has been owned by the same family since it was 3 months old. Isn't that lovely? Isn't it? Absolutely great. What a lovely, lovely bit of kit, yeah. Current V5, previous V5s, MOT certificates, printed photographs of the vehicle, previous MOT documents, owners club booklets, invoices, the list goes on. We've got some interest with you, Jack. I've got some interest with me. Got some interest on this screen. We've got 5.6, 5.7. We're going all the way straight up there to 8,750. Look, 8,750. Bidder number 50025 at £8,750 bid. £8,750 then. 8,750. 9,000 at 9,000. 9 1/4 with me, Jack. At £9,250 bid. At 9,250, 9,500, 9,750 with me, Jack. At 9,750, 10,000 says Andy. At £10,000 and £1/4 here with me. At 10,250, at £10,250, 10,500 he says. At 10,005, 10,005 and 750 with me. At 10,750. 10,750 here with me. 11 says Andy and £1/4 with me. 11,250, £11,250. 11,250, 11,500, 11,500, 11,750 here with me. 11,750, 12,000 he says and £1/4. 12,250 at £12,250. At 12 1/4. 12,500 he says, 12,500 and 750 at £12,750. At 12,750, bidder number 5 0025, 13 says Andy, and £1/4. I'm with you. 13,250 at £13,250. 5 750, 13,750 at 13,750. £13,750, 14 he says, and £1/4, 14 1/4 at 14,250 and 500 and 750 at 14,750 at £14,750 bid at 14,750 and 15 says Andy and £1/4 at 15,250 at £15,250 at 15,250 at 15,500 he says and 750 I know at £15,750 at 15,750 and 16,000 at 16,250 at 16 1/4 here with me at £16,250 then. You can't find them, can you? You can't find them. At 16,500 5, thank you, at 16,500 and 750. At 16,750 here with me, at 16,750 and 17,000 Andy there and a quarter, 17,250 at 17,250 pound, 17,500 he says, 17,500 and 750 at 17,750 at 17,750 pound, here with me, at 17,750. 17,750 pound, then what's he think? He says 18,000 Andy on the phone and a quarter, I'm with you, at 18,250 pound. 18,250, 18,250, 18,500 he says, at 18,500 and 750, 18,750, 18,750 pound. 18,750. Did he want 19? At 18,750. 18,750. He's thinking now, isn't he? 18,750 pound. Does he want 19? He does. 19, he says. At 19,000 and a quarter. I know. I know. We're both getting to the business end here, I think. At 19,250 pound bid. Bidder number 5, 00025. At 19,250 pound then. At 19,250. 19,250. At 19,250. At 19,250 pound. At 19,250. Does he want 5? At 19,250. What's he think? At 19 and a quarter. It seems to be between me and you. At 19,250. 19,250 pound. And a half. And a half. And I'll have 100. 6. 19,6. 19,6. At 19,6 my bid here. Bidder number 5, 00025. 19,600 pound. Thank him very much for his bids. At 19,600 pound, here on my paperwork. Thank him ever so for his bids. Someone's got a loser. Someone's always going to be a loser. 19,600 pounds then, looking round for the first, for the second. Is he sure? Third and last time, 19,600 pounds. Sold and away. Thank you very, very much. Thank him very, very much. We'll keep him posted. Andy Underbidder. Don't forget YouTube, guys. Please like and subscribe. The guys there, it helps them terrifically. Hope you're enjoying the day.
I tell you what, you'll make a great auctioneer yet.
I'll make a great auctioneer one day, he says. One day. We'll see. We'll keep practicing until that day. And on to lot number 507, the Gulf forecourt sign. Here we are, down here, Mick says. There we are. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 30, 40, 50 pound bid. At 50 pound then, at 50 pound bid. At 50 pound then, 50 pound bid then, brighten up a dingy corner. At 50 pound bid then, at 50 is the 60, there is the 60 pound there. At 60 pound then, Barnsley, 70 pound bid. At 70 pounds then, 80 pound then, Barnsley, at 80 pound bid. At 80, 90 pound then, Driffield, just along the way, at 90 pounds, 100 pound bid, at 100 pounds, 100, 110, 110, at 110 pound then, 120, 120, at 120, 130, 130, 130 is the 40, there is 140, at 140 pound, at 140, 150, 150, at 150 pound bid. 150, 160, 160, at 160, 170, 170, and 80, 180, 90, 190, 190, the 200, at 190 pound then. At 190 pound then. 200, there we are. No, yeah, there it is. I knew it was coming. At 200 pound bid. At 200 pounds then. Hammer's coming up then. 200 pound then. Provisionally sold then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 200. There you go, Jack. Press that button quick. And on to...
Thank you.
Oh, we're having a shift change.
Well, yeah.
Ah, there we are. And on to 508 Volvo 240 GLT Auto. There we are then, current V5. Paperwork includes an owner's handbook, a traveller's guide, service booklet, one stamp unfortunately and one written entry, various leaflets, MOT certificates, old tax discs and a few magazines. There we are then. Looks a real genuine old car. They're a lovely old girl, aren't they? Wants a bit of polishing by the looks of it, bit of love. There we are then. Can we get that £1,800 to start? Is there 1,800 there, Will? If there isn't, we're going to pass. We're going to move on. Is there anyone with £1,800 for a Volvo GLT? If not, we're moving on. No. Let's move on. On to 509 Haveline motor oil sign. There we are then. These are lovely little signs, these, aren't they? There you go. Oh, that is a little sign as well. There you go then. Where are we going to be with this one then? We seem to have standing bids on these at £40. £40 and we're off. At £40 bid then. At £40 then is the 50. At £40 bid then. At £40. At £40 then is the 50B sharp. At £40 then, £40 only will submit. At £40 then looking round for the first, second, third and last time at £40. Too late. Missed it. You missed it. And on to 510. There we are then. 510, the innocent Lambretta. There we go. Brilliant little thing these, look. Lovely little bike this. I'm sure the vendor had it running when he brought it in. I'm positive he did. I'm sure he rode it in. There we are. There we go then. We've got 2,000, 22, 24, 26, 26, 27, 28, 29, £3,000 there, Will. At 3,000, 31 here with me. 500032 at £3,100 bid. At 3,001, not anymore, 32. At 3,200 then, on sale the little scooter at £3,200. At 3,200 is the 3B sharp. At £3,200. At 3,200, £3,200 bid. At 3,200 then looking round on sale, he's going to miss it. At 3,200 then for the first. 3-2 for the second. 3,200. We just got a guy on the phone who's a little undecisive. Are we good? 3-3 says Dave on the phone. At £3,300 then. At £3,300 then. I don't want to rush anybody, give everyone plenty of time. At £3,300 bid. Dave on the telephone there at 3,300. At 3,300, is that it? Are we done? At £3,300 then for the first. At 33 for the second. 3,300 for the third and last time. Dave on the telephone. Well done, Dave. And on to lot number 511, M Sport Neon LED light up sign. There we go, little sign there, look, Mick's holding it up. There we are then, where are we going to be with that one then? Have we got £20? There must be £20 for a little neon sign, there must be. There must surely be £20 bid, there must be there somewhere.
Got 10.
Oh, we got a tenner. There we go. It's a start. We got £10 bid. At £10 there, £20 bid. At £20 then, at £20 bid. At £20 then is a 30B sharp. At £20 bid then, £30 he says. At £30 then, the little M Sport badge. At £30. At £30 then is the 40. At £30 then, provisionally sold. Then the hammer's coming up. Then £30 for the first, second, third and last time. Oh, £40 on sale. That's put a bit different light on it. 40, £50 bid. At £50 then, at £50. At £50 then, hours coming up then, on sale. £50 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £50. There you go. And on to 512, 512, the Francis Barnett. There we are then. There we go then. A very original bike, lovely patina, chrome's a little pickled but polishes up acceptably for its age. Original registration V5 in the vendor's name, first registered in 1957. There we go, lovely little bike, what a little cracker, superb. There we go then, we've got 600, 650, 700, 750, £800 bid. at £800 bid and on sale. No money for a little British bike. At £800 then. At £800 bid. At 800 is the 50 anywhere. At 850. 850 at £850. £850 then. At £850 it's no money. At £850 then. 850 is the 900 B sharp. At £850 bid for the first. 850 then for the second. Third and last time at £850. Sold at £850, thank you. And on to 513 Swan Vesta enamel sign. There we are. Nick's got it there. There we go then. That's a nice bonny little sign. There we are. Where are we going to be with that one then? We've got £50 here and away. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then the Swan Vesta sign. At £50. At £50 bid then is a 60. At £50. 60 says. At £60 then. At £60 then is the 70. £60 bid then for the little Swan Vesta sign. At £60 and 70. £70. 80. £80 he says. £80 then, at £80 then, on sale, £80 bid, 90, £90 there, 90, 100, £100. At £100 then is the 10, at £100 bid. At 100 then, looking round, hammers coming up then, £100 then for the first, second, 110 he says, 110, Barnsley at £110. 110, 120, 120, 120, at £120. 120 then for the first, 120 for the second, third and last time at 120. Thank you. And on to 514. Here we are then, BSA current V5, no other paperwork. It's an A7 shooting star, I believe. The paintwork's pretty good. Twin leading shoe front brake, fully enclosed chain guard, classic A7. There we go then, what a lovely little machine that is. Superb. There we go then, some interest there with you, I see, Will, at 2,000, 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, 2-4, 2-5, at 2-5, 2-6. £2,600 bid. At 2,600 for nothing, aren't they? At £2,600. At 2,006, 270 says. At £2,700 then, I should think so. 27, 28, 2008. At 2,800. 28, 29, 29, 2009. And on sale, ladies and gentlemen, £2,900. At £2,900 then, is that it? At 2,900. 29, 3,000 he says. At £3,000. At £3,000 then. At 3,000 then. The hammer's coming up. £3,000 then. 3-1. 3,001. At 3,100. At £3,100 then for the first. 3-1 for the second. 3-1, third and last time. 3-1, thank you for your bids, chaps. And on to 515. Here we are then. The Dandy Designer trailer tent. Here we go. Cheap little holiday here coming up for you. There we are. Now, unfortunately, Will, I picked that Wakefield bid with my 100 that's on this paperwork here, that should have already been displayed on there, look. So we have £100 already bid.
So I think we need to look at someone else can bid.
Yeah, exactly right. So we have £100 bid. At £100 then. At £100 bid. The trailer tent there. At £100 then. At £100 then. At 100, we'll take a tenner if it helps. At £100 bid. At £100 then. It's cheap as chips, isn't it? At £100. At £100 then, is there a tenner anywhere? At £100 bidder number 600313. At £100 then. At £100 is no reserve, it's off. That's it. It's cheapest holiday you're ever going to buy. At £100 then. At £100, is there a tenner? There is. There you go. There you go. You know it makes sense. At £110. At 110 then is the 20 be sharp. At £110 then the hammer's coming up then. £110 then, sold and away. 110. Too late, mate. Too late. You have to pull that one back, Will. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. It's going to York. There you go. Come and have a night. And on to 516. There we are then. Norton Dominator, here we, oh, that looks a fair machine, doesn't it? Current V5, there we are. The vendor says it's a Norton Cafe Racer ES2. Make your own mind up, of course. It's 95% complete, and a featherbed rolling frame, road registered, speedo required. There you go, make of that what you will. There you are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We have 1,000 on your screen, Will. We have 2,000, 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, 2-4, 2-5, 2-6 over here. At 2,600, bidder number 600184. At £2,600. At 2,600 and on sale 2,7 says Mark. At 2,728, I'm with you. At 2,800. At 2,800, 2,9 he says, and 3,000 here with me. At £3,000 then. At £3,000 here with me. 3,1 says Mark. 3,2 here with me. At 3,200. At £3,200 bid. At £3,200 here with me. At 3,002. Do you want 3? At £3,200. At 3,200, then the hammer's coming up then. £3,200 bid. 3-3. 3-3 says Mark. I'm out. 3-3. Mark's telephone at £3,300. At 3,300, then the hammer's coming up then for the first, for the second, third and last time. Mark's telephone 33. To you, Mark. Well done. Thank you. And on to 517. Here we are then. Golden Shred Marmalade enamel sign. There we are. Brilliant, nice, bright little sign. There we go then. 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, £90 bid. At £90 then. At £90 then. Bidder number 600202. At £90 bid. At £90 then is there 100 B sharp. At £90 then there's £100 there. At £100 then. At £100 and 110. £110, 110, 120 with me. At £120 then. At £120 bid. At 120 is the 30. At £120 then. At 120 for the first. 130, 140 will please. At £140. At 140, at £140 then, at 140 then the hammer's coming up, at 140 for the first, second, third and last time at 140. Top right, thank you. And on to 518, Fiesta XR2. Oh, what a car. I bet this is in your shed, isn't it? It is in your shed, I know it's in your shed, I put it there. See, I think of you. There we are then, Fiesta XR2. We sold it. It featured, I believe, on the show a little while ago, in fact a long time ago, didn't it? And it was extracted out of a barn. It's been away, it's come back, and it's come back beautiful, hasn't it? It's a lovely, lovely car. So here it is then, it's your chance. It's that much money to what it should be really. So we're looking and we're going to take, for what it's worth, Jack, we're going to start with that 12 grand that we've got there, look, £12,000. At £12,000 then, the little Fiesta XR2i that is beautiful. At £12,000. At 12,000. At £12,000 bid. At 12,000 you can't begin to restore this car to this level for this money. At £12,000 then. At 12,250. At 12,250. At £12,250 then. At 12,250 is the 5. At 12,250, 12,5 he says, I should think so as well, Rotherham, yes. At 12,005. At 12,500. At 12,500 and 750. At 12,750. At 12,750. We're on dog patrol over here. At 12,750. At 12,750 is a 13. At 12,750, the little Fiesta there. You couldn't begin to restore it for this money, ladies and gentlemen. It really is a lovely, lovely thing. And £13,000. At 13,250. At 13,250. At 13,250. Just to make you aware, the vendor has reduced the reserve of this car, so he's keen to put a deal together. He was going to want a bit more than this, but he has reduced it down a little. At £13,250 bid. At 13 and a quarter then is the 5 B sharp. at £13,250. At 13,250. Are you sure you don't want 5? At 13,250 then provisionally. The hammer's coming up then. £13,250 for the first. 13,250 for the second. Third and last time, very provisionally. We'll try him for you. Thank you.
The season needs to be very jolly for male dogs.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, it's that time for the male dog, is it? Oh, good. Oh, blimey. Right then, and on to... You what, sorry? Oh no, we don't want any of that carry on, no. And on to lot number 519, a Land Rover Series 2-3 Fairy Overdrive unit. There we are then. Oh, look at this. So, we have got interest here with me. We've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, £800 bid. At £800 bid and £800. At £800 bid there. At £800. At £800 bid then. £800 then is the 25. £800 bid. At £800 then. Is that it? Are we done? At £800 bid then for the first. 800 for the second. Third and last time, selling at £800. Sold at 800, thank you. And on to the Vauxhall Rascal. There we are then. Little camper van for you there, look. Where's little Jackie? Just do you this, Jack. You don't need a big van, you. Just little van. There we are. Has it got a tow bar, he says. There we are then. The vendor says it's a rare and collectible camper van. 1000cc petrol, of course, 5-speed manual, 2 berth. You take the bird. 10 months MOT, pop-up roof, gas cooker, grill, sink, electric pump, jacuzzi. Oh, no, sorry, no jacuzzi. Anyway, there we are then, full body display in Porsche Riviera Blue, so that must make it go faster. There you are. New radiator, new thermostats, new HT leads. Oh, look at that, lovely. There we go then, where are we going to be then? We're going to be 2004. At 2004, £2,400 then. At 2,400, at £2,400. Not a lot of money for a little camper van. At £2,400. At 24 is a 25. At 2,400 then. At £2,400 only. At 2,400 then. The hammer's coming up then. 2,400 will submit. At 2,400 for the first. For the second, third and last time at 2,400. We'll try for you. I think Tom's shouting you. And on to 521. Here we are then. Osram Auto Lampen Enamel Sign. There we go then. Where are we going to be with this one? We're going to be £10, £20, £30, £40 bid. At £40 then. At £40 then. At £40 bid. At 40, 50, £50 he says. Whitley Bay. At £50 then. £60 bid. At 60, £60, 70, £70, 70, 80, £80 bid. 90, Whitley Bay again, 90, £100. At £100 then. At 100, 110, 110, 110, 120, 120, 120, 130, 130, 130, 140, at 140, 50, 150, 150, at 150, £150 then, at £150, 160, 160, 170, 170, at £170 then, at 170 then for the first, at 170 for the second, third and last time at 170. Thank you very much. And on to 522 Kawasaki. Here we are then, one of I think 4 bikes from the same stable. There it is right there. Beautiful bikes, lovely bikes. I did manage to get 3 of the 4 of them running. They've come in beautiful, they really are. They are very special bits of kit, they really are. So there we are then. Oh, it's one of 3 bikes, sorry, not 4 bikes. There we are. Lovely thing, proper thing. Wants to go in the living room, next to the telly. It's the second best thing you're going to look at. Absolutely. There you go. Right then, there we are then. 4,002, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, £4,800 and on sale at £4,800 bid at 4,800 at 4,800 is the 9 at 4,000. Sorry, 9, he picked you there, so, sorry, 4,9, sorry, you can have 5 if you want, at 4,900, at £4,900, at 4,9, he can't have 5, it's gone, at 5,000, at £5,000 then, £5,000 there, 5-1 says Jack, at 5,100, at £5,100, Jack's telephone, 5-2 says Alan, at 5,200, at £5,200 there, Alan seated at £5,200. Look at it, it's lovely. At 5,200, at £5,200, 5-3 says Jack. At 5,300, at £5,300. At 5,003, what's he think out? At £5,300 then. 5-4 on here, I'm afraid. It lit up before your arm. 5-4, 5-5, 5-5. At 5,500. 5,500 Jack's telephone. At £5,500 bid. At £5,500 then is that it? Are we done? At 5,556. 5-6. At 5,006 on the internet there at 5,600. 5,006 against you, Jack, at £5,600. At 5,600, 5-7 says Jack. At £5,700 then, Jack there on the telephone, at 5,758. At 5,008, over in Cheshire, at £5,800 then. At 5,800, 5-9 he says. At 5,900, at 5,009 and 6,000. £6,000 then, at £6,000 bid. At £6,000 then, the hammer's coming up then, £6,000 then, is he sure he's all done? He's not, 6-1. At 6,001, at £6,100 then, Jack there on the telephone, make no mistake, at £6,100 for the first then, 6,162, 6-2, there's two guys, they know their bikes, at £6,200, at 6-2, £6,200 then, it's going off down to Cheshire for the first, for the second, third and last time at 6-2. Thank you very much for your bids. Well done. Lovely, lovely bike that. You'll not be disappointed with that bike. Beautiful. And on to 5-2-3, the Royal Ascot sign. There we are then. There we are. Mick's got it there, look. We've got £40 bid and we're off. At £40 bid then, the Royal Ascot sign. At £40. At £40 then is the 50. At £40 bid. At £40 then, at £40 then, hammers coming up then, 40, 50, 60, 60 here with me. At £60 then, at £60 here with me. At £60 then is the 70, be sharp. At £60 then, the hammer's coming up then, £60 for the first, second, third and last time. £60, thank you. And on to 524, Toyota MR2 Roadster, little yellow one. There she is, nice bright little car. There we go. What we got here? We have got MR2 clear, MOT, just been serviced, last owner for 20 years. That's lovely, isn't it? Owned a car for 20 years, isn't that great? There we go then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 3-3-1, 3-2 at £3,200 bid. At 3,200, at 3,200 is a 3. At £3,200 then, £3,200, 33. 33 at 3,300, at 33, 34, 34, at £3,400. You can't buy them like this, can you? They're a lovely little car. At £34,000. 34,000, 3,400, 35, 35, 36, 3,600, at 36, at 37, 3,007, at 37, 38, 38, at 3,008, 3,008, 39, 39, 4,000 and on sale, can sell it at £4,000 bid, at £4,000, at 4,000 is the one, there is 4-1, at 4,001, at 4,100 then, at 4,100 is the 2, at £4,100, 4-2, 4-2, 4,002, at 4,200. Oh, think of the brownie points you're going to get. 4,300, 4,003, at 4,300 then, at 4,300 pound. 4,300, is that it? Are we done? At 4,300, then the hammer's coming up then. 4,300 for the first. 4,300 for the second. 4,000, 4,400, 4,400, at 4,400, at 4,400 pound then. Don't lose it for £100. Think of them brownie points. 4,500, 4,500. You could have bought her a handbag, couldn't he? But then that goes out of date in a week, doesn't it? At least you got a car to sell. At £4,500. At 4,500 then, is that it? Are we done? At 4,500 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. 45, thank you. Oh, them brownie points.
How long have you done for? What, do you want a breather in a minute?
Hey, I'm all right for a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. Hold on. And on to 525. Avery Hardle two-stroke pump. There we are then. Nice little thing there. There we are. Where are we going to be with that one then? We got a couple of £100 to kick us off. There must be a couple of £100 in there somewhere. There must be £200 there somewhere, Will.
So we go.
There you go. Once you get your little figures there working. There we go.
Disco lights.
I hadn't noticed your disco lights, but anyway, there we go. And we've got £200 bid, look. At £200 bid then. At £200 bid. At 200 there. Maybe, there we go. Well, I was going to say at 50, but anyway, they're near enough. Yeah, at £200 bid then.
I know the estimate.
Yes, quite right. Right then, at £200 bid then, is there 50? At £200 bid. At £200 then. At £200 then. We'll sell it provisionally. At £200 then, looking round for the first. 200 for the second. Third and last time, provisionally at 200. There you go. We'll have a go for you. And I'm getting tangled up with paperwork here. Lot number 408, the Norton, has been sold. Lot number 472, the Yamaha cock, sold. Lot 449, 3 signs, have been sold. Lot 433, 3 F1 banners, have been sold. Lot 429, AA Lodge light-up sign, has been sold. Lot 415, Morris display cabinet, has been sold. Lot 434, a Peugeot 306, has been sold. Lot 481, a Sierra Cosworth, has been sold. Lot 441, a Wolseley water-cooled engine, has been sold. And 437, not for resale Globe, has been sold. So there you are, there's another heap of solds. Well done provisionals team, doing a grand job. And on to 526. There we are then, Volkswagen Carmen Gear. There we are, lovely car these. USA import, 4 owners. The car was purchased in 2012, had it a while, then put it on sawn in 2016, dry stored in the garage since. The body's been under seal, and there you go. Make of that what you will. There we are then. We're going to be, oh look, that's there, 7,000, 7,1, 7,2, at £7,200 then, at 7,200, at 7,2, 7,3, at £7,300, 7,4, 7,004, and 5, 7,5, 7,005, at £7,500 then, at 7,005 and 6, 7,6, 7,006 is the 7, at £7,600 bid, and 7, 7, 7, at 7,700, 7, 8, 7,008, at £7,800, at 7,800, at £7,800 then, 7, 9, 7, 9, it's on sale from now, £8,000, £8,000 bid and on sale at £8,000. 8,000 then, at £8,000 then, is that it? Are we done? At £8,000 then, looking round 8,1. 8,1, 8,001, at £8,100 bid. 8,001, is there 2? At 8,100 then, the hammer's coming up then, on sale, £8,100 then for the first. 8,100 for the second. Third and last time at 8,1. Sold at 8,1, thank you. And on to 527, the Golden Shell Motorcycles oil sign. There we are then. There we go, Mick's got it there, look. Ah, nice bright tidy looking sign. There we are then. We got £100 here with me, Will, £100 and away. Up £100 then, 100, 110, 120. Up £120, up £120 bid. Up £120, £120 then, up £120. Up 120. They keep moving them numbers. Up £120 then. Up £120 then here with me. Up 120, 120. Up £120. Up 120 is a 30. B sharp. Up £120 bid. Up 100. Is it gone wrong? Oh. Up 120, 130. Up 130. Up £130 then. Up 130 is the 40. Up 130. 40 says 140. 140, 150. 150. Up £150. 150 then. Is that it? Are we done? Up £150 then. Up 150 then. The hammer's coming up then. £150 then for the first, second, provisionally third and last time. 150. It is provisional, but it'll come. And on to 528, the Alfa Romeo. Here we are. Lovely, bright looking car. 105 coupe, a 2000 GTV. It's a 73 Alpha twin cam. Has sadly not been used since coming out of the restorers over a year ago. And the restorer had it for a very long time before that. Nobody had one of them jobs. So there we are then, little use since restoration. What you see is what you get. While we've been talking, we've got all sorts of someone bid £2,000 here. Honestly. Deary me. Anyway, we got 8,000 on my screen here, Will, and then we rocketed up to 13,000 on this screen, which is a little more respectable, isn't it? At £13,000 bid. 13.1 at 13,100, 13.2. Can't believe someone put £2,000, can you? 13.3.
We have to educate because obviously.
Well, honestly, I think he wants to get back in the home. At 13.3 and 4 and 5 and 6. 13.6 at 13.6 and 7. 13,708. 13.8 at 13.8 and 9. 13.9 at 13.9 and 14. 1. 14.1. 2. £14,200 then 3, 14.3 and 4, 14.4 and 5, 14.5 and 6 and 7, 14.7 and 8. Whose idea was the hundreds? And 9. No, it's fine. And 9 and 15 and 15 at 15,000 and 1, 15.1. 15,001 is a submit best bid, ladies and gentlemen, but we'll get you an answer as soon as we possibly can. 15.1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15.5 at 15,005 and 6 and 7 at 15.7 and 8. You see people at home, can't you? And 9 and 16,000 at 16,000 at £16,000 at 16, 2 at 2. I'm all over it, don't you worry. And 4, 16.4 and 6, 16.6 and 8, 16.8 and 17, 17,000 at 17,200, 17.2 at 17.2. We knew it would cause lots of interest, didn't we? Because it's a lovely, lovely thing. 17.4, 17.6, 17,600 at 17,600, 800, 17.8 at 17.8. Maybe should have started a bit higher, you know. 17, 18, 18.2. Yeah, we did, yeah. 18.4. It's all right, we got all night. It's fine. 18.4, 18,400, 18.6, 18.8, £18,800, 18.8 at £18,800 bid. 18.8 is the 19 at 18,819, 19,000, 2, 19.2, 19.4, 19.4 and 6, 19.6 and 8, 19.8 and 20,000, at 20,000. Maybe that 2, maybe you missed a digit off of there. Maybe that was meant to be 20. At £20,000 bid then. At 20,000 then. At £20,000. Now we'll take a 1 if it helps. At 20,000. At £20,000. Pardon?
1,000 or 100?
No, just 100, yeah. At £20,000. It's on sale. There we go. We've had the nod, ladies and gentlemen. The car is on sale. £20,000 then on sale. Make no mistake. We don't have to submit the bid. We've got the green light. 20,100 and 200, 20,200 and 300 on sale. 20,004, 20,400 and 500, 20,005 and 6. £20,600 at 20,600 on sale. Don't miss it. At £20,600. Then what do we think?
How big's the smile on Andrew's face?
I know. At £20,600. Then Hammer's coming up. Then at 20,607. 20,007 at 20,008. 20,809. 20,009. 21. 21,000. 21,1, 21,1, 21,2 and 3, 21,3 and 4, 21,4, 21,4 at £21,400 then. Is that it? Are we done? Are you sure? At £21,400 then, looking round. 21,5, 21,5, 21,6, 21,6 and 7. 21,7 and 8 and 9, 21,9, 22 at 22,000, 22,1, 22,1, £22,100 at £22,100 then. At 22,100 then the hammer's coming up. 22,2, 22,3, 22,3 at £22,300 and 4.
This could be a very good day for a TV show.
22,4 at 22,5, 22,5 at £22,500, 22,500 and 600. It's such a shame when someone has to lose out, isn't it? It is just such a shame. 22,600. I bet we get another one next sale. 22,007 at £22,700 then. 22,700. What do we think, ladies and gents? £22,700 then. The hammer's coming up then for the first. 22,700 for the second. Third and last time looking round. There you go, going off down to Surrey. Well done, Surrey. Very, very well done, Surrey. Well done. And it's such a shame that someone has to lose out. What we got here then? Oh, we've got an Alpha plate. How ironic that is. There we are. So, and this is an Alpha 105, where it's the nearest plate you're going to get for that car. So here we are then, Surrey. You need to buy yourself a number plate as well. Look, there we are. There you go. That would look lovely on that Alpha, wouldn't it? Look at that. Brilliant. Will it go on that Alpha? Is it transferable onto that Alpha? Yes, it is, he says. There we are then. There you go. Hold that up. There you go. It's age-related. Absolutely. On retention. There we are then. Oh, wonderful. Oh, well, it just... With the auction, it just keeps on giving, aren't we? There we go then. Right then, Alpha registration number. There we are. Where are we going to be with this one then? We're going to be £300 there, Will. We've got 300, 310, 320. Oh my Lord, 500 at £500.
I was just in the increments there, so just to be fair, I'm just going to take it back.
Well, it doesn't matter because we're at 520. At £520 bid. At £520 then. At 520, 540. At £540. 560, 560, at £560 bid. At £560 then, 580, 580, at £580. At £580 then is the 6. There is £600 there, 620, 620, at £620. 640, 640, at 640, 60, 660, at £660 bid. at 660, 680, 680 pound then, 680 pounds, 700, at 700 pounds there, 720, 720, at 720 pound, 720, 740, 740, 60, 760, 760, 780, 780, 800 pound, 800 pound there, at 820, 820, 840, 840, 860, 860, 880, 900, 900 pound bid. At 900 then, 920, 920, and 40, 940, at 940 pound. 940 is on a submit best bid at 940, 960, 980, 980, at 980 and £1,000. £1,000 then at £1,000 bid at 1,020, 1,020, at £1,020. What do we think? At £1,020. 1,020 then. How are we doing? Are we done? At 1,020, 1,040, 1,040 and 60, 1,060 and 80, £1,100, £1,100 there. £1,100 bid at £1,100. At £1,100 then, is there 20 anywhere? £1,100 then. 1120, 1120, 1120, 40, 60, sorry, 40, 60, there you go, I knew it was coming. 1160, 1160, 1180, £1,180. £1,200 bid at 1,200, at 1,200, 1,220, 1,220, at £1,220. 1,240, 1,240, at £1,240 then, and 60, 1,260, 1,280. It's a long way in £20, this will. 1,280, 13, at 1,300, at 1,300, 1,320, you missed it. 1,320, at £1,320 then, £1,320. At £1,320 then, the hammer's coming up then, £1,320. Are we on sale yet? Yes, we are on sale, he says, at £1,320. Then the hammer's coming up then for the first. 13.20 for the second, third and last time. 13.20. Thank you very much. Thank you. The marathon in £20. And on to lot number 530. Here we are. Thank you. Bye for now. And here we are then, lot number 530, 1 pre-production signs and a frame print. There we are. My computer's on a go slow. There we go. There we are then, Mick's got it there, look, there you go. Where are we going to be with this one then? We've got £40 here with me, at £40 then, at £40 bid, at £40 bid, at £40 only, at £40 bid, at £40 then, £40 then, 40, only 40, is the 50, £40 then we'll submit for the first, at £40 for the second, third and last time at £40. Top right. On to 531. Fries chocolate. There we are. That screen keeps moving on me. Anyhow, there we are then. Fries chocolate. Mick's got it there. Yep, there it is. There we go then. We've got 50, 60, 70, £80 bid. At £80 then. At £80 bid then. Is it enamel, Mick? At £80 bid. £80 then. Oh, nice little sign. And 90 £90 there, at £90 bid, at £90 then is the 100 B sharp, at £90 bid then, at £90, at £90 then looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at £90. Thank you, and on to 532. Here we are then. 532, Ford Escort Mexico, up in your unit up there, Mick. Needing a little bit of love, but a very worthy project. Sorry? Could be done in a weekend, Mick said. There you go. You want to pay Mick to do it? He can do it in a weekend, he says. There you go. There we are then. Where are we going to be with this one then? It's been off the road since around about 1986. It's a non-runner, of course. It needs restoration. Had a new front end give or take about 86, 87. Unfortunately, the V5's been mislaid, but there you are. So it has engine and gearbox in place. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to have that 44244 there at £4,400 then. At £4,400, the old Escort Mexico, two-door Mexico, cheap repaired shell at 4446 at 4,600 at £4,600 bid at 4,600 is the rate at £4,600 at £4,600 then at 4,600 we'll submit, we'll talk at £4,600 then looking round for the first, very provisionally I might add, for the second, third and last time at 4,600. Hope you get it, mate. Hope you get it. And on to, here we are then, for genuine Land Rover Defender alloy wheels and tyres. There we go then, off of a new shape Defender. There we are, they're as new. The vendor has upgraded to some aftermarket wheels. So there we are, it's your chance. Where are we going to be with them? Is there £500 for them? There must be £500 out there for a brand new set of Land Rover wheels. There must be. If there isn't, then we're going to pass. Can we get £500 bid, Will?
Well, we've got to watch it.
We've got, yes, I know, I see that. Yeah, but if we can't get that £500, then we're going to move on. No one for Land. Oh, hang on. There we go. Scunthorpe, there we go then, £500 bid. At £500 then, brand new set of wheels, the delivery mileage only I think. At £500 then is the 6. At £500 then, they're cheaping off at that. At £500 then, £500 then, we'll submit for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at 500, 600. Only just Darlington, £600 there. At £600 then, at £600 is the 7. At £600 then, we're still short. At £600 we'll submit. Provisionally then, 600 for the first, second, third and last time. Too late, Scunthorpe. You had loads of time there. £600 we'll try for you. And on to 534. Here we are then, Volvo 122, there we go. What we got, a 122S according to the vendor's notes, needs recommissioning, it's been off the road circa 10 years. So it's going to want a little bit of love, isn't she? But there you go, a worthy little project. And we have £2,000 there, Will, 2,000, 2,1, 2,2, 2,3, 2,4. At £2,400 bid. At 2,400. 2,400, 2,425, at 2,005, at £2,500. At 2,005 is the 6 anywhere, at £2,500 then. At 2,500, 2,500 then we'll submit it. At 2,500 looking round for the first, 2,500 for the second, third and last time at 2,500. Provisionally 2,500, thank you. And Ford Escort Mexico sign. There we are. Mick's got it there for you, look. There you go then. Is there £20 out there for it? There must be £20 for it, surely. Is there £20? Can we get £20? We can. There we go then, £20 bid. At £20 then, at £20 bid. At £20 then for the Escort sign and £30 there. At £30 then, at £30 £40 then on sale. At £40. £40 then is the 50. At £40 then, the hammer's coming up then. £40 bid then. 50, at 50, at £50 there, at £50, 60 he says, at £60 bid, at £60, hammer's coming up then, £60 then, Nantwich, Cheshire, at £60 for the first, second, third and last time, £60, thank you. And on to 536, here we are, Mercedes 380 SL, there we go, lovely looking car. There you go, Mick said it's a stunner. In your shed. Yeah, in your shed, yeah. Mercedes 380 SL, Mick's just come out, as usual. says it's lovely. Here we are then, pristine in light green metallic with virtually as new beige velour upholstery. The extensive history file includes the original handbook, detailed receipts for maintenance and improvements carried out by specialists and the SL shop. Stratford upon Avon, an early V5, etc. Booklet shows 10 service stamps. I'm skip reading all this, by the way. A large number of 107 models, blah, blah, blah. There we are. So, time to move her on. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be, we'll take that 16-16-1. That's where we're going to be. At £16,100 bid then. At 16-1 and 2, 16-2, 16-2, at 16,200. At £16,200. At 16,002 is a 3. At 16,200. At 16,002, 3, 16,3. At £16,300. At 16,3 and 4. At 16,400. At 16,400. At 16,400. Are you on the phone for this one, Jack? At 16,4 and 5. At £16,500. At £16,500 bid and 6, 16,6. At £16,600. At 16,006. At £16,600 then, 16,6 and 7. 16,7, we were supposed to have a phone bidder on here. At 16,700 and 8, 16,8. There's no one on that board for this number, is there, Mick? At £16,800. At 16,8 and 9, 16,9. At 16,009, 17, 17,000. At 17,000. At £17,000 then. At £17,000 is the. Oh, I see what you've done there. Ah, you're trying to catch me out. At £17,000. At 17,000. At £17,000 then. You'll be going back down again in a minute. At 17,2. 17,2. At 17,200. You know as well as I, you can't buy this car in this condition. They're just not there, are they? So you've got to pay up. At £17,200 then. At 17,002. At 17,200. We'll take 100 if it helps. At 17,200 then. Selling provisionally then. £17,200 then for the first. For the second. For the third and last. No, we're not. 17,3. 17,3. Don't leave it to the last minute. At £17,300. At 17,300 then. Hammer's coming up then. Provisionally 17,004. At 17,400. 17,4. At £17,400 then. Hammer's coming up then. Provisionally sold £17,400 for the first. For the second. Third and last time. 17,400. Thank you for your bids, guys. Good luck to you. And on to lot number 537, the Rhino Recovery Loading Ramps. So thank you very much. There we are then, Rhino Recovery Loading Ramps for you. There you go, 3 ton a pair it says, 5 foot long these ones. There we go then, handy little ramps there for you. Where are we going to be with that then? 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 pounds, 70 pound bid. At 70 pound then, at 70 pound then, at 70 pound bid. At 70 pound is there 80 anywhere? At 70 pounds. At 70 pound then, 80 pound he says. 80 pound, 90, at 90 pound there. At 90, 100, at 100 pounds then, at 100 pound. I think we've got a couple of sets of these, haven't we? At 100, 110, 110, at 110 pound. At 110 then is the 20, there is 20, 120, 120, at 120, 120 pound then, the hammer's coming up then, 120 pound then for the first, second, provisionally, third, 130, 130, at 130 pound, 130 then, 130, 140 on sale, at 140 pound then on sale, 140 then for the first, second, third and last time, 140. Sold at 140, thank you. And on to 538. Here we are then, Triumph GT6. I like these little GT6s, ran one summer, thoroughly enjoyed myself, lovely. GT6, stripped back to a bare chassis, then repainted, rebuilt, new brakes, new pipes, new springs, new bushes, the tub was repaired, the floor pans have been replaced, the tub was then undersealed, oh my lord, it's got loads, painted, seats recovered, there you go. This all sounds very, very good to me. Stainless steel exhaust, radiator replaced with a 5-core, oh, there you go. And while we've been rabbiting, we've got to £9,000, look. At £9,000 bid. At £9,000 then, the little Triumph GT6, what a little cracker. At £9,000 then is the 2. At £9,000, at £9,000 bid. At 9,200, 92. At 9,200 then is the 4. At 9,200. At £9,200. At £9,200 bid. At 9,200 then 9,400. 9,400. At 9,400. At £9,400. At 9,400. I'll take 100 if it helps. At £9,400 then. At 9,004, do you want 5? At 9,004, 5, 95. At 9,500. At £9,500 then. At 9,500, is that it? Are we done? At £9,500. 9,005 then provisionally for the first. 9,596. 9,006. At 9,600. Do you want 7? At 9,697 he does. At £9,700 then. At 9,700. 9,700 then for the first. Provisionally 9,700 for the second. Third and last time 9,700. Provisional, thank you. And on to 539, which is for Rostyle wheel rims. There we are then. There we go. Excuse me, where are we going to be with them then? Is there £50 out there for them? Is there £40 out there for them? £10 a rim. There must be £40 out there. Is there, Will? There isn't. There must be 40. There must. For nothing. There we go. There you go. You see, you were being very negative there, Will. At £40 bid then, Market Harborough. At £40 then, £10 a wheel for nothing. At £40 bid. At £40 then is a 50 be sharp. At £40 then, at £40. At £40 then, £50 then, Scunthorpe, you're not so far to come. At £50 bid. At £50, at £50 bid then, at 50. Hammer's coming up then provisionally. At £50 for the first, second, £60. At £60. At £60 bid. At 60 is the 70. Do you want 70 Scunthorpe? At £60 then. £60 then. Hammer's coming up then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. £60 provisional.
We're probably not allowed to mention that American auction platform, are we? Because you know what they're like with product placement.
Yeah, no, I'll keep quiet.
But I mean, I don't think they kind of have that same consideration towards the bidders, do they, as we do?
No, maybe not. No, maybe not. Maybe not. And on to lot number 540. Here we are then, BP Ethel sign. Here we are. There we go. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, £90 bid. At £90 then. At £90 bid. At £90 then. Bid of 600333. At £90 bid. At 90, do you want 100? At £90 then, be sharp. At £90 then for the BP sign. At £90 then, Hammer's coming up then. £90 sold and away. First, second, third time looking round. £90, thank you. And on to 541. Here we are. What we got here? We have got an Easy Air 150 litre 240 volt compressor. You're not going to lift it up? No, he's not going to lift it up. No, definitely not. Right then, where are we going to be with this one then, ladies and gents? We're going to be 50 quid. We got £50 at £50 bid. At £50 then, 60, £60 bid there. £70 says Mark. £70, £70 there. £70 then. Mark's bid there. That's Mark's bid, that, Will, sorry. Mark's bid there on the telephone at £70. At £70 then, do you want 80? At £70 then, he wants 80. £80 he says. At £80. I know the vendor, compressor will be all right. £90 says Mark. At £90 then. At £90, I'll stick my chin out and put it on sale. At £90 bid. Mark's bid on the telephone at £90. At £90 there, do you want 100? Be sharp. At £90 then on sale, sold and away then first, second, third and last time Mark's bid. Sold to Mark, thank you. And on to, oh, this is smart. I couldn't help it. The Smart City Passion 50 Auto. I should put Angie in that, shouldn't I? She was on about an economical little runabout. Yeah, she was, yeah. Charlie saw it when it arrived. He said, "Bah, that's smart." There we are then. There we go. What a great little bit of fun. Tight Smart. The Smart Ford 2 has a small fortune spent on making this little Tykes a real head turner. What a brilliant little thing, isn't it great? And then Kate can have it after Ange. There we go. There we are then, ladies and gentlemen. We've got £800 this side, and we've go up to 1,000, 12, 14, 16, £1,800 at this side. At £1,800. At £1,800 bid. At £1,800. At £1,800 and 19. At £1,900 there. At £1,900. At 1,900, at £1,900. You look at it, not sure whether to get in it or put a foot in it or push it or what to do with it, are you? At £1,900 bid.
You can't see him nodding getting it.
Oh, it's great, it's brilliant. At 1,900, at 1,900 then on sale, at £1,900 and the hammer's coming up then, 1,900 there for the first. For the second, third and last time at 1,900. Sold at 19, thank you very much. And on to the elephant. There we are. There we go then. Elephant brand enamel sign. The Fremlins, elephant Fremlins. There we go then. Where are we going to be with this one then? We've got £40 here with me already. At £40 bid. At £40 then. At £40 then is the 50 anywhere. At £40 bid. At 40 and 50 he says. At £50 there, 60 on sale, £60 then, 70, £70 bid. At £70 then, at £70 there. At 70 is the 80, be sharp. At £70 then, the hammer's coming up then, £70 then for the first, second, third and last time at £70. Thank you. And on to 544. Ooh, over there. There you go. A lovely bike. There we are then. One of 3 Kawasaki's that have arrived from the same stable. They're all in the same condition. They are all superb. They really, really are very, very special bikes. They are lovely. Absolutely. Put them in the living room. Yep, absolutely superb. So there we are then. We have 3,000 to my left. We have 3-1, 3-2, 3-3, 3-4, 3-5, 3-6, 3-7, 3-8. At £3,800. At £3,800 bid. Pardon? Yes, that's mine on here as well. Sorry, yes. That is bidder number 600444. At £3,800. At 3,008, 39, 39 and 4,000. At £4,000 then. At £4,000 bid. At 4,000, 4,1, 4,001. At 4,100. At £4,100 then. At 4,001 and 2. 4,2, 4,002 and 3. 4,3. At 4,300. At £4,300 then is the 4. At £4,300, 4,4. At 4,4. 4,004, 4,5, and on sale, ladies and gentlemen, at £4,500. At 4,500, at £4,500 then. There should be someone on the phone for this as well, no? At 4,500, 4,6, 4,7. All right. At 4,700, at £4,700 bid. At 4,007, do you want 8? He does. 4,8. 4,008. You can't find them in this condition, guys. At 4,008, 4,9, 4,009, at 4,900. And 5,000. I should think so as well. At £5,000. At 5,000, do you want 1? He does. 5,1. 5,001 is the 2, 5,001 and 2, 5,002, at 5,200 pounds, at 5,002 and 3, 5,3, 5,003, staying local, at 5,300 pound then, at 5,300 is that it, are we done? At 5,300, 5,4, 5,4, at 5,400, at 5,400, do you want 5, be sharp, at 5,400, then the hammer's coming up then, 5,400 pounds for the first, for the second, 5,4, 5,5, don't leave it till the last minute, you'll be disappointed, at 5,005, at 5,500, then is the 6, there is 5,6, at 5,600 pound bid, at 5,600 then, hammer's coming up then, 5,600 pounds then for the first, for the second, 5,6 for the third and last time. Someone's chancing their luck here, aren't they? At 5,007, 5,7, at 5,007, at 5,007, 5,700 pound, 5,8, 5,008, 5,8, at 5,800, at 5,800 then, 5,800 then, looking round for the first, for the second, for the third and last time at 58. There you go, Will, 58. Thank you very much for your bids, guys. Thank you for the probs, Jill. Well done. You want that one, thank you. And on to 545, the Michael Schumacher F1 Ferrari pedal car. There we go. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's cracking, isn't it? Isn't that great? Absolutely brilliant. Superb. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be 100, well, we're going to be all over the place here. 100, 140, oh crikey, well, we're going to end up at £280 there, look, that's what we're going to end up, and save messing about. At £280 bid, at 280, at £280 then. Take a tenner if it helps, Will, at £280. At £280 then is the 90 there is, and 300 with me. At £300 then, at 300, we had to do that for our numbers. At £300 bid, at £300 bid then, 310, 310, at £310. At £310 then is the 20 there is, 320, 320, at £320 bid. At 320, 320, 320, is that it, are we done? At £320 then the hammer's coming up then, £320 then for the first, second, third and last time. 320, thank you. A lovely little thing that. Someone's going to love that, aren't they? You're going to have a load of fun in it. Loads and loads of fun. I'll just have a quick drink. Right then, and on to Porsche 924S. Here we are. Porsche 924 Le Mans, a limited edition, original features, Bluetooth radio, MOT till May 2026. There we are then. You would assume you could drive it home. There we go then. Lot number 546, the Porsche, and we've got £6,000 bid. At £6,000 there, at £6,000 bid, is there one anywhere? At £6,000 then, at £6,000 bid, long-legged, good driving car, these 924s, at £6,000 then. At 6,000, are you sure you don't want one? At £6,000 then, at £6,000 then, the hammer's coming up then, we'll sell it provisionally at £6,000 for the first, second, third and last time. 6,000, we'll try for you. And on to 547. Here we are. Oh, we got some boxes. There we go, some steel storage boxes. There we go then, £30 we want. Is there £30 there? £10 a piece, they're for nothing. Is there £30 out there? There must be £30 out there for them. Is there? If not, we're going to move on. Guess not then. Nope. We're moving on, Will. We're moving on. Yeah, there is. There you go. There is. Well, you're only just there, Cheshire. Only just £30 then at £30 bid. At £30 then for the 3 boxes. At £30 only. Do you want 40? At £30 then. The hammer's coming up then. At £30 then. Can we sell them at that? Yeah, we can. They're on sale at £30 then. The hammer's coming up then for the first, second, 40, £40 there, at £40 bid, at £40 then be sharp, at £40 then for the first, second, third and last time at £40. £40, thank you. And just before we get on to the next lot, lot 488, the BMW 700 CS has been sold. Lot 466, the VW Caravelle has been sold. Lot 504, the Bentley Arnage has been sold. Lot 500, the MGB Roadster has been sold. Lot 323, the Volvo 1800 ES has been sold. Lot 507, the Golf illuminated sign has been sold. Lot 501, the Senna light-up box has been sold. Lot 484, the Volvo 740 has been sold, and 435, a double-sided pink, whatever that says, Flavel Guinness sign sold. There you go. So there is yet again the proof that you need to get your name down. You coming on?
Whenever you're ready.
You come on. My voice is going a bit. There you go. Dave's going to come on and do a few. Thank you very much.
Okay, mate. Oh! Right, 548, last run of the day. 548 battery charger and fire extinguishers. Well, there you go, we have all sorts. Don't rely on the extinguishers. Yeah, if your Lamborghini's on fire, maybe not, just rely on them. But anyway, there you go. Where are we going to be on that, you tell me? Where are we? Let's have a look. Let's just get the screen how I like it. That one there. There you go. Where are we going to be on that? £20 bid at £20, £30, thank you. At £30, then are we all done? At £30 then, at £30 bid then. Battery charge looks all right, doesn't it? At £30. At £30 then are we all done and dusted at 30. At £30 then are we all in at £30. 549, the Steve McQueen Le Mans sign. There we are, 16-inch diameter it says, £40 bid and sold out the trap. There we are, sold and gone. At £40 then are we all there at 40. At £40 bid, at 40, £50 and sold and 50. At £50 then, at 50, £60 it's going to be sold at 60. At £60 then, at £60 bid. Hammer's coming down at £60. Are we all done and dusted at £60? 550 is the Subaru pickup. Very fond memories of these. We always had one kicking around Subaru at some point. Either a car, we've got loads of Subarus now, but even back in the day, a car or a pickup or something. There we are, the Subaru pickup. Brilliant bit of kit. There you go, where we're going to be with the Scooby. You tell me, £5,000 bid. At 5,000, then we are at £5,000. 51, 2, 52, 3, 53, 4, 54, 54, 55, 6,000. £6,000 says Mark there. £6,000 says Mark on £6,000. At £6,000 then, at £6,000 we've got. £6,000, that's Mark's bid at 6,000. 6-1 in Londonderry, 6-1 across the water there. At 6,001 we've got Mark, 6-2. £6,200 at 6,200. 6,200, 6-3. 6,003 at £6,300. 6-3. 6-4 with Mark, 6-5. 6-5 with Mark, spending like a sailor. 6,005 at 6,566. 66 we've got. Londonderry 66. 6,006. 6-7 says Mark. 6,007 at £6,700 we have. 6-8. 6,800 we've got. £6,800. 6-8. £7,000. £7,000. £7,000 at £7,000. All in there. Mark's bid at 7. 7-1. 7-1. 7,100 at £7,100 and 72 he says at 72. 7,200. 7-3. 7-3. 7,003. 7-5. 7,500. 7,500. 76. 76. 7,006, 7-7, £7,700 bid. 7-7 we've got. 7,007, 7-8, 7-8, 7-8. £8,000 bid. £8,000 we've got. £8,000. 8-1. 8,001. Who's in Londonderry, please, Will?
Peter.
Peter. Don't let me down, Peter. I've got a good bidder here. 8,002. Oh, is it? Oh dear. 8,002. 8,003. 8,005. 8,005. 8,6.
Yes, no.
8,7. 8,007. 8,007. 8,8. 8,009. 8,900. 9,000 pound. 9,000 pound we've got. 9-1. Says Mark. 9-1. 9-2. I worry there's going to be a story here. 9,200 pound. 9,002. He's out. 9,200 pound. At 9,200 pound, then hammer's coming down. You ready, Will? Hang on a minute. It's back in again. 9,3. 9,003. At 9,300. 9,4. 9,400. He now is out. He said again at 9,400 pounds. 9,004. 551. Black Cat enamel sign. 75 pound. We've got them sold at 75 pound. At 75 pound, then we're going to sell. At 75, 80 pound. 80, 85 pound. Then at 85 pound we have 85 pound, 90 pound, and sold. At 90 pound, off it goes at 90. At 90 pound, then at 90 pound. Then are we all done? At 90 pound, hammer's coming down at 90. Excuse me. I do apologise. 552, the Triumph Spitfire, which looks quite a level thing, doesn't it? There we are. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. We've got 3,005. It's a start, Will. 3,005. 3,6. 3,600. At 3,006 and 7. 3,7. Looks a cheap little car. At 3,700 pound. At 3,700 pound then. At 3,700. 3,700 pound there, are we finished? At 3,700, that looks well worth its money. At 3,700 then. At 3,700 then, are we all done? At 3,700 pound, he needs a bit more. Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office and we'll move on to 553, the Rolex enamel sign, style sign. There you go then, there you go. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. 60 pound we've got bid. At 60 pound bid. At 60 pound then. At 60 pound bid. At 60 pound then. At 60 pound bid. It'll be a later sign. Be careful at 60 pound. At 60 pound we've got 70 pound then. At 70. At 70 pound then. At 70 pound. 70, 80 pound we've got. At 80 pound. At 80 pound bid. 80 pound. Then are we all done and dusted at 80? Hammers coming down at 80 pounds. 80 pounds. 554. Ah, the Fiesta. Here we are. The little Fiesta. Competition car. All the bells and whistles there. Look, tells you all about it. It's all there. Where do you find a little Fiesta like that? A little competition car. 1987 registered. She'll start. She'll fall into certain categories. Obviously, the older she get, the more desirable she'll become. They are. 97 Fest, a unique and heartfelt project with a story behind it. I bet it is. There you go. Looks a solid little thing to me from what I've seen, but there you go. You tell me where we're going to be then. Who wants to start me at 5,000? It's a start. Anyone want to start me at 5? It's a good base there. Good base for a good period little historic car there. 5,000 anywhere? I've got nothing on mine screens, Will. No. £5,000. I can't start any lower. You know the numbers we got to be near. Look. Can't start any lower. You're going to have a word with the girls upstairs in the office if you've got an interest in that. Don't miss a trick. I think it's a good little car there. Moving on to lot number 555, the hand-painted AA sign. Just a wall filler, we call them. That's all she is. 30 and 40 pound we've got. At 40 pound then. At 40 pound then. Excuse me. At 40 pound bid. At 40 pound then. At 40 pound then. Are we all done at 40? Cheap enough at that. At £40 then, are we all done and dusted then? At £40 then, off she goes at £40. £40. And moving on to 556, the Jaguar XJS. I'll just refresh my screen if I can. Clean car, says Michael. Clean car, says Michael. There we are. We've got some bids. £4,000 at the moment. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000. She's on sale at 41. At 41, 42. 4,200. At 4,243. 4,003. At £4,300 bid. At 4,300. At 4,344. £4,400. At 4,004. She's on sale. At 4,400. At £4,400 and 45. At 4,005. At 4,006. At 4,600. 4,600. At £4,600 then. Hammer's coming down at 4,600 and off she goes. 4,700. Don't leave it to the last minute, you'll miss it. 4,800. 4,008. At £4,800. At £4,800 for the first, second, third and last time. Sold. 557, the AA Mallory Park sign. There you go then. Reproduction sign there, I would suggest, Michael. Yes, it is. There you go. Yeah, I know. There you are. What we're going to be on that? £10 bid, £10, £20 bid, at £20, at £20 then, at 20. £20 then, at £20 then, at £20 bid. Are we all done at £20? At £20, £30 I've got. At £30 then, one more bid and I can sell it. £30, she's provisional at the moment at 30. At £40 it's on sale. At £40 then, that's where she needs to be. At £40 then, are we all done and dusted? 40, £50 then, at £50 then, £50 going once, £60, £60 then, at 60 going once, twice, third and last time. 558, the big Alvis, 1938. What a car. Look at the length of the bonnet. What a beautiful car. There you are. We expect this vehicle to achieve excess of £50,000. There we are. The vendor has provided the following. It's an Alvis 1938 speed 25 4.2 Charlesworth. Look at that. What a machine. With files of history and links to Louis Vuitton. Wow. They are. It was the fastest production car of its time with a proven speed of over 100 miles an hour in 1938. This actual car was part of the 1938 motor show. That is a piece of history there, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? There you go. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. 40,000. Thank you. 1, 41, 2, 3, 43. Then at 43, 4, 44. At 44. A piece of history, that. At 44, then we've been asked to submit any bids we get. At 44, then. At 44, we all there at 40. 4, 44, anywhere at 44. At 44 then, are we all done at 44? Family, I think, are looking for bids in excess of 50, so have a word with the girls upstairs in the office on that one. The Jaguar illuminated sign is lot number 559. There we go. Where is it, ladies and gentlemen? Boys, where is it? Is it on display? £120 bid we've got at 120. At £120 then. At £120 bid. At 120 then. At 120, 120, 130 on the screen here, Jack, at 130. 130. £130. 140 down there. That was Jack's bid that time, Will. At £140 we've got. At £140. Telephone bidder at 140 then. At 140. It's on sale. Off it goes at £140. Hammer's coming down at 140. Beware. 560, the Ford Focus. TDCI Ford Focus. There we are. And look at that. 1.8 TDCI. Cheap as chips. Look at it. Cheap as chips. Look at that. Where are we going to be? £500 bid. At 500 then. £500 then. Are we all done at 500? £600 says young Mark at 600. That was Mark's bid. At £600. £700 we've got. £700 Mark. You're out. Do you want 8? 8 he does. £800 we've got. £800 with Mark. £800 bid. £800 cheap car. £800, £900 bid. £900 then. At £900, £1,000 gone. Do you want 11, Mark? £1,000 has gone. Do you want 11? 11 he does. £1,100 with Mark. £1,100 is on sale. £1,100. What a cheap little car. £1,100 to Mark at the moment. £1,100, it's Mark's bid at 11. 1100, 12's just coming on the screen, Mark. At 1200, you want 13, she's cheap enough at 13. £1,300. At £1,300 then, Hammer's coming down, it's Mark's bidder at £1,300, but in from the start at £1,300. Your man, Mark, 561 is the Goodrich Tyres wooden hand-painted sign. A wall filler, that's what we call them. They are a wall filler. £30 on the way, thank you. At £30 bid, at £30 it's cheap enough at £30. At £30 then, Hammer's coming down at 30, we all done. £30 then for the first, £30 for the second, third and last time there, we all there at £30. 562 is the MR2. Toyota MR2. There you go, looks a bonny thing, does that, doesn't it? We've got some bids there, Will. Go straight to 6,250. Oh, no, we've got, hang on a minute, we've got more on that screen. Sorry. Nice car, Michael. Lovely car, says Michael. Oh, we've got two screens going on here with lots of different bids. So we've got 6,2, 6,5, 6,750, 7,000, 7,250, 7,5, 7,750, £8,000, 8,001, 8,002, £8,000 there. Will, get yourself there. Where are you? 8,000. It was no, just now it was 8,002. Will, where are we going? 8,002. There you are. Greater London. It was 8,2 with Greater London. That's right. 8,002. 8,003. 8,003. 8,004. Just getting the right man on the right bid. 8,500. 8,005. 8,500. Nice car, says Michael. It's up in his unit there, in Unit 3. 76,000 miles on the clock. It looks straight, doesn't it? 8,006. 8,600. 8,006. 8,007. 8,007 we've got. 8,007. Are we all done then? £8,700. Market Harbour, 8,007. Benfleet's back in at 88. 8,008. 8,800. £8,800 we've got. 8,800. 8,9. London at 8,9. 8,009. £9,000 Essex, you're back in Benfleet, 9,000. £9,000 we've got. £9,000. Are we all done at 9,000 then? We're not. 9,1. Greater London, 9,1. 9,001. 9,1. I'm going to drop the hammer then at £9,100. It's off into London then, 9,192. Fresh bid, Chesterfield, 9,2. 9,2. London, you're out. Essex, you're out. 9,2 then. Hammer's going to come down at £9,200 then. Off we go then at £9,200. Make no mistake, 9,3. London's back in at 9,3. 9,003. At 9,300. Greater London again at 9,3. She's going to go at 9,300 then. Don't miss it when the hammer gets down. Get ready, Will. 9,4. 9,4. 9,4. Benfleet at 9,4. Are we done? Chesterfield, you're out. Greater London, you're out. Are we all done then? Right, be careful then. 9,5. Back in again. 9,5. 9,5. 9,5 then. For the first, for the second, third and last time. Fair warning. You've had your warnings. There we go. £9,500. Hammer's coming down. Be warned. It's gone. 563 is the Ford Escort Gear Cabrio. There we are. Ford Escort Gear Cabrio. Where are we going to be on that? It's Project Car. You tell me. Where are we going to be on that? Who wants to start me at £500? Project Car. Start me at 500. Anyone want to start me at 500? Can't start any lower than 500. No, off she goes then. I'll have to go back that one. 564. 564 we've got. 564 is the lovely Kawasaki, which is round here somewhere, I believe. There we are. £2,000 bid straight away at £2,000 we've got. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 then at 2,000. At £2,000 then at £2,000. Are we all there at 2,000? At £2,000 then, £2,000 then, are we all done at 2,000? At £2,100 we've got. At £2,100 bid. At £2,100 we've got 22. At 22. At 22. 22 we've got. 2002, that's provisionally sold at 2.2. At 2,200, 2.3. 2003, 2.4. 2.4's gone. 2.4. 2004. 2.5's just gone. Workshop. 2.5. 2.6 has gone. 2.6. 2006. 2007's just gone. Workshop. 2.7. 2.8's gone. 2.8 has gone. 2008 has gone. 2.8. Hammer's going to go down 2.9. He's in now 2.9. On the phones at 2.9. £2,900. £3,000. Lytham St Anne's. £3,000. £3,000. Then are we all done at 3,000? 3-1 says David's phone bidder. 3-1. That was David's phone bidder at 3-1. He just beat you in Workshop. Lytham St Anne's are back in at 32. Workshop's back in at 33. Lytham St Anne's 34. 34. 34. 34. Are we there at 34? 5 says David. 35. 35. 36. 36. 3,600. There was a couple in here, weren't they? They were in that condition. It's super bike. 3,006. 3,7. 3,007. 3,8. 3,8 we've got. 3,008 we've got. 3,9. 3,9 says David at 3,9. £3,900. At 3,009 and £4,000 bid. £4,000 bid. £4,000. £4,000. 4-1. 4-1. 4,001. 4,001, it's David's bid then. I'm going to pull the lever. Thank you for your bids everywhere. At 4,001, it's down to you, David. At £4,100. Sold 565, the SO, small SO, and shell enamel signs. There we are. A couple of later signs there. There you go then. Good ones though, aren't they? Nice ones. They still look nice. There you go. £80 and sold and done at £80. £80 then. Off they go at £80. Are we all done at £80? At £80 then. 85, sorry, with Ian. 85 with Ian, Jack, please. 85 with Ian. And then 90 with that bid there. That keeps it fair. £90 bid. At £90 bid. Next one's going to be 95. 95 says Ian, that keeps it fair. 95 then, at £95 we've got. At £95, there you go. At £95 with Ian at 95. At £95, it's your bid then. At £95, Hammer's coming down, missing no one. At 95. Sold 566, the Honda. There she is, thing of beauty and a joy forever. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. You tell me where we're going to be on the little Honda. Who wants to start me? £700. £700 then. Okay, at 700 then. Let's try £700 then. At £700 then for the little Honda. Then at 700. I say little Honda. She's a 500. At £700 then. At £700. At 700 then. That's cheap enough, isn't it? At 700. At 700 looks all right. Period bike that. At 700. At £700. At £700. That looks a level old bike, doesn't it? £800 we got bid. £800 CX 500. It'll go on forever. Never wear it out. Look at that. Never wear that bike out. £800 we've got. £800 then. At £800 are we all done at 800? Very, very provisional at £800. At 800 then. Hammer's going to come down at 800. Are we all done? At £800. That's very provisional. Missing no one. 567, the American style track racer bicycle. Oh yes, I see, said the blind man. There you go. American style bike, something a bit different then. Where are you going to be? Who's going to start me at £80? Asking 80 please, Jack. Who's going to start me at 80? It's worth that to hang on the wall, isn't it, surely? Who's going to start me at 80? If not, we'll have to move on. Still got a few to do. £80 bid in Northallerton. Thank you, Northallerton. We'll put you down. We'll try for you at £80 then. £80 bid in Northallerton at £80 then. Are we there at £80? £80 then. £80 bid. £80 bid. £80 then. £90. £90 in Hornsey. £100 then bid in Northallerton. £100 then. £100. You stand half a chance maybe at £100 plus, don't you? £110. £110. £110. £120. £120 we've got. £120. £120 up in Northallerton at £120. £120. £120 then. We'll put it down then. £120 Northallerton. I'm sure it'll come at £120. Are we all done? Provisional 568. The little Jago Jeep. Here we are. The little Jago Jeep. Thank you ever so much, Gregor. Little grey Jago. We have got 12, 13, 14, 15 on there. £1,500. That's going to be tricky. £1,500. Are we all done? £1,500. £1,500 then. £1,500. £1,500 then. Where are we at 15? Who wants to do? Give me a 50. £1,500 we've got. I'll take a 50. £1,500. £1,500 then we've got. £1,500. 1550, Jack, at 1550. 1550. At 1550. £1,600. 1650. 1650. 1650, Jack. 1650. £1,700. £1,750 in Gloucester. 1750. £1,750 in Gloucester. £1,800 in Middlesbrough. 1800. £1,800. 1,800 then. She's on sale. It's going to go. At the moment, it's going up to Middlesbrough then at £1,800 then. Hammer's coming down at £1,800. It's gone. 569. A Mark IV Escort front bumper. New old stock. You have to cancel that, Jack.
Because this was slow and late, but he didn't take it.
No. I didn't rush it. There we are then. Escort front bumper then. Who wants to jump in? Who wants to start? £50 anywhere? £50 asking. If not, we'll have to move on. Still got 30 to do. No one? Have a word with the office if you've got an interest in that. Lot number 570 is the Velo. There she is. Look, there, the little Velo there. Say a little Velo. She's 350, so I suppose she's little in the world of Velosets. There we are then. The vendors provided the following, the model to be the Veloset Mac. There we are. That's what we think it is. We're selling it as a Veloset 1955. There you go. And we've got £2,000 there. At £2,000, thank you. At 2,000, 21, 2, 22 then, 22, 3, 23, 24, at 2,004. Cheap bike. At £2,400, are we all done? At 2,400. At £2,400 then. £2,400 then, are we all finished at 24? At 2,400 then, at £2,400. 571, the VW logo Perspex printed sign. There we are, oh, that big sign there. Again, where are we going to be on that? Who's going to start me? £40 and away, thank you, at £40. At £40 bid, at £40 then, at 40. At £40 then, £40 bid then, £40, £50 we've got in Darlington at £50, is on sale at £50. At £50 bid, at £50 then, at £50 then, are we all done at 50? At £50 bid, at £50 then, £50 then at 50, £50 bid, £50, are we there at £50? £50, £60 we've got 60, at £60, £60 then, at £60 then, are we all done at 60? At £60 bid, at £60 then, are we all finished at 60 then? Hammer's coming down at £60, be warned. 572, sorry, John. 572 is the Morris. Ah, yeah, little Morris, there we are. There she is, little pickup. Just let my screen refresh. She's coming on the minute. Ah, there she is, little beauty. Looks like the wheels have been banded, Jack, have they?
I think they have, yeah.
Oh, then there's a spare set with it, is there? Right, okay. It looks nice on those banded wheels, though. There, yeah, looks lovely, doesn't she? There you go, then, guys. They are the little Moggy pickup. New wheels and tyres, 2 former keepers, Norris pickup. Look at that, what a great little run around that's going to be, isn't it? Smashing little thing. Where are we going to be? Got 5,000 here, Jack. We'll start with that then. Up £5,000 then. Up 5,250. 5,250. 5,505. 5,500 and 750. 5,750. Cheap little pickup that. Up 5,750. Up £5,750 we've got. 5,750. Up £5,750. Cheap little pickup, looks a nice little thing. £6,000 we've got. Local bid, Moulton. Good afternoon, Moulton. £6,000. 6,250 in Lincoln. 6,250. 6,250. £6,250. You're out, Moulton. 6,250 we've got in Lincoln. 6,250. 6,005. Moulton's back in at 65. 6,005. 6,750. 6,750. She's provisional at the moment. I think we all thought she'd do a bit more. That doesn't look dear, does it? 6,750 for a nice little pickup, that. At 6,750. At £6,750 then. At 6,750. Are we all done? 6,750. I'll take 100 if it helps, because I know them lads in Moulton are a bit tight, you know, Jack. Yeah, they are, especially them rally car builders, they are tight. 6,850. At 6,850, 6,950 we've got. At 6,950. £7,050 at 7,050. £7,050. 7,150. In Lincoln again, 7,150. 7,250. New bid of 7,250. 7,250. 7,350. 7,450. 7,450. 7,550. That's a fresh bidder, Buckinghamshire. Good afternoon. 7,650. Back in again, 7,750. 7,850. 7,950. 7,950. £8,000. 8,050. 8,150. 8,150 we've got. 8,250. 8,250. 8,250. £8,250. 8,350. 8,450. 8,450. 8,450. 8,450. 8,550. 8,650. 8,650. 8,650. 8,750. 8,750. 8,750. 8,850. 8,850. 8,850. I might get some banded wheels for that Cortina GT of mine, you know. I think it'll look better than it does on mini lights. 8,850. I like that. 8,850. 8,850. 8,850. 8,950. 8,950 we've got. She's on sale. She's going. Don't know where 73541's based actually. It doesn't list there. It just says UK. 9,050. 9,050 pounds. At 9,050, then Hammer's going to have to come down at some point. Thank you all for your bids. At 9,050 pound, then are we all done? At 9,050 pound, Hammer's coming down. Be warned. Get ready with that button, Jack. When it goes bang, it's gone. It's gone. Thank you very much for your bids. Moving on to the outboard motor service portable station. Oh, I see. That's next door, is it, Michael? I see what it is. It's basically a trolley to hang your outboard on. That's what she is. There you go. And a bit of a roof rack. There. Super duper. Right, where are we going to be on that then? Outboard motor service rack thing, whatever you want to call it. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £40 bid. Up £40 bid. 40, £50 we have. At £50. Up £50 then. Up £50. Are we all done at 50? Up £50. Up £50 then. At £50 going once, twice, third and last time. And 574 is a lovely looking Norton Atlas. Look at that. Triton Cafe Racer. What a bonny looking bike. Looks like it's got a helmet there with it as well. I assume that it's going with it. If that's a deal breaker, just I haven't seen any notes here that says about that. Hopefully it wasn't just left on there when it was pushed in. But there you go. We'll see what we can do. We've got some bids here, we've got bids there. We've got £6,100 there, Jack, please, at 6-1. At 6,100. At £6,100 bid. Excuse me, at 6,001. At £6,100. That looks a lot of bike, doesn't it? At 6,100. We'll submit it. Thank you for your bids. At 6,001 it's going to go. It'll go to the office, they'll make a phone call and see if they can put a deal together at £6,100. Then Hammer's going to drop down then at 61, making sure I've missed no one. At £6,100 then, Hammer's going to drop at 61. 61, that's provisional. And moving on to 575. Selection of Ferrari bits and pieces of 4, 5, 6. It says steering wheel, lights, washer bottle, few bits and pieces there. Submit the best bid. If you've got some Ferraris around you, you might need these. 150 we've got in Doncaster. We'll submit it Doncaster. That's what we've been asked to do. At £150 we've got. Doncaster bid at 150. At £150 we've got. At £150 then we'll see what we can do for you. At 150 then. Hammer's coming down at 150 on a provisional basis. 576 is a Kawasaki. This is a nice little bike again. We have got some lovely bikes in. Lovely bikes in at the moment. Look at the little Kawasaki here. Little 198 Kawasaki. Look at that. What a little beauty. The vendor's probably wanted to be a 1979 Kawasaki Z200. It looks a nice little thing, doesn't it? She looks pretty. Z200. Just flicking through the photographs here. It doesn't look like it wants a lot of work to me. Little Z200. Lovely little thing. There we go. Where we are with them? We've got 800 on there. It's a start, I suppose. 800, 850, £900 bid. At 900 then. At £900 bid, 950. At 950. At £950 then. At 950. At 950. Cheap little bike. At 950. At 950 then. Who's going to fill it up? 950 then. At 950 then. Are we all done at 950? At 950. £1,000 in Aberdeen then. At £1,000. In Aberdeen, £1,000. At £1,000. At £1,000 Aberdeen at 1,000. That is provisional, obviously. At £1,000. At £1,000 we'll submit it. At £1,000 looks a cheap little bike to me. At £1,000 then. Hammer's coming down at £1,000. Then are we all done? That's a provisional bid. 577 out of gas, aluminium sign. There we are then. Just a modern take there. There you go. Aluminium sign. Where are we going to be? Who's going to start me at £30? Jack, get £30. £30 will do. At £30 then. At £30 then. At £30 then. At £30 and £40 in Barnsley. £40 then. At £40. At £40 we've got. I'll take a fiver if it helps. Just got to get it over the line at 50 really. At £40 then. At £40 I'll take a fiver at 40. At £40 then we've got. At £40. At £40 then we'll put you down at £40. At £40 then. At £40 it's cheap enough at £40 then. At £40 then. At £40 we'll try for you at £40. 578 is the MG. Little TD. There we are, the little TD. The MG is at a full body refurbishment and respray in our ownership. There we are, these are so cheap. We had the TF earlier on, didn't we? And I said then how I can remember these being sold in the late teens, 17, 18, 19, 20, even over £20,000, not that long ago. They are, at the moment, as cheap as I've ever seen them. There we go. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £8,000, it's a start. £8,000 for an MG TD. 8,250. 8,250, 8,5. 8,500 then at 8,507.50. 8,750 there. Dumfries, 8,750. Extremely provisional, but it's a bid. 8,750. Thank you. 8,750. At £8,750, I'll take 100 if it helps at 8,750. At 8,750, it's got to be a £10,000 car, surely. 8,750. At £8,750, it's extremely provisional, Dumfries. At 8,750. At 8,750, somebody in the office is going to be brave enough to call in. It's not going to be me. At 8,750. At 8,750, 8,850. £8,850. 8,850 for nothing. £8,850. You were given this for projects coming back from the US not many years ago. 8,950, and they wanted a full respray, full retrim, engines rebuilding. 8,950. At £8,950. At £8,950, it's very provisional, Dumfries, at 8,950. 8,950, then we'll put you down. £9,000. Derbyshire's back in at 9,050. At 9,050. At 9,050. I think it'll have to be 5 digits. I think it'll have to be 10. But we'll talk. At £9,050 then. At £9,050 for the first, second, third and last time. Extremely provisional, as you've already worked out. 579 is Indianapolis sign. Here we are. Michael's got it. Modern sign there. Where are we going to be? Bit of a wall filler. You tell me who's going to start me at £30. £30 anywhere? £30 anywhere? Anyone want to jump in and start me at £30 then? If we've got 30, we'll put it down. If not, we'll move on. £30 we've got. At £30 then. At £30 bid, I'll take a fiver at 30. At £30 we've got. At £30. £35 says Ian down there. £40 I've got. £40 then at 40. At £40. £40 then I'm going to sell it at 40. At 40, £45 it's on sale at 45. At £45. At £45 then. £45 are we all done at 45. At £45. £45 then, selling it to Ian at 45. Look at his face. At £45 then, Mr. Magoo. At £45 are we all done? At £45 then are we all done at 45. 45. And the lot number 580, the Yami. The Yamaha, here we are. Look at that. The one you've all been waiting for. There she is. By what a straight bike this is, isn't it? I remember when it came in. Look at that, teaser there. What a level old bike. Level bike. Just flicking through the photographs now, getting myself excited. Look at that. Right level machine. Nice thing that. There we go. £3,000 bid, Jack. 3,000 I've got on that one there. 3,000, 3-1, 3-2, 3,002, 3-3, 33, 4, 34, 34, 35, £3,500 and 36, 7, 37, 38, at £3,800, at £3,800 then, at 38.50, 38.50, at 3,850, at £3,850, at 39, 3,950, 3,950, at £3,950, at 3,950, at £3,950. Who's going to top it up? £4,000 bid, thank you, at £4,050. £4,050 we've got. Right clean little bike this. £4,050. £4,050. 4-1. £4,001. £4,150. At £4,150. £4,150. £4,150. For the teaser R, £4,150. Then that's provisional Lincoln at £4,150. At £4,150 then. Hammer's going to drop down, are we sure? You're not going to lose it for 50 quid. 4,2. 4,002. 50. 4,250. 4,250. At 4,250. 4,3. 4,003. 50. 4,350. 4,350. £4,350. At £4,350 are we all done? At 4,350 then. 4,4. 4,4. 4,004. 4,450. At £4,450. Bikes have never been so cheap. At 4,450. 4,450. 4,5. 4,5. 4,005. 50. 4,550. 4,550.
You all right?
Yes. 4,550. 4,550. Are we all done at 4,550 then? Hammer's coming down, Lincoln. I've just got to put it provisional, but there'll be a deal done. Very sensible owner of the bike, I'm sure, at 5,000, 4,550. Provisional. 581, the James Purdy tin. Repro sign, there you go. Nice sign there, nice wall filler then. Where are we going to be then? £40 and away at £40 and sold and £40. At £40 I'll take a fiver, if not it's going to be sold at 40. At £40 then, at £40 then off she goes at 40. At £40 bid. At £40 I've got 45, 45, 45 and £50. At £50. At £50 and £55. At £55, 55 and £60 gone. At £60, £60. At £60 then. At £60 are we all done at 60? At £60, £65 we have at 65. £65, 65, sorry, £70 bid, £70. At £70. At £70 then. Hammer's coming down at £70. £70, 582. The Di Tommaso, I think you pronounce it that way, I think. There we are. There we are. I've got some interest here. It's a right-hand eye production of approximately 409 cars between 1973 and 1984. Only 15 right-hand drives were built. 15 right-hand drives. Pantera Owners Club of America. That's the information came from them. There's all sorts here. Dry stored in the barn for 20 years. Then under the car. Then under the car for the last 10 years. Not sure what that means. Probably under the carport, maybe for 10 years. There you go. Anyway, we've got £6,000 there in London at £6,000. At £6,000 then, a thing of beauty. At £6,000 we've got. At £6,000 then, at £6,000 we have. At £6,000, very unusual car. At £6,000 then, bit of a niche market. At £6,000, but we always used to buck the trend and have niche markets. If you're the only one who's got one, that's it. You're laughing, aren't you? £6,000 we've got. At £6,000, at £6,000, we'll put you down provisional London at £6,000, see what we can do. At £6,000 then, at £6,000, that's provisionally sold to London at £6,000, 61. David, 6,001, £6,100, at 6,001, £6,100, London you're out, David you're in at 6,001, £6,100, at £6,100, Hammer's coming down at 61, London you are out, telephone bidder you are in at £6,100 on a provisional basis. 583, a snap-on MTG2, whatever, diagnostics basic. There we are, it's a snap-on diagnostic system. There we are then, with 16 number function keys. It's all there. There she is. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Who's going to start me a couple of £100, Jack? At £200, thank you. At £200 we have. At 200 then, 225, 225. At 225, at £225. At 225, at 225, at 225, cheap enough at that. At £225, £225, are we all done and dusted at 225? Moving on, Kawasaki. Keep looking for these Kawasaki's because they were all here at one point. There we are. We've got some cracking Kawasaki's that are here. There's another one there. I don't know when that one's going through, if it's been already, but there's 2 or 3 here in front of me, and I mean some crackers. Right, here we are then. 13 bids on this screen, Jack, which takes us to 4,400. That's going to sort the boys out from the girls, isn't it? There you are then, at 4,400 on this screen, at 4,004. At £4,400 then, on sale, off she goes then, at £4,400, 4.5, Billingham. 4,005's gone, £4,500. 4,005, 4.6 with Allen, 4,600, at £4,600, at 4,006 and 4.7, £4,700 we've got, 4.8, 4,008, at 4,008, 4,008 and 9, 4,009, 4,009, 4,009, £5,000 bid, at £5,000, £5,000, 5.1, 5,001, 5,001, 5.2, 5,002, 5.3, 5.3, 5.3 we have, 5.4, 5.4, 5,004, 5.5, 5.5, 5.6, £5,600. At £5,600, it's our telephone bidder down there with Alan. At £5,600, Hammer's going to come down. It's £5,600, 57. Hertfordshire, fresh bid, 57. 58, says Alan, 58. 5,008. 5,008. 5,008. I know the bike market's difficult, but you get some stunning bikes, and look, £5,800. Got to be bought when they come up, because they'll go in another 10-year collection, these. £5,800 we've got. £5,800. Hammer's coming down, and it's Alan's bid at 5,059. Hertfordshire's back in. Harpenden, know it well. 5,009. £6,000 with Alan. £6,000. £6,000. £6,000 we've got. £6,000. Back in again at 61. 61. 62. 62 with Alan at 6,002. £6,200. Alan's telephone at 6,002. 6,002. 6,3. Who's in Harpenden, please, Jack? Paul. 6,3 with you, Paul, at the moment. 6,3. What do you want to do, Alan? 6,4. 6,4. 6,4 on our phones here, Paul. 6,004. 6,004. What do you think? I'm going to pull the lever then. 6,5. 6,5. 6,6. 6,006. 6,600. Telephone bidder. Harpenden, you're out. Paul, you're out. 6,600 then. Off she's going to go. She's going to go to the telephone bidder at £6,600 then. Get ready with that button, Jacko. When the hammer goes down, it's gone at £6,600 then. Are we all done? 6,007. £6,750. I'll do the same for Paul though if he wants 68. 6,750. 6,750. Do you want 68, Paul? Same applies. What do you think? Yeah. Used to be indecisive, you know. Now he's not so sure. 6,750. I'm going to pull the lever then. It's coming down. It's going to go to Alan's telephone bidder at 6,750. Get ready with that button. When it goes down, it's gone. Alan's bid, 585, is the Jaguar Mascot and Spirit of Ecstasy walking sticks. There we are. 2 walking sticks there. 2 for the price of 1. Bids here with me, and the screen's going to... We've got 80, 85 and £90 bid. £90 I've got. At £90 I've got. At £90 then, at £90 here with me, at £90, 95, £95, at £95 then, at £95, 95, at £100 bid, at £100 then, at £100 bid, £105, at 105, at 105, 105 and 110, at £110 we've got, £110, 115, 115, your bid, 115, 115, 120, 120 we have at 120, £120, 125, 125. Gregor, you should be buying these. 125, 125, 125. They're right up your street. 125 at £125, at 125, at 125. 125, Ian, your bid at 125. Hammer's coming down at 125. I can just see you walking up to a front door and knock, knock, knock with one of those. That's it. Yeah, no, with one of those. That's it. Yeah. 586, the Ford Sierra XR4. There we are. A little bit of weekend work, project car there. But look, bags of spares on there, or bags of potential, whichever way you look at it. £800 I've got bid straight away. £800. £800 then. That's not dear for a load of spares, is it? £800 then. £800. Are we all done at 800? That's provisional at £800. £800 bid, £800 ID's probably worth that, isn't it? £800, £800, then are we all done? £800 then, £800 then, are we all finished at 800? Then that's going to be a provisional sale at £800. Provisional 800. Moving on to some traffic lights. There you go, stop and go. Where are we with the traffic lights? £50 on the way, thank you, at £50. £50 we've got. £50 bid at 50, 60, £70 then at £70 then at £70 we've got. £80 bid, £80, £90, 90 and 100 anywhere, 90 we've got. £100 at £100 at £110. At 110 on sale at 110 at 120. £120 then, £120 bid. At 120 then, hammers coming down at 120, 130. 130 at £130. At 140, 150. 150, 160. 160, 170 at 170. £170 at 170 we all done. 170, 180, 190, £200 at £200, at £200, at £200 are we all done. At 210, 210, at 210, 210, at 210. Hammer's going to drop down at £210. Are we all done? Off they go to Bertie Worcester then. Look at £210. Off to Worcestershire. There we are. 589 is the bangers and cash. Where's my thing? Sorry, Josh. Is the 1967 Mini Cooper S Mark II. There we are. Look at that. And look at the description there. Look, there's all the information you could possibly require there. There we go, look, tells you all about it. So after a few years of flying the flag to the bangers of cash at showing events, there you are, look, it's all there. All the invoices, all the heartache, all the checkbook stubs, look, they're all there. Loads of them. Ah, okay. Right.
It's a New Zealand car.
New Zealand car?
Brought into the UK.
Yes.
So it's a good show.
Yeah.
It's 10-inch wheels, 12-inch. It's been serviced in the store. It goes up the road. It looks green. It's not the dearest, but it looks
Very nice little car. There you go. There you go, guys. There we are. We've got £14,000 bid at the moment in Surrey. At £14,000 we've got. Bonny little show car, nice little car. All the information's there. I'm sure you've read it more than once. At £14,000 we've got a Surrey bid at £14,000. At £14,000 she looks the part, doesn't it? At £14,000. And he just said all serviced up from Mini Sport at £14,000. Lovely little talking piece there at £14,000. £14,000. £14,000 then. Provisional then at £14,000. Are we all done? That's a Surrey bid at 14.2. 14.2. Darlington at £14,200. £14,200. 14,200. You're out, Surrey. 14,002. 14,002. Darlington. £14,200. Are we having a conversation about this, Andy, later? 14.2. 14,002. Yes, he'd like to have a conversation with you, Darlington, later on at 14.2. At 14,200. On that basis, she's provisional at 14,200. 14,000. You sure? I don't want you moaning at me tomorrow. At 14,002. Darlington, I've been told it's on sale. Did you hear what he said then? He said sell it. At 14, is that on camera? Point that camera at him. At 14,200. At 14,200. It's going to go. He said, get it gone. At 14,002. Darlington, you got yourself a little Mini Cooper. At £14,200. I'll take 100 anywhere if it helps. At 14,200. At £14,200. Then Hammer's going to drop down at £14,200. It's going to be sold off to Darlington. Sold. There you go. 589 R3 glass petrol globe lights. There we are. 3 of them there. They look nice, don't they? Don't bounce it out, whatever you do. All breakages have to be paid for. There you go. You tell me. Where are we going to be? Oh my word, what could possibly go wrong? There we are then. £50 bid at £50. Sack the juggler. At £50 then. At £50, they may be going on to Alan's account in a minute. At £50 then. At £50 we've got 50, £60 then at 60. £60 then. At £60 then. Are we all done at 60? At £60. At £60 then. At £60 are we all finished at £60? And moving on to, the little Citroen, look at it, bless her. There she is, look at that. Yeah, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. There she is there. Bonny little thing. They are them. I know, I know, but I'm a 2CV man, aren't I? A 2CV man. I'm not a Citroen Amy van fan. I'm a Citroen 2CV fan. No roof on it, Michael. Get me air wet. Yeah, there we are then. Where are we going to be? You tell me. £3,000 and away at 3,000. At £3,000 then. At £3,000. Cheap little car, little fun car. Look at that. At 3,000 then. 31, 2, 32. At 3,002. 32, 33, 34. 3,004 and 5. 3,005. At 3,500. At £3,500. At 3,500. At 3,500. Have a load of fun with it, I'll tell you that much. At 3,500. At £3,500. At 3,500. At £3,500. At 3,500. The family would like a bit more than that. Have a word with the team upstairs in the office. I think she may be worth a bit more than that. Lot number 591 is the Vauxhall Motors style electric wall clock. I'm not selling this out of a Vauxhall Motors factory. No way in the world. It's a Vauxhall Motors style clock. There we are then. Vauxhall Motors style. Still a lovely piece to have, isn't it? There you are. Who's going to start me then? £70 we've got. At £70 then. At £70 bid. At £70 then. At £70 then. At £70. Still a nice piece. At £70. It's still got a bit of age about it. At £70 then. At £70 then. At £70 we've got. At £70 then. At £70 then. Are we all done at £70 then? Hammer's coming down at £70. Are you sure? I'll take a fiver. If not, it's going to go at £70 then. Are we all done? At £75. £75 I've got. £80 then and on sale at £80. She's on sale, she's going to Stockton at £80 then. It's cheap as chips, look at it. £80 then, are we all done? At £80 then, Hammer's dropping down at £80. Sold, 592. The Gilburn, there we are, look at that. There you are, look at that, what a bonny car. Yeah, the sort of car that you could have, Michael. Look, there's a little run around. There she is. Unusual little car. Where are we going to be on that? Who's going to start me? Who wants to start me at £800? £800. It's a bangers and cash restoration. Rash decision to buy it. A bangers and cash restoration project is what I was trying to spit out. There you are. Guess what, sorry? Is it Welsh? Is it Welsh? Oh, okay, mate, yeah. Well, have you got a problem with Welsh cars? Oh, okay. Okay, there you are then. £800 asking. Who's going to make a start? Can't start much lower. Can't start much lower than that. If not, it will go into the timed auction. Got to be worth that, surely. Got to be. Limited market, I appreciate, but it must be worth that, surely. If not, we'll have to move on because we've still got 8 to do. Have a word with the office, or the car will go into our timed auction, which starts on Saturday. 593 is the hand winch with handle and 2 rolls of barbed wire. Obviously. There you go then. A couple of rolls of barbed wire. Where are we going to be on that? And a hand winch. You tell me. £30 we've got. 30, £40. At £40. At £40 bid. At £40 I've got. At £40 then. At £40 then. Are we all done at 40? At £40 then. At £40 then. Hammer's coming down at £40 and off they go. And next one is 594. The Peugeot van. Here we are. There we are, the Peugeot 306 XRD. It's a commercial, this one, Jack. Yeah, obviously, yeah. Well, they did an XRD car, didn't they? There we are. Sadly, no MOT. It stood for many years, hence the low price of this disappearing thing. Yeah, there we are. Naturally aspirated diesel. Yeah, there you go. Where are you going to be? You tell me. Who's going to start me? Can't start much lower, Jack. I'll start at £400. Let's have a cheeky 400 then. See where we go. Let's just get it cleared up then. Who's going to jump in at £400? Thank you, Selby, at 400. It's got to be worth that, isn't it? At £400 then. At £400 we've got. £500 says Ian at 500. At 500, our £500 we've got. £600 back in Selby at 600. At £600. Good little project, really. At £600. At £600 we have. At £600. £600 it's off to Selby at 600. £600 then. £700 with Ian at £700. We'll submit it for you at £700. Oh, it's no reserve. It's going. £800 we've got. No reserve, I see. £800 and away and sold. 800. £800. £800 and it's on sale at 800. £800. £800 are you all done? Do you want 50, Ian? Do you want 850? 800 I've got. Do you want £50? £800 then. £800 then. Are we all done at 800 then? £800 are we all done? It's off to sell. Be at £800. 595. We're nearly there. Couple of Ferrari 456 airboxes. There you are. If you want one, I've got one. Anyone then want to have a go at the Ferrari airboxes? Bit of a limited market. If not, we'll have to move on. We've just still got just a little few to do, and then we're done. If not, we will move on with those ones. Moving on to 596 was the Triumph TR7 convertible. Here we are. Again, look at that. Nice bit of information supplied by David there. He spent £4,000 mechanically on the car, it says. There you go. There you go. He's been very honest there. Tells you what he's done. The heater is currently bypassed. There you are. Could ideally do with a new heater matrix. There you are, little job for you, little weekend job for you. There you go, where we're going to be. Who's going to start me at £2,000? £2,000 asking, surely. £2,000 for a TR7 convertible. Just spent £4,000 on it mechanically. £2,000 asking. Can't start any lower than that. Again, these will go into the timed auctions, which starts on Saturday. Should they not find a home today, you can still ring the office before we leave, or perhaps during the day tomorrow to put a deal together. But come Friday night, that's it. They all go into the timed auction, which starts on Saturday. This one will as well. There you go. 597. We're nearly there. 597. A selection of Isle of Man Steam Packet Company signs. There we are. There we are. Few signs there. Where we're going to be. £50 and sold and done, and £50 and away. At £50 then I'm going to sell them. At £50 then off they go at £50, and we all done at 50. Hammer's coming down at £50, and are we all done at £50? Sold. 598. The little Metro. Oh, she's a little Sputy, this is. Little Metro. Bonny little car, this is. Nice little car. Lovely little car. Look at the mileage. Speedometer reading 3,490 miles. I know, Michael, she's a little lovely little car. There you go then. There you go. Where are we going to be? You tell me. I'll start her down at 4.5, Jack, but she's worth every penny of that. I'll start at 4.5, anyone. If you're interested, we'll go at 4.5. If not, 4,500 for an asking bid. Got to be worth that for a little Metro. Done 3,400 miles. 4,500 in Doncaster. Thank you, Doncaster. At 4,500. At 4,500. It's only here, purely only here, because Michael's had an operation and it's got a code. At 4,500. At £4,500. At £4,500. We'll submit it. We'll have a chat with Michael at 4,500. At £4,500. At £4,500. Are we all done? At 4,500. £4,500. Are we there at 4,500? That's provisionally sold at £4,500. Provisional on that one. And oh, this is a Bonnie car. Bonnie Bright car, this one. Bonnie Bright car. There you go. Escort RS. There we are. Mark II. Looks nice, doesn't she? Sits nice. Looks nice. There you go. Bonnie little car. Where are we going to be? We've got 28 there. It's a start. £28,000 and it's a start. Thank you for your bids at £28,000. At £28,000 then. At £28,000. Are we there at 28? That's provisional at 28. At £28,000. £28,000. Cheap car. £28,000. £28,000. £28,000. We'll submit it for you at £28,000 and a quarter. 28,250. 28,250. At £28,250. At £28,250. £28,250. We'll submit it then. 28,250. We'll put a deal together, don't worry. Makes a nice change on those steel wheels. I like it. It looks nice. 28,250 then. Hammer's going to come down then at £28,250 then. Are we all done? 28,250. Provisional, Charlie. 28,250. Oh, sorry. At 28,250. And we're just going last one of the day. Here we are, last one of the day, lot number 600. Here we are. There we go, Josh, you've got to learn how to do that as well. Come and sit up here. There you go, mate. Josh is on. There you go. What could possibly go wrong?
I don't know.
There you go, mate. So there you are. Look, she's as good as sold already. Then you've got to read them out as well. Then you can thank everyone for today, and away you go.
Lot number 600, the hand-painted Vespa sign. Starts off at £50, Jack. 50, £60 here with me on the sheet. Is there 70 anywhere? £70 anywhere? £70 anywhere else? Going for the first time, going for the second time, going for a third time, sold for £60. And some provisionals we've converted to solds as well. Lot number 527, the golden shell sign has sold. Lot number 531, the Fry's chocolate sign has sold. Lot number 539, the 4 Rustile rims have sold. Lot number 534, the Volvo 122 has sold. Lot number 555, the AA London sign has sold. And lot number 533, the Land Rover wheels have sold. That's everything for today, and we'll see you again tomorrow for another 300 lots.